2021 has been another crazy year in the world, but live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down two-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again? Or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Kevin Lindsay here alongside one of the many Boyer brothers, Tim. Thank you guys for joining us here for Sunday match play at the Dallas Holiday Classic. We are live at Legends Sports Bar here in Keller, Texas. Wonderful, wonderful hosts for over 200 crazy but loving and dedicated Golden Tee players and their wives, girlfriends, husbands, etc.
Yeah.
How you doing today?
Didn't start off well this morning. I was 2-0 last night going out since we all had to play two matches. Rough start, but still got some games to go, so we'll see what happens.
Nice. Yeah, I lost my first match yesterday, won my second. I probably shouldn't have won that one, but I did. And then this morning, unfortunately, got knocked out of purple. I spun tropical, and I shot a 28 on tropical
Nice.
in the qualifier, and then I shot like a 25. I was down a couple. He watered. I holed out, and then I just could. It was just too easy of a setup.
Yeah, we spun Pine Creek, which is one of my favorite courses. Even going into three, I didn't think I could get to, and so I laid up. He actually got to the green, and so going to one, I was already up one, or he was up one, and then he missed an early putt, so we're even going into five, the hard par five, where everybody has trouble getting around the trees.
Yeah, that's 16, I think.
No, on Pine Creek 5, the zigzag
on
par
5.
5.
Oh, okay.
So we both make it around the corner, and then somehow or another, I cooked the six wood over the green and just missed my chip coming back, and so that's one. And then, I missed 12. The 12 ended up being drivable, and I tried to follow him. He made the green. I came in up just a little short, missed my chip, and he made like an 85-foot putt, so I'm down two, and it was just tough. So
yeah.
It's okay.
All right, a little birdie in my ear says that we are looking at Evan Gossett and Chris Wangler coming up very shortly. Yeah, CJ, as everyone knows him as the sneaker guy as well. Stephen, Jay, all you guys, thanks for joining us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Really quickly, as we get ready to go in that match, I think those guys are getting ready to sign in. So a couple of interesting names going 0-2 in the main bracket yesterday. Al Zarel, Art DeVry, The Mouth, Eric Nelson, Robert Washburn, Jeff Leeper, Josh McDaniel, and Mark Stenmark. So those guys, at least for today, their Dallas Holiday Classic is over, but I think a majority of these are in either the Top Gun or Little Gun tournaments. And
with the exception of Mark.
Yes, with the exception to Mark, since he has not been to a lot of tournaments this year. Brian V, thanks for joining us. Ricky Bobby as well. One thing, if you have not had a chance to join us all weekend long, this is two tournaments in one weekend. So there's the Dallas Holiday Classic, which we are going through now, and then around 4:35, hopefully, we'll take a little break. The point leaders for PEGT Tour will get counted up. So everyone who's playing now in the gold and purple brackets, they are getting points as they jump up the ladder here. So
Correct.
once all those point totals are calculated after Dallas Holiday Classic concludes, we'll have our top 32 for the Top Gun, and then the next 32 for Little Gun Player of the Year. But Little Gun is also a World Championship opportunity spot, as well as the purple bracket of the Dallas Holiday Classic. So,
Yep, which you announced yesterday, which was great. We announced that last night on the stream.
Yeah, a lot of exciting stuff going on in one weekend. 202 players in the main event. Big Fudge, thanks for joining.
Morning, Rob. Morning, Brad. This is Tim.
All right, so these guys, Evan and CJ, spinning the trackball for the course selection. Let's see. Let's go to the game feed and see which course they spun. These guys, I mean, they're both top guys, so it doesn't matter whatever course they go to.
All right, so Once Coco is what they pulled up. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Once is one of those, especially with the new tees. Pars change a bit, and actually, while I say that, I think about it before I forget. New tees coming tomorrow. Mixed tees. So all the tees from 2021 starting tomorrow. We wanted to make sure that we got through the Dallas Holiday Classic and this week of World Championship qualifying. So
this is a course we did not play yesterday in qualifying. So
yep.
Everybody's been playing this and hitting both.
Their warm-up, and their warm-up games.
Because we did not play them in qualifying. So.
Yeah, bar open. I say 9, but I'm sure they were open earlier than that. A lot of guys getting in early to practice. Do exactly what you're just saying. Play those warm-up games on these courses. When there's 200 people that are trying to get on a game in a room, even when there's almost 40 machines, it's still tough.
You get to know guys real quick.
Yes.
Unlike you get to know guys when we were in Richmond, where it was really, really small. Here, you want to try and get on a machine, so it's like, hey, my name's Tim. Can I get on a machine?
Yeah, there's space to actually play a couple man games per cabinet here.
So.
All right, so Mr. Gossett picking up some tees here. Making sure he doesn't have to worry about that as his match goes on. Now, if you want to follow the brackets, go to PEGTtour.com. Up at the top, click on Tournaments, go to 2021, and then Dallas, and you can take a look at the main bracket as well as the purple. If you are part of the Golden Tee Fan Facebook group, I believe Steve Sobel and Power Events has the list of the
pink
and copper. Yes,
yep,
copper is going to take some time to get used to.
Yeah, they're both on the challenge, and they listed those last night, so they are on the webpage. Or the fan page, sorry. And these guys are doing a great job. Steve and Paige. Paige is actually running the copper. Steve's running the other 3 brackets, and they're running right through. Because we do have all these machines, these guys are running through this tournament very, very quickly, and it's they're doing a great job.
Yeah, there's so many people to thank outside of just the staff here, management and the staff at Legends. Some of the ladies that have been helping serve all weekend have been rocking it. Probably have less sleep than the Golden Tee players, which is a rarity, especially at the end of the year. But they're doing an excellent job, and we really appreciate them. But also, Sean Tickner and Vector Gaming brought down some games. The local operator has a handful here. A couple players working with their operators within the state to bring games down. So there's a good reason why we have 39 cabinets here for people to play on.
Yep.
And tough break there for CJ. Not a hard chip, but not something you want to worry about on hole 2.
And he knew as soon as he hit it that he had probably overcooked it. So.
Yeah, and not something you want to worry about. Like, he can make this chip 75, 80% of the time, but not something you want to worry about on hole 2 against a former world champ. All right, so CJ, part of Team Minnesota. Evan Gossett, part of our friends down in Missouri. You see TJ using that microfiber towel, or CJ, excuse me, using the microfiber towel. A lot of players do that, especially in an environment like Dallas, where it's hot out. Or, well, not as hot today, but the last couple of days hot. People's palms get sweaty easily. You don't want that affecting your chips.
And he just missed the first one, so let's see if we can go ahead and put this one in. All right.
Yeah.
So that's going to put him down 1 right off the bat here on 2.
Yeah, tough break there, but again, it's only hole 2. There's plenty of opportunities for one of these guys to, not necessarily make a mistake, but some like a hole like this, hole out, and
Yep. Definitely going to make a run at it. CJ's got a good look. I mean, you just saw what happened. Definitely a good look here.
Yeah, both of these guys very heavy into their thumb shots, especially on the par threes. CJ's just got to make sure, he is a good player, and he's over this last year of tournaments has been getting up there. But he's not seasoned enough in terms of the head-to-head match play like Evan is.
Right.
So he's got to just make sure he takes a couple of deep breaths and doesn't let himself or Evan get in his head too much. Now, this drivable par 4, I hate. This is one of the par 4s that I hate with the new tees.
And that's the look I learned this weekend, is that look right through the trees.
Yeah, I'm not one to just take a 9.5 or 8.5 degree driver right at the hill and play some pinball, but with these tees, you gotta. Sometimes you gotta do it.
Both of them just hit that shot like it was nothing. So that's the shot I just.
At least they've been practicing that one.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's actually great. I'm sure everybody's talked about it throughout the weekend on the stream, but that's a reason why you wanna get to a tournament. It's not just to it's to meet all these people, to have fun, have some cold beverages, play some golden tea, but also you want to play with and against guys like Evan and CJ and the rest of those top 32 players, because you never know what you're going to learn. I know a lot of players, and I'm sure we both have gone through this when you start qualifying at tournaments. Like you said, you learned a shot and you've been going to tournaments how many years? It's just sometimes when these guys are playing so many games or they're learning shots from their friends, sometimes you go back to your local bar and you're a stroke or two better on some of these courses, and you didn't expect it.
Right. It's kind of cool because I actually, one of the guys walked up to me that we played earlier in the last tournament. He said, "I'm still playing that same shot you taught me on Pine." I'm like, that's kind of cool.
Oh, yeah. It's always good to hear that. Oh, look at that.
And there he goes.
CJ with the ultra shot.
All right, guys, I got to go play, so good luck to CJ and Evan. I'll be back later.
Good luck to you. Thank you, sir. All right, so now after the ultra shot, CJ is back on par pace. He's got to relax or continue to relax a little bit. And, it's probably better for Evan because he gets to tee off second now. All right, I'm going to step away for a quick second. I'm going to go find a couple of co-hosts, and then we'll be right back here. But you're watching Evan Gossett against CJ Wengler in the part of the main bracket at the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic.
Machine 36, Chris Cran and Kurt Lambert. Machine 36, Chris Cran and Kurt Lambert.
Good round, sir.
Machine 39, Jared Becker, Peter Butler. Jared Becker, Peter Butler on 39. Machine 31, Robert Shaw.
All right, here we are. Welcome to Sunday in Dallas. Al Zerl here with Jason L.
Oh, I thought you were going to say my last name.
I can't. I don't know how. I don't know how to say it. But yeah, we're in the main bracket here. I'm sitting here because I went 0-2 last night. Jason's sitting here because
I went 1-2. I came in thinking I could do something today.
Okay, so you lost your first match.
Lost the first match. But we get to see some good Golden Tee here.
So
I'm catching up here. It looks like, was the CJ down 2?
Yeah, we got to. What is the situation here? Because they're on 16.
Did Evan have 100,000 GSPs?
Okay.
Okay.
So 2 holdouts for Meow Chopper.
So he came in refreshed. That hotel coffee must have been good.
Well, CJ should be fine too. I was with him last night and this morning, and he was taking it easy. But when you hold out on twice, there's not much you can do.
Well, you hole out 3 times at that point. That's what I've learned. That's the as much knowledge I have about this game is when someone holes out twice, you hole out 3 times.
That is a really good idea.
I mean, I've never done it,
that.
but I've heard it's a good idea.
I bet that works tremendously. 130,000. So he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's
And
pumped.
we
Oh,
all,
that's like I haven't seen this look in a while.
and we all know he's due. You know,
Yeah,
maybe today's the day.
Do you have him in the fantasy?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
I took Fox,
I took McCook. I felt like he was kind of due as well.
but I'm probably out because I took myself.
I took myself.
Yeah.
So whoever took us, you guys made bad choices.
There's a couple different ways of looking at that. It's like, oh, why would you take yourself, you narcissist? But at the same time, if I take somebody else, I'm telling myself I'm going to do bad. I don't want to, you know what I mean?
I do outdoor golf once a year. If you put me in the U.S. Open, I would still take myself into Calcutta. That's like how narcissistic I
I
am.
think I would do that too. It's similar to when we go to Vegas. You bet on yourself just for the novelty of betting on yourself.
Just the ticket
yeah,
alone.
Yeah. It's a souvenir.
Yeah.
And then what CJ told me, he's like, well, it's not a souvenir. You got to turn it in if you win. I'm like,
Well, you got to buy 2. You buy one that you can turn in and collect.
yeah.
You're like, can I have a 50-cent ticket on myself, please?
You guys got a copy machine back there? All right. So Evan moves on. That was obviously we came in late on that one. You guys probably got to see the whole thing. Looks like we're going to get some combination of Jared Decker here.
I see Decker. I don't know who he's playing.
Yeah, that's Decker.
This side.
Who are you playing?
Oh, okay. So we get a little Jared Decker biddy action on the live stream. I like it.
So is that a main bracket match?
Yeah. Yeah, Biddy's been
Okay.
playing well.
Good job, Biddy.
Yeah.
So we got a game that's not on stream. They're on 18. Grover and Eddie G. 25. And it looks like Grover wins that match. 25-24 on Tropical.
Another nice win for Grover. Still playing Titans, right? Is he playing Titans?
That probably would have been a really fun match to watch if they shot 25-24.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So we're going to pivot, as I've been known to do on my football teams. We're going to pivot to Luna and JoJo for your viewing pleasure. And then we'll try and keep you updated on this Biddy Decker match. I think we had Joe last night. Yep. Yep, we're going to keep an eye on both of these, whichever one is the most competitive.
Well, we got a nice one here.
we'll
this
keep you going.
is for the fans here.
Yeah.
Little Luna JoJo should be a nice one.
Last night we had Fox JoJo. And JoJo gave up a stroke early, and I just knew that Fox was not going to give up a stroke, and he didn't. He just plowed right through.
Okay, so I haven't been paying attention to the standings, so this is a losers bracket match.
It has to be.
All right, you got to win to stay in here.
So I wonder who Luna lost to. We don't have the bracket in front of
I've
us.
got it on
Sorry,
my
guys.
phone. Let me pull it up on my phone. You think we'd be a little more prepared, being
I'd
professionals here?
I'd use my phone, but my phone is dedicated to watching football right now. Football trumps everything in my world. All right.
Okay, so Luna lost to Orlando 28-27. I don't know the course. So he lost first round.
Luna did?
Yeah,
To who?
to Orlando Ayala.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then he's won 2 matches since then, I'm assuming.
And so, so JoJo beat Dan Gillard first round and then lost to Fox 30-29 like you said. So here we are. Luna beat Squeaky Bob
That's a good win. That's a great.
29-28.
Robert Washburn's a great player.
Oh yeah. There's so many great players here. It's almost a little intimidating.
Yeah, it's well, and at the same time, maybe not so much because like I feel like I've only seen about half of them because the room's so big. You know what I mean?
It's a big room and it's hard to traverse in the middle
Yeah.
of match play. You don't want to disturb anyone, but in between all the tables, there's a lot of people. So you're just trying to like find your path instead of stopping and chatting.
Yep. Okay, they got Temple. So not the easiest course, not the hardest course, but a hole-out course. There's a lot of good.
A lot of hole-out opportunities.
Oh.
I mean, at this
Dreaded-
level, it doesn't matter so much, but at my level, hole 17 is always like the big wild card. Like, what are you going to get on that?
The dreaded 3-wind. Thumbers don't like those 1, 2, and 3 wins.
You got to like nudge it. Like you just kind of lean.
Yeah.
When you you thumb straight, but you lean one way. Oh, he doesn't go for the hole and win. That's always like the boss move, mid-match.
I saw him do it once against Denmark on 18, and he got it. Or I think it was hole 9 or 10 of Hawthorne. In a match, it was like $190 too.
Oh, it's so nice.
Oh, I like this one. There it is.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If he'd gone for the money, he probably would have made it. He needed that little extra incentive.
So this literally is probably going to be a carbon copy of what we just saw. It's either going to be burn that edge, one of the edges, or it's going in.
I think he's going to make this. I mean, there's no one who dials in on that moving the tee around more than JoJo.
Yeah, and he knows where to put it. Now it just comes down to can he get his dead straight thumbs, and he didn't.
Oh, no, yeah.
He got him
Just
a little right.
Yeah. Was it you guys talking on the Podmore, talking about how he can dial in with that, or was that on the Gino podcast? I lose track. I listened to you guys.
Not recently. This last one we did.
The last one of you were talking about like the new PGA Tour machine has like a grid instead of a.
We were talking about that.
That was you
right.
guys saying
Yeah.
like how good JoJo is knowing exactly where to put that on
So-
the tee box.
So we're under the impression that when you do this right here, you set a tee
Yeah.
and you move yourself around this box. Now it's going to be a grid,
Okay, so it gives you a little more chance to dial in.
so you can count your boxes.
Right.
5 boxes this way and 4 up. You know, and then work on a full for the daily.
Yeah.
You know.
So JoJo will be 18 better for the dailies
It's-
now.
It helps him tremendously. Like he's already doing it, but it's going to save him time because we talked about it on the thing. But right now, what they're doing is you would tee up, and you're watching like the edge of the screen, or you're lining it up with a tee box.
Yeah, you're
or
finding a
this-
mark.
like this leaf of the tree or this trunk of the tree is where I got to stop. And now you'll be able to do it with these boxes. All right. This is
All right,
always an interesting hole-out opportunity.
All right, I'm curious who we got watching on the stream here. I'm seeing we got a few people on.
Facebook user, looks like.
I think I saw Big Fudge up there a little bit. Is RB Ryan Bennett? Hi, Casey. I
That is
see
Ryan
you
Bennett.
there.
Yep.
Send us some comments. Send us some questions. I can answer them poorly. Hit the like button. Hit the dislike button. I don't care. Hit something. Here we go. Hey, Lauren. You guys had a fun
Hey, Lauren.
jersey action, huh?
We got Brad Stewart in here.
Brad Stewart.
Oh, Lauren, I don't know if you had anything to do with it, but we got those koozies. And
Hey, Bryce.
thank you to Steve and Johanna and whoever had a part of that.
Yeah, that's great.
Those are awesome.
Jersey crew came into the world gangbusters, and now they're koozying up. They know how to make friends.
Yeah. We got KOC in there. Man, I miss that guy. Haven't seen him in forever now. It's like you kind of
I haven't
stopped coming
seen
to
Kevin in a
tournaments a
while.
little
Yeah.
bit.
Hi guys, thanks for joining us.
You guys are watching a losers bracket match with JoJo and Luna. These are two. They're both 2-1, I believe.
They're both okay at the game. You know, just kind of your average player.
Yeah, they're decent.
Just
Luna
hey, Butch.
is always the festive guy. He's already dressed up for Christmas here. He's ready to go.
I mean, we're getting so close at this point.
So that Decker-Butler match that we went away from, they are tied through 7.
So we'll still keep an eye on that. I'm thinking we're gonna quad screen just because we got time matches here. Who knows what either one of these matches are gonna do? So let's take a look at both, and then we'll dial in on one if one gets super interesting. Both playing Temple.
Yeah, and if you're watching this and you guys have trouble viewing it or anything, or you don't like a particular view, make sure you let us know so we can tell the production crew here. But as long as you're not watching on a 4-inch television, you should be fine. And I think it's fun to have two.
If you're watching on an old tube TV from the 80s,
Yeah.
you might have some trouble.
Yeah, if you're watching on your cell phone, which is how I'm watching my football right now.
Yeah. Well, put it on your big screen TV, but then also log in on your phone so you can comment and
Yeah,
chat.
and then we get double viewers.
Yeah, double viewers, you get comments.
Go down to your kid's bedroom, grab his phone, subscribe. You don't have to tell him you did it.
So 2 time matches here.
Are you warm?
I'm always warm.
I feel like it's gotten hot in here.
Yeah,
the
it's a little
last
warm.
20 minutes.
When the doors were open, we were getting a little breeze yesterday. That was helping.
So they're both on Temple. Okay.
They should have just played a 4-player. We could have
Boy, Decker
consolidated here.
and Biddy are moving it right along. They're already on 12. Playing speed golf over there.
Biddy playing good Golden Tee this weekend.
So, who do you think's going to win this thing?
The whole shebang, or one of these matches?
No, well, the whole.
How would you like me to be wrong? Would you like me to be wrong about choosing these matches or the whole thing? Because I could be wrong on both counts.
Not the Top Gun. Who's going to win this tournament?
Who's going to win this tournament?
I'm going to say Evan.
You know, like I said, I picked McCook to start on the fantasy because I thought he was kind of due and playing some good tournaments. But seeing Evan just play cutthroat there at the end of that match, he's looking pretty good.
And he wants to win so bad.
Yeah, and
he's
he's
one of the
due.
most competitive people I know.
Yeah, he kind of fell off a little bit. You know, he was never bad, but not winning a lot of matches.
Just
at
get a lot of
tournaments,
bad
so,
beats.
Yeah.
Gervais has that same thing going on where he'll be cooking right along and then he'll just a weird bounce and it'll cost him a match and next thing you know he's out.
Yeah, he just kind of runs into something weird.
Yeah.
So the next match for Evan is Ryan McCook. So I would say I'm going to say the winner of that might take it. So I'm going to stick with McCook. I'm going to go
That
with
has to go on the
fantasy.
stream.
Oh yeah.
I hope Steve's.
So we're just getting good. We're going to get good matches today. Steve's on it. IT team is on it. We're just going to get good stuff.
All right.
Luna's
Interesting
taking
shot
some-
on 9 here. This wind, this is forcing probably a harder cut than they would like.
Oh, wow.
He plays the bounce.
Oh, and he got that
bounced
weird bounce back off
backwards.
the. Yeah, that's
I've
ugly.
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, I've done that.
That like bounced directly backwards.
Yeah, it shot dead straight back. I've definitely had that.
And
I've had it bounce back into the water too, which is really fun.
He's not happy with that, but at the same time,
and Biddy's
JoJo
stuck
could
behind
very well
a tree.
just do the same thing, and they both make a birdie.
So we got 2 interesting shots here.
Yeah, this is tricky. They got that tucked to the left tee box.
Yeah, but he's
and
got a
the
right wind. And yeah, left tee box is going to be
Biddy's
a little.
Biddy's in trouble. He's going to have to play this down the rock.
Yeah, just kind of like a little hop it down and get a nice little putt back.
Big cut and just have it hit that rock and trickle onto the green, hopefully for him.
And JoJo made the green. Wow. So
right.
going quad screen was the way to go. We got some interesting stuff going on.
And now
here.
we're going to watch one of the best chippers alive. Hopefully make a chip here. Oh, that was a really important stroke.
So yeah, that's going to be tough. Oh, and Decker missed his putt. Wow, we got some interesting stuff going on here now.
So this is interesting. This I don't want either one of these guys to be out, but Luna's up against it right now. This is a course. This is one of the courses where there's not a lot of chances to make a mistake. So Luna's going to be trying like crazy.
Okay, so Biddy's up a stroke, and JoJo's up a stroke. Hey Tracy, good to see you. Yeah, I agree. The quad screen's nice. We get a little extra action. It's harder on us though to keep track. Luckily, I've only had a couple beers, so.
Yeah, it looks like they're a big fan of the quad. I like there's with these cams today. Sometimes you don't get a great reference, but I like how you can see both of these matches on both of these. You can see where these guys are playing in relation to each other.
Well, I was qualifying next to the streams, and so when I would see the stream up on that projector, I would just see my belly sticking out. I was like, okay, I need to hit the gym after Christmas. So I don't like high-def cameras.
Maybe you were pregnant.
I didn't have any morning sickness.
You guys don't have any kids yet.
No kids. We're full protection mode.
Yeah.
You got a good goalie.
Chiefs. I love this. I love Decker's T-shirt because I'm a big Tiger guy. I bet Justin Wilson likes that shirt too.
The Clemson Tigers?
Hey, Gordy.
Gordy Brown.
No, the Tiger Woods.
No, I know. I was just messing with you. My jokes
they don't work.
Bounce off you like you're Superman.
Well, you've got that. You're just so stoic.
Just the delivery is what
and
gets
we're both
it.
the same way. We have that deadpan.
Yeah. No expression.
Yeah.
Monotone. Is everyone enjoying the monotone action you guys are getting today?
Oh, gosh. You can see Paul Taylor checking in on this match here. Or is he playing next door?
He's
about to start a game
yeah.
next door. He
playing Clint. He's
wearing a glove
Clint,
now.
looks like.
I don't think he's always worn a glove. Okay, here we go. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. Actually, that was...
Yep, more wind than I thought there. This is interesting. What do you do here? I like on this setup. I tend to try to go to the right still, even though it's harder to get over there. Because
you know
then
what
I can hit the same shot that I hit for the first 6 months. You know what I mean, or whatever.
I hear you. I'm over here now. I mean, Monday we're getting the mixed tee boxes, so we're all over the place. But the current tee boxes for just today, I've been going left just because it's kind of an easier thing. And when you're playing off that stone anyway, it's a path, whatever you call it.
Yeah.
It's kind of a crapshoot.
When I go to left, I feel like there's a better chance that I'm going to go in that water.
I was trying the fairway for a while, and I couldn't get a consistent feel
Yeah,
for
same
it.
thing. I couldn't put it in the same spot every single time, and then I just stopped doing it.
So these guys are staying pace with each other here. Same course, same holes.
I could use a water.
Is that code for Busch Light?
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a big jug behind us, but I don't have a cup. I know. Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, this one, see, this is why I like this.
Yeah, that's a nice win. That's a good setup for that. And that's kind of dependent too. You know, if you see a good wind, you know, you might stretch a shot just to get the good approach. Oh, here we go.
There it
Little
is.
Decker action.
So
I think that ties it up.
I think it does as well.
So that's huge.
I think it does as well.
Yeah, 23, 14. Still got JoJo up a stroke, but he was not happy about his shot there. He didn't hole out.
Wow.
He really wanted to hole out.
Okay, really good opportunity here on 14 for Luna to get a stroke back or go down to. They're gonna
This is the stout dream, the straight
I
wind.
mean, this is, we call this a green light special.
You guys have terms for everything over there. I don't know how you got to keep up with it. Is there a dictionary we can buy?
There's a, with the nomenclature.
Yeah.
It's straight. Ish.
Little push there. Your phone's in the
You
way,
know-
so I couldn't
you
see
know-
his shot meter, but must
Well,
have pushed
he
a
hit
little
it
bit.
straight, but did you notice he moved it just a tidge left before he hit that shot?
Yeah, and that wind is
And I don't think
like
that wind
nothing
is,
there.
I think it is a dead straight wind.
It's feathering right, but that's not really any action.
Yeah, there's not enough to move it with stouts. Ooh, Decker with
We'll
an
get a
interesting little shot here
chip
too.
here.
Oh,
That's
nails.
pro level move. I would have been praying for a putt there.
This is a putt that
Putt and pray.
I don't want to have a putt like this in a match. You can't avoid them,
Bet he
but
doesn't care.
still don't want them. Oh, he's gonna palm this, or is he pull back thumbing? He palmed it. Oh my gosh! I'm really surprised he palmed that. It must have been in between clubs. He probably thought the high tee would fly too far. The medium wouldn't get there.
So we got two good matches. I'm glad we quad screened here.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Sparks. Good to see you. I hope we beat you today.
Hey, Sparks.
Got a little
Miss that guy too.
Niner Cincy action today. Go Niners, obviously.
You know what me, you, and Sparks all have in common?
Golden Tee.
We have the same hairstyle.
That is true. Sparks goes full, just nothing. I'm still kind of using. Leave a little up there. Little
I bought one of those.
excitement, I call it.
I bought one of those palm shavers,
Oh yeah.
and I shave it every other day in the car while I'm driving.
Look at this.
And it
putt.
gets it down almost to like if you used a blade. It's like really.
You say
close.
use it in the car?
Yeah, just. Yes.
Frightening.
Drive while I'm shaving.
Just. Hey guys, we need your help here. We need some more action. We got a couple of you commenting. We love it. Thank you for everyone who's doing that. If you could
Yes.
hit the like button or the dislike button. We prefer the like, but you know, some action's good. Send us a comment. Tell us who you're rooting for. Are you paying attention to all the brackets? Are you watching purple? You got a horse in purple, someone who can win a world spot today. And you definitely need to subscribe. You don't want to miss anything. We got Worlds coming up, so there's some big streams
Yep.
coming up. The IT guys are
Oh, we have a hole out by Jared Decker.
wow.
Yeah,
so
and
huge.
I think, and it's not, you know, you want to like, subscribe, share it on your social media platforms, please. And if you subscribe, it's not, I don't think it's just streams. I mean, you're going to get you might get some mobile matches from time to time.
You're going to get interesting stuff.
Yeah, Chad, you'll get some Chad Schrump action with the mobile matches. You might get some
You get
preview videos of Worlds and whatnot.
Kelvin Lindsay talking PGA Tour machines.
There's a recent video right now. If you guys have not seen anybody play the PGA or the PGA in action, I think there's a video from a few days ago where you can watch Kevin Lindsay walking through all that. The bank shot.
Oh,
and that's,
wow, that's just huge.
That's a two-stroker.
I called it at the beginning, for us normal
26.
people, 17 can be such a game changer, and it turns out it can be a game changer at the
yeah.
top level, too.
So Luna is still one off. If he sticks this and gets an eagle, JoJo's going to have a chip from all the way across that green.
Yeah,
and it has to go in to keep.
No, he's up
now
on
he
the
gets
top
this
side,
one.
which
It's
is
even
pretty
worse.
much death. It's the I hate seeing that.
So this has to go in to keep the match tied.
I mean, if anyone could do it, who is he going to putt it?
He is beyond upset.
All right, so Jared came out gangbusters on those last couple holes, shot a 31, took it by 2. And here's JoJo's attempt. Okay.
I have no
so
idea if that was a winner's bracket or not either. Is one of those guys out?
I think that was winner's bracket.
So did he make the par at least?
Yeah, he got on
Okay,
and
so-
in. So one stroke.
So he's going to try and run it this hole.
18, you usually got a shot at it. And this, you got a good wind here. If you're going to run at it, missing it in the water doesn't matter. So
Luna's going to hit something safe, and JoJo is probably, with this wind and the way this sets up, and with what you just said, I'm guessing he's going to thumb something with no spin or anything on it.
yeah, you just time to get in the hole. And Luna did what he should do, just kind of put it there. And
If he does put spin, it's because he's like trying to do a, that bite check that just slows it down and then he gets it to trickle.
right.
But
Offset here is tough. This is be a tough 18 to hole out. Hey, Skittles.
so I think I would go, if I was doing this, I think I would go right one and thumb it back and use the 17 to push it to the left. All right, so he did put high tee bite. So which really isn't going to stop. It's just going to slow the ball down.
Yeah,
a
it's
tidge.
just going to kind of let it get a chance, and he's just not there.
Yeah.
So 17 Temple strikes again,
that's-
takes out.
And then that's a classy move. He didn't have to putt that in, but he knows Luna's not going to make it. He knew he had to make that shot to keep it going, and he didn't do it. So.
Yeah, he knows better.
All right. Dallas is up 18-0. This is getting.
Oh, and that was loser's bracket, so
Yeah.
that takes JoJo out.
That one we knew was.
Yeah, I forgot for a second.
The other one.
My memory is not what it used to
It's the
be.
Decker one that we didn't know. Did somebody just get eliminated?
Yeah, that was a loser's bracket match, too. So 2 losers bracket matches there. So 2 people got knocked out. Biddy with a good run, and JoJo with a tough Temple 17 there.
Yeah. That's the tough thing about Sundays is, you're friends with everybody, and you have to watch friends just get eliminated.
Yeah, you see 2
know.
friends go at it. You're rooting for them. You don't necessarily know what to do. But we've got some good matches today, so I hope everyone keeps stay tuned and comments and
Yeah.
subscribes. If I have to say it 100 times, I will, guys. Don't make me fight you.
I think we're getting. Are we getting Haas and GVK?
Okay.
So we're going to go back to the quad, but we just got to get these games fired.
Yeah, the problem with
Yeah, we're gonna step away for just a little bit, probably less than 2 minutes.
let them
and
get
we'll-
set up.
and we'll be back.
All right, check out this video.
2021 has been another crazy year in the world, but live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down two-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again? Or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in a very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.
Machine 30, Billy Duffy and Steve Bailey. Machine 30, Billy Duffy and Steve Bailey.
Were you ahead of me? Yeah, I think points. Am I going first? Depends what we spend. We'll pull that shit up. How many times? Oh yeah, look for more of our people. How many times did you hit it? 5? I hit 7 total. 2 for 3. You go first.
Yeah, get some of this.
You don't play tough. Oh, those machines? See if you can another fancy do better.
All right, we're back. We got another slobber knocker here. We got GVK and Haas. What's going to happen? We got Forrest Knoll. That's awesome. So we're going to have a lot of swing holes, potential mistakes. Interesting cut shots. And again, Jason stepped away. He'll be right back. I don't know if this is winner's side. Whoa. And he played that bounce perfectly. He got a little kick to the right there, but it was like he knew it was going to happen. That was awesome. All right, so we're up 1. I'm guessing this is a... Do you guys have the bracket over there? Winner's side. So these guys are both, I'm at probably 3-0. Okay. And then we're getting another match going. I think it's Evan and McCook. And we're going to bring those guys on the quad once they get their game fired up. It looks like they ended up on... They're on Hidden Temple. There it is. Yeah, they're going to have a lot of good matches today. All the good players came to this tournament, so you're going to have just a lot of heartbreak and a lot of really good Golden Tee. I would say out of these 4 players playing right now, I think Evan is probably the hottest, playing the best. But we're talking about minuscule differences in these games. Oof. What do we got here? Okay, still a 1-stroke lead over there. Minus Casey. Yes, Casey did not show up. So we won't have him for our viewing pleasure. But we hope to see him at the next tournament. Like the little setup here on 2. These guys both are going to take a really good run at this. McCook is not happy about how his thumbs came off. Good safe shot from Haas there. You're probably going to see him being less aggressive than you normally would because of a 1-stroke lead. And then he missed the putt. Oh. Well, we're all tied up. Here we go. Interesting setup on this temple. That is fully behind the temple. There's no straight shot there. Bring Jason back in here. I am happy to have you back.
In full effect.
I am happy because I was tap
that mine?
dancing. Yeah, you can have that one.
H2O. Thank
Yeah.
you. Jackie's going to bring me a beer. Life is good.
I would enjoy one of those, but I was going to get one when I was up there, but I felt like I had to get back here.
Yeah, it's hard. You step away, and all of a sudden you got to talk to 30, 40 friends, which is not a bad thing, but when you're trying to get back, it makes it tough.
I'm going to step away after these 2 matches. I'm going to take some time and watch a little more football, maybe come back on later.
Football?
And
What's
we're going to
football?
have, I think we're going to have Kevin Lindsay and possibly MJ. And if you've never heard MJ, you guys will love him.
Is he going to sing for everyone? Because that would be great.
I hope so.
All right, so I'm just coming in here. I'm assuming we're just tied. It's early.
Uh-oh.
Haas going for the big hole outs.
Haas already holed out. He holed out 1.
Okay.
And then he missed a putt
Oh, wow.
on 4.
That's been
And
my
it was-
downfall this weekend. So it's hitting everybody.
It was not a tough putt, but that's all right.
Another hidden
He'll
match
find a way.
from Cook Gossett. And we got a little Knoll action.
What we got here?
Okay, Rick. So the Top Gun, Little Gun, also known as Player of the Year, that's the PEGT end of the year tournament. Basically, if you go to PEGT events, you earn points for how you place. So if you make a main cut, you get a good amount of points. If you make a purple, you get a few points. And those add up all year long. And they've got 6 tournaments, and your top 4 tournaments count for points. And then they just kind of seed that based on who's here. So if you're top 32 in points and you're here, you get in the Top Gun. And if you're the next 32, you're in the Little Gun. And those are free tournaments. So after we wrap up this afternoon on our normal event, we're going to do the Player of the Year. And that's just free roll, free money. They take a little bit of money from each tournament and put it towards this free roll. So it's kind of like a little bonus, a little thank you, appreciation for going to these events. And you know, you get some great players, and it's something to shoot for if you're, you know, if you want to come to a few of these events. So definitely something to know. You can track it on the PEGT website and see where you're at during the year, know what you need to do.
if you're a PGA Tour fan, it's very similar to the FedEx Cup. They just keep track of these points.
That's what we need. We need a Player of the Year sponsor, like FedEx Cup. I don't know if FedEx will sponsor us, but I mean,
thought Top Gun was I thought the movie was the sponsor.
no, they don't. They would be Top Gun 2 probably because they're about to release after.
Oh,
I've been waiting.
yeah, it's been a long time.
I know. Well, stupid COVID. That's probably the worst part of COVID is Top Gun 2 didn't come out yet.
Yep. The best part about COVID was traffic.
Yeah, it's so true.
God, that was awesome. Because I drive a lot. I drive for a living because I do service calls. And
The beginning
That
of
was
COVID, when I had to
fantastic.
go in the office, was the drive was a dream. It's getting back to normal in Orlando. I'm assuming everywhere else too. It's starting to pick back up, but
I think we probably still should be being safe, but I think people are fatigued and they're just done.
well, I'm not gonna. Everyone's got their opinions. And I respect everyone's opinions. So I'm not gonna get into that. I'd rather. I did enjoy the traffic. I will say that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
let's talk GT. Let's keep it GT related.
Yeah.
Let's talk about subscribing to the channels here.
Oh, there's one
Oh,
from
here we
Cook.
go. McCook. I told you he was on fire.
So is Evan. Oh, Haas almost
Haas
did
is
it too.
trying. He's definitely pin seeking.
Jade Johnson in the house. Haven't seen Jade in a while.
All right, so big hole out for McCook. Evan couldn't match that. It's tough to go down one on hidden too.
It's
Like I said,
just-
unless
and they're
17
getting that
is
same
is a
setup here
beast.
on 9. They're in the same contest.
Okay, so
Luna
we're gonna
and-
see the tough 17 then. Which
Yep.
is good. That big
Yep.
headwind you got to deal with.
They're in the identical contest.
I'm like Ross. A pivot.
Yep. I'll be doing that next week when the Vikings lose. On to the Bills.
Oh, GBK with a little missed chip there.
Really?
All right, so we got some interesting action here.
Ooh. I thought Haas hit that a little hot. I thought it was going to bounce over the hole, but it did not.
Haas with the most emotion in the game.
This is a good
the
shot.
wild dummies and the.
I want to say that's almost
expression.
identical to what
Oh, McCook bounced back in the water there. I've been
I
there
didn't
too.
see that.
It froze up. This hole's been a little tough to watch all year.
Evan's ball might be in the exact same spot JoJo's was in. Nice shot by GVK. A little
GBK
shoddy
is
action.
playing some good golf this weekend.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
really ramped up.
Wow, so McCook had the hole out, and then that sad water ball there cost him two. Now he's down a stroke. So we got some interesting stuff going on.
Yep.
Got Haas up one.
So
Shout out to this quad screen action.
that was just one stroke from a Cook, right? So they're back to tied.
No, that was two strokes because he was behind the arch. He had to get back up and in.
No.
So he's down a stroke.
Oh,
Yeah, brutal.
that's too bad. His thumbs are not coming off the way he wants them to either. He's had the reaction 3 or 4 times already.
I mean, but if he's holding out, you can't say that it's over. Evan's not shooting 100,000 GSPs so far, so
Well, he's getting close to halfway there.
your math is very interesting.
That's why I said close to.
Oh, okay.
Then it could
Oh,
be.
so you can close to anything.
Yeah,
it's-
exactly.
It's close to 200,000.
Yep.
Ooh, he's a
It's
little
like
off
when I
there.
tell my kids, like, yeah, well, maybe or probably we can do that.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, we'll see.
So then if we don't, well, I never said we were doing it for sure.
Right.
You know.
You always need an out.
Good
Cook with a
shot
nice
here.
little cut
Oh.
there.
Nice shot.
Ooh, wow. Great shots.
Speaking of FedEx, Jade's working at FedEx right now. Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right, so we're back to even now.
Oh, man. I know exactly how Evan feels about that. That's just, can't do that.
A tie match.
All right.
That 17 might
Hey,
be the difference on
This
this.
15 on Forrest is not.
Oh yeah,
This
that's
is
nice.
tricky.
Ooh,
And Haas.
a little short.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
no.
GVK's look is I'm super excited, but I don't want to show it because I'm in the live stream.
Correct.
I'm gonna play it cool, but I'm stoked.
GVK, interesting thing he did this morning. He asked me if he could borrow my earbuds.
Is that what he's wearing right now?
Nope.
Okay, so he just wanted to sell your earbuds so he could afford other earbuds?
Well, I declined. I'm like,
Oh, you
it's like
snap decline.
it's like borrowing somebody's toothbrush. You know what I mean?
Or maybe their ear hair trimmer.
Because you got all that ear wax in your buds and stuff. I don't
Yeah.
want anybody else wearing
Yeah,
them.
you don't want. It's hard to put them back on after.
Somebody clearly borrowed him some, though, because he's wearing them right now.
He's probably listening to us. He's probably, he's not listening to music. He's listening to the live stream. He probably subscribed and liked the stream.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Well, like
smirk.
everybody
you can tell
should.
He's listening.
Everybody should. I liked and subscribed.
Okay, so we got a drivable Knoll here. What is this, 16?
Yeah.
He was a little short, but he's dry.
What do we? Does that say 337?
Yeah,
Yeah,
looks
it
like
does. Wow, that's interesting too. This is
Oh, McCook with a hole out here. Look
Jeez.
at this. We got some action.
Haas and GVK. They really got a great match setup on this Forest Knoll.
Yeah, don't you just
15
love
was
when
a
this
little
is here?
tricky. This is drivable. It's a long putt. He's checking the
We
hidden
got the
break.
wild Haas thumbs that are just dead on.
I forgot this was in there too for these Temple guys. This is Evans got a good chance to get back on. Oh,
Yeah, but
GVK
McCook's
missed the
got a
chip.
good shot at this too.
Yep. I'm really like
Oh, wow,
I would be doing
he's just
everything in
playing
my
safe.
power to find a way to thumb that. I'm surprised these
I think
guys
he
are
just
doing
wanted
that.
to be on because he's up now from the hole out.
Like I would think if you thumb this gap wedge, it would get there. Maybe they think it's going to go too far. No, he palmed it.
I mean, it is tight in there.
Keep him.
So McCook's up one, and Shippett's still up
So
one,
GVK
right?
dropped over here. So what are they at now? Are they tied at 26?
Yeah, we're tied. Yeah.
Okay.
Gotta love the quad screen.
Gotta
Oh,
use.
McCook with a great shot there.
Yeah, he wisely used backspin, I believe. You don't want to bite
Right, so
that shot.
we got a makeable 18. I mean, it's a good look.
If you bite this shot, it stays on that hill a lot of the time. So the trick is you use backspin
Right, and that
so it comes off of
kind
that
feathers
hill.
off. Yeah. I think I'm trying to watch all the action here. I think Haas just missed the green there. I think it rolled off.
No.
Yeah, he's kind
Okay.
of he's a little.
Oh,
Ooh,
boy.
Look at that. That was.
I'm
huge.
going to say that Haas. I
This
think
is a
this is about
clutch
a
moment.
90%er for Haas. Oh, my, putted
He
it.
just putted it, and oh wow,
And there goes the hat.
that's the loss right there. Wow, GVK, huge win on 18 with just a great
Surprised he
stroke.
putted that. Okay.
Well, I'm glad we stayed on all the action here.
Yeah.
So we can go to the other match and
We can
finish
go to
up here.
we could go to the single screen for you guys now. Just the one match on the right here.
Look at
There's
that
your-
zoom in right
there's
when
your-
the
there's your
crossy thumbs,
Up close and personal look of Ryan McCook.
which no one wants to see. Well,
Yeah,
I
he-
take it back. I
he
do want to
probably
see
does.
it. I do want to see it.
And he has to see it every day,
He has to look in the mirror and trim that beard.
which he has not done recently. He's got more hair on his head than I've seen him have in quite a while. All right, here comes that
Here's the
setup you've been
17.
waiting for.
And do you want to see this first and where do you want to be here? I mean, obviously you want to be up a stroke, but do you want to go first, not
now
even see what anyone does, or do you want to see how it plays?
Do you see the top of this hill right here, too, guys? You can barely see it. There's a little bush there.
Yeah.
And CJ hit it.
Nice
I didn't
shot.
even know it was there. CJ hit it yesterday for the first time, and we were like,
Oh, I've hit that bush.
that's something new.
It's generally when I'm trying to like low tee something, and I just kind of forget that it's there.
I do everything in my power in this hole.
Evan, oh my God.
Oh, and there's the match.
He was going for it though. I mean, he really was trying to hold that out.
I mean, he almost did.
Oh. That's what I do. That's how I do it.
We've all seen that movie. We've all played a part in that movie.
Yeah. All right, so we talked. This was the big match. We were saying who wins this has a good shot at taking the whole thing.
And then he had the super snap DNF.
So does he have to play this out for the official win at this point?
No, I think he's playing it out because he's
he's got
first or second in the contest. Let's take a look here. Yep, second. So he just has a couple shots to make $8. Why DNF? You know. All right. Well, we got some more coming up for you. I think I'm going to step away for a little bit.
We'll take a quick break.
Yeah.
Might even get some new voices in here too. I've heard some other people want to jump on.
Yep. We'll get you 2 new voices. We'll get you 2 new matches, and the action will continue all night long. Don't forget, we have another tournament after this to find out who our year-long champion
Player
is going to be.
of the year.
The Top Gun champ. And then Little Gun will also be on tonight. And we have a World's Pass available for the winner of the Little Gun.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a World Championship qualifying moment later on today if you can continue to watch.
Machine 1, Jason Graham, Aaron Good. Jason Graham, Aaron Good on 1.
All right, guys. Kevin Lindsay here alongside Indiana's Mike Johnston. Thank
Hello,
you, sir,
hello.
for joining me. Oh, Mike, Mr. Yeager almost holding out there. We're taking a look at Paul Taylor versus C.J. Wengler, Andy Fox versus Michael Yeager. These are both loser side matches on in the gold bracket. So the losers of these matches are out, at least for the Dallas Holiday Classic.
And we've got both matches on Forest. Seems like a lot of I've recently got to the bar today, but it seems like there's been a lot of people spinning Forest. So always, with this quality of play, you're going to figure it's going to come down to 17 and 18.
She's thinking, yes. 17 I've seen set up pretty nasty with those tiered greens. So,
and then 18, you're normally cutting one through the trees. That can always, bring an element of danger as well. So we've got a tie match here between Paul and CJ. So about what you would expect from two guys of this caliber. Looks like they're both clean through 6 holes. And
Rick, Mike, Ernest, thank you guys all for joining us, whether you're watching on Facebook through the Golden Tee Facebook page or the Golden Tee fan page, YouTube, Twitch as well. Let's see.
Let's see what the look we have on 8 here, because 8, if you have to hit that high 6-wood around the tree, can be a little tricky. 6-wood's a tough club to cut. So let's see if they're going around the left or the right. We'll see what the look is.
Now,
here.
the interesting thing is I believe Paul Taylor is playing Titans.
Okay.
And I think CJ is playing
I can respect.
Stouts. Yeah, well, Paul Taylor was playing Stouts before Stouts were cool. So once everyone started doing it, he said, I'm out.
And Paul plays everything. He might play arrows. He might play streaks.
Yes.
You never quite know what you're going to get. You're going to see some interesting shot making when you're seeing Paul play a match. CJ, Mr. Consistency, bang out a ton of rounds. He knows all the shots. So
playing commercial
he's
games.
due for a breakthrough for sure.
Playing on commercial games and not 1 but 2 home editions
right.
at his house. So he's getting plenty of practice in.
And and he's made some deep runs the last couple of years, so this moment isn't too big for him. But Paul's definitely got the experience advantage here. He's been a prominent player in the Golden Tee scene for going on a decade now. So.
Yeah. Let's see. And real quick, if you guys are just joining us, PEGTtour.com. Check out those leaderboards. Just click on tournaments 2021 and then Dallas, and then you can take a look at the main and the purple brackets, and then on Facebook on the Golden Tee fan page and the Dallas Holiday Classic event page, Steve Sobel has the links to the challenge pages for pink and copper brackets.
Fair enough.
And it looks like Ryan McCook is going to be playing George Von Kay here in a little bit for King of the Hill, which is
good for both those guys.
Yeah, George, good player, but not somebody. I don't think we've seen too much of him in the King of the Hill, and he's another player who a lot of good runs in him, but
he's had several top 4s, right?
Yeah, but I don't think he's ever had a number 1 finish.
Yeah, I know he's finished second before. I don't believe he's ever won a PGT event. He may have won a tournament, maybe a local tournament or something in the
PEGT.
Yeah. So that'll be an interesting match. Ryan is well overdue. He's lost a couple matches this year to 2 betters and 3 betters. That's just the nature of the beast when you're getting guys of this caliber.
Almost reminds me of a couple of years ago where Gervais was had that bad run where he lost like 6 matches in a row to 2 and 3 betters or something.
Oh, he beat me enough times that I don't feel too terrible for
No.
Sean, but.
All right, and then just to take a look at the loser side, we've got Andy Haas and Evan Gossett, and then
that'll be a great match.
The winner of these matches, I believe, are going to play. Let's see.
So we're tied here at the turn, going to 10 in the Taylor-Wingler match. Get you an update on the Andy Fox Mike Jaeger match.
I believe Jaeger's down 2.
Say looks like he has dumped a shot, 2 shots somewhere. So
yeah, but he's got some. He's got some time to.
He does.
To get
Probably
it back.
Gonna need to hold something out, but Andy's not gonna give it to him. But still a match over there. Andy's got a 2-stroke lead through 7. So Putz has put himself in the rough here. I call him Putz. I know that Paul Taylor. It's not what he plays as anymore. His name used to be Putz. So if you hear me calling him Putz, that would be why.
Pretty good. Forgot about that. It's been so long.
Pretty good shot from the rough there. You had to be careful not to catch that those leaves on the right side of the tree.
It's interesting. I like what CJ did here. I've never done that.
Went long porch?
Yeah, going long on that. That's smart because you take those trees out of play. Oh, right over the cup.
If you go long porch, you just got to make sure you hit that 180. You got to make sure your ball speed is probably 140 or better to make it over that. But it is a good look if it's something you haven't tried before. Normally leaves you with like an 8-wood in, 9-wood in, something along those lines. And as you can see, CJ took dead aim at it and almost got that sucker to fall.
Yep. All right, so the winner of the Fox Jaeger match plays Bobby Kennedy on the loser side. And then Paul Luna plays Orlando Ayala at some point. The winner of Paul Luna and Orlando will play the winner of Taylo and Wangler.
And I think Orlando played Paul last night and actually beat him, right?
I believe so.
This will be the second time they have
yes,
each
he
other
did.
in
He
this
did
now.
beat him 28-27 yesterday. But so I mean, a lot of good names still in the top. I mean, pretty much who you expect. Bobby Kennedy, I know he's a good player, but not somebody you always see in that top. Look at
nice
that!
shot.
Nice
just
hole out
just a
there.
standard 5 hybrid thumb. And the key to that is, I mean, he knew exactly where to leave himself off the tee, so he had that shot. You know, that is so underrated, being able to control your distance in. You know, he left himself 174, I think that was. And just he's got some of the best thumbs in the game. He's going to put that close.
Well, yeah, when he used to make runs at the daily contest back in the day, I mean, it was like him and Haas.
He's a mechanic, man.
He is nuts when it comes to his thumbs there.
I'm envious of that. That's one part of I don't thumb very many shots. I've tried to get a little bit better at it through the years, but I just don't have the confidence really to go to it. When you got the nerves going in these matches, you got to hit what you're used to hitting. So if you can get your thumbs dialed in, that's such a huge advantage.
Oh, CJ
try
had the
there by
good line
CJ.
there, just a little too short.
So
Now-
I'd be curious to see how aggressive he gets, because this course does have some opportunities for people to dump strokes late. So CJ's got to kind of walk that fine line of taking his chances when they present themselves, but also playing smart and not giving Paul another stroke here.
Now, are they playing our Fox and Jaeger playing the
Same course.
same setup? I believe.
Looks like the same setup.
Yeah. Oh. See,
So it looks like Andy will go up 3 on Mike there. Mike's kicking himself a little bit. We've all been there.
I was just gonna say, how many times have we all missed putts for silly strokes when you're already down and just kind of it's so hard to get out of your own head, no
For
matter
sure.
how good you are.
Absolutely. All right, so this might be with the pin where it is.
It's a really nice setup to be dead center of the fairway.
and downwind. I always notice on this hole when it's downwind, it seems like the ball really jumps. Seems like it goes a little further than. And it's probably just in my head, but it just kind of seems that way. You got to be careful not to bludgeon it. But with where that pin is, that's a safe pin. They can both go hunting.
So I don't know if I've seen too many of those safe pins this weekend on this hole especially.
Interesting.
Oh, look at that, Andy Fox holing out. So now up 4. You can see Mike's look in the background. You're just
that
like,
one's probably
yeah.
about all over but the shouting. But a heck of a run by Mike to make it to this point. That'll be a really good finish for him. Okay, so this is an opportunity for both Paul and CJ here. They're going to go hunting after this. This will be another thumb special, I'm sure, for Paul.
Yeah, I'm interested for both these guys to see what 17, 18 look like, because I know we talked about it earlier, but I feel like I've had a couple conversations today where people are just like, yeah, I was up 1 going into 18 and then lost.
Well, I think the George Von K. Andy Haas match came down to 18, and Andy missed a putt, sounds like, from the fringe. That was what George was telling me outside right before we came on the stream here. So, even the best players in the world are going to struggle with these holes sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, these courses might have been around for, about 15 months now, but when you get in a room with this many players and, top-tier talent, I mean, there's probably, 25 guys here that could make a legitimate run, and, and another 25 that, they get a couple of good matches in them, could go all the way,
Absolutely. And speaking about, these courses have been out for a while. Are you able to give us any tidbits about any maybe of the locations of when we get, obviously the 5 new courses will be coming at some point next year.
Yeah, so right now, the
any
2022
locations
update,
or teasers you want to give us?
Yeah, so 22 update, the plan right now is sometime hopefully by May to get those courses out. I will say that there is snow is making a comeback.
Okay.
It's been too long, and we finally convinced Jim Z to do another snow course.
Is it going to be more tundra-like or more, maybe a Glacier Ranch type of. Where
actually,
Glacier, tundra, the snow's on every hole. Glacier, you've got it.
It's kind of a little bit of both. It's almost like it's got some elevation. It's I wouldn't say it's Monte Zeballos style elevation, but there's definitely a couple of holes, at least in the internal beta we did a few months ago, that I said, Jim, I need you to fix this for me. I'm not doing too well on these, but it is nice to have snow back, especially around this time of year where I always say we do the Let It Snow, Freaky Friday courses and event courses, and
you can add a few,
need a new
more
one.
holes on there, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Casey, to answer your question on there, the venue's been fantastic. They've really gone out of their way to make sure that everybody's comfortable here. Huge space. We've got 39 or 40 machines in here. Staff has been fantastic. Can't thank the people here at Legends enough for having us. And
oh yeah, they've been rocking
great
and rolling.
shot there by Mike. Might be a little bit too late. That's going to frustrate him.
I know, it's almost you see the look in his eyes. He's like, "Are you kidding me? Where was this?
But it was a hell of a
6
shot.
holes ago."
Hell of a shot.
Now
so.
16 is actually a pretty forgiving setup compared to where it can be shut down.
You got to go for this, yeah. And this is a good opportunity for CJ. CJ's happy to see this look, I would imagine.
Now here's the thing, they're only on 15, Fox and Mike, but and he's down 3. But I was down 4 in a match earlier, and I ended up losing by 1. It's like, especially with a course like this, seeing the setup on 16.
Great shot by Paul.
I don't know how you can get much closer than that without it going in.
Slow down. Jagger stays on the fringe there.
Now,
let's see, it's a big putt here for CJ.
Talk me through this, because I want to know if I can't think I don't think I'm the only one, but when I was in my match, my opponent made a mistake, who watered. I ended up dropping a double eagle, so it cut my lead. But then I kind of got irritated because I'm like, well, now I'm first. Now he, what I mean? Like it's
a constant mind game. Sometimes more. Sometimes more with yourself than your opponent. Andy just got real lucky there.
Yeah, I thought he was wet for sure. But that's what I'm wondering. Like, now Fox, it's not an advantage per se, but it kind of, it's seeing your opponent, like getting that look before you're the one that's got to tee up. It's definitely changes the mindset a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, and
this 17, is that a 15-mile-an-hour wind? That is, ouch.
I kind of like where that pin is, though. Because you can still be pretty safe with this. That is a much more tricky shot, at least for me, when with playing the Titans. If that wind is coming into my face at all with a 15 mile.
Yeah. At least there is that fact. I like it so much when it's just right in the middle.
Sure.
But
a lot of times if it's in the back tier, I'll try to lay up in that middle tier and then try to put it up the tier, because I don't want to go to that tiny little node back there. A couple good shots there. So it looks like Paul's going to carry a one-stroke lead into. Oh no, he actually tied it back. Did we miss that? We must have been watching the Fox.
Yeah, I think Taylor might have missed a putt.
Okay,
but now you've got the shot in between the trees. Like this is
right. And I like this course if it goes extra holes, because the par 3s on the front are very, very makeable. So I think you'll see somebody hole something out rather than with the front nine on this course, you're more likely to see a match end with a made shot than a mistake, I would say, when you're getting, this level of
and it's just so much more fun to watch when you see, it's like, all right, if I'm going to lose, I want to lose on something like that.
Good shot there by Paul. It's not going to be an easy putt, though. It's going to might be a halfer. Yeah.
And it looks like Mike missed a chip, so he is back down 4.
Great putt there by Paul. So when he clicked left and right there, if you're kind of a newcomer to this game, the reason they do that is because it might register as a flat putt or a left two, but if you look both ways, sometimes these putts have some subtle break to them. So I call those halfers. If you turn it one left and it's a down 10 left 1, you turn it one right, it stays flat. I know that putt's going to move a little bit left. So if that's not something you're accustomed to doing, I would recommend trying that at home or at your local watering hole where you play, just to make sure that you're giving yourself, you got all the information.
Yeah, it's a really good tool to try, and especially with 15 to 20-yard chips too that are if you're kind of weary on do I putt this or I chip it, I try to do that a lot. All right, so it looks like those guys are getting ready to go into overtime, so we'll let them get checked in as we see what Fox and Mike do on this last one. Oh, that was a
good
big
shot.
old hit. This might go in. Ooh.
And he really had. That was a pretty stress-free shot there when you got 4 strokes to play with. So
Yeah.
might as well be aggressive with it. See if you can. See
Yeah.
if you can win the contest.
Yeah,
while
you're
you're
going
at
to
it.
see Mike just go for it because at this point he's got, really nothing else to go for. Came up a little short, but that, again, still a good run for him.
Those were 4 really good tee shots in both matches on that hole. That I know it, with the wind being kind of straight into your face, it seems like an easier shot, but that's still tricky. Good win there by Andy Fox. Great run by Mike Jager. Mike from Seattle area, I believe, and Andy from Minnesota. So we got people from all over the United States here, which is awesome to see.
All right, so now that these guys are in OT,
getting ready to kick it off over there. So
yeah,
we'll be
thinking
sudden death.
Are we thinking it's going to go to the par 3?
I think 6. That's the hole that comes to mind to me. That the short par 3 there that normally plays between 80 and 100 yards. I don't have the stats in front of me, but I typically try to play all the courses the same amount. I would say that's probably my most frequently aced hole this year. Maybe one of the ones on Hidden Temple, the early ones there. But
yeah.
But 6 for whatever reason just sets up really well for my gap wedge or the 9-iron.
Now, you think you hit the aces on that more since the new tees where it gets a little shorter, or?
When it's a gap wedge look is when I kind of start salivating a little bit and knowing that I can go after it.
All right, I feel like I don't think we're going to see a hole out here, but I feel like both these guys are going to make a pretty
I don't know.
pretty good run at it.
Just a little left on that. I would not. There's not a single shot in Golden Tee that I would say that Paul Taylor doesn't have a chance.
Is he
going to
go for a full here? He keeps.
Oh my, he is a crazy, crazy man.
All right, so
he's just showing off now.
When we say full, it means you're doing a full. I mean, jeez.
It's almost like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah, right. So when you talk about full shots, and I don't want to go down the deep rabbit hole, but when you go a couple clicks left or right and you just pull it all the way back to the right or left and just hit it straight, like, I mean, not only did he almost, was he close, but he almost made that.
So catching up on your comments here, Bryce, good to hear from you. Hope everything's going well. One of my buddies from Indianapolis back home. Appreciate the wishes of good luck. Jade, miss you at these tournaments, buddy. You need to come out and see us, man. And Josh, Mr. Big will be played later on this evening, okay?
During
you don't have to worry about that.
Carpool karaoke after both tournaments are done.
Well, I was doing some of that just myself last night outside, keeping the food truck people.
Oh, yes, I was there for that. Now, I'm kind of disappointed that hole 2 is not one of the tougher pins. Tee boxes. I was really hoping for the one where you got to go left or right around the green. This is not.
This is kind of an uncomfortable wind, though, because you have to cut this in there a little bit, and you can't get too cute with it because those trees are in your way on the right.
Unless you're Paul Taylor, who's going to hit a full.
But, I mean, for me, this is slightly uncomfortable. It's not a difficult shot, but it's just a little bit uncomfortable.
Oh, like he didn't go with the full.
It's just easy to overcut it like that and leave.
Yeah. That's not too bad. I don't know if he can putt that, but Ricky Bobby, thanks for joining us, sticking around.
All right, so all the pressure's on Paul here. This is we are in sudden death if you're just joining us. I think it putts. Got to play it like a right 3. Yep.
Whew.
Good putt. Never a doubt.
Yes. Never a doubt.
So this is one of the holes I was talking about. One of these early par 3s. I think one of these guys is going to make, and it could very well be this one.
Yeah, and this one you got to be careful on because of that. You
don't want to short it.
Right. It's definitely a tougher par 3. Now,
that's what we were talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys are good enough to make that chip from the bunker, but you do not want to put yourself in that situation with all this pressure.
No.
So I believe, Hank,
this is.
I want to say there's maybe 7 or 8 guys left, so we're getting down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, and if you guys are just joining us, PEGTtour.com to check out these gold and purple bracket leaderboards. Butch, PGA Tour Home Edition games at minimum summertime. That's kind of all I got right now. It really depends on supply chain and being able to build all the games.
Are you tired of saying the word supply chain? I bet you're pretty tired of that.
I am. I wish I didn't know how to pronounce it. And Rachel, just for you, you now have both machines. So we've got Paul Luna versus Orlando Ayala. As you mentioned earlier, Mike,
Yeah,
Orlando
second time they're
beat
playing each
Luna
other. Yep.
last night.
Well, that was kind of a less than ideal situation. Those long right twos are nasty. So uncharacteristic of Paul to make an early mistake, but you just can't. I mean, with this level of competition, you give somebody an inch and they're going to take advantage of it. So we'll see if Orlando can get the early lead here.
Ooh, caught that right side of the cup, but got it.
Still an extra holes here between Paul Taylor and C.J. Wingler.
It's a good shot
Paul
there.
from North Carolina. C.J., one of the Minneapolis boys. And we got a couple Houstonites over there on the other machine between Paul and Orlando.
I'll tell you what, and I'm probably going to be wrong, but I feel like if C.J. wins this, I think he might make – I mean, he's already got a good run, but I think he might make a pretty decent run at this tournament today.
And if you are just joining us, there will be a second tournament. The big gun and little gun tournaments will be later on in the proceedings, but we're getting down to the final couple matches of both the main event and we actually had a copper bracket for the first time in this tournament. There were so many people signed up. So we've got 4 tournaments in one going on right now. You got the main event, the purple, the pink, and the copper. So very cool that there was enough interest to have to add an additional
202
tier.
Players in the main event. It's pretty crazy. And yes, Casey from YouTube, thank you. Yes, Orlando actually did win his World Championship qualifying pass to the 2022 World Championship by winning the 2019 Little Gun tournament back in Austin.
And I'm not bitter at all about the fact that the one year that I won Little Gun was the year before they started giving away the free pass for that. I'm not bitter at all about that.
Oh, good. I was worried. All right,
that was a lot of fun. That was actually when we were back in Houston. The one time I made a good run in one of these tournaments. It's you can feel the pressure even watching these matches. Just being here live, you
I was
feel
just
the
going to
pressure
say this
for these guys.
This setup on he's got the C wedge, huh? Wow. I didn't even know that was still a thing. Oh my God! And he almost.
Well, that was the hole I thought it was going to be, right? I
thought that was
going to be our hole.
That was a
we
perfect setup.
Yep.
The C wedge, man! I forgot about the chipping wedge. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody use it in match
Paul
play.
as well as I do, you can kind of. He's got a very dry sense of humor, and I know he's getting a kick out of the fact that he almost just won a match with a club that nobody else plays.
Yeah. Now this setup, where's the pin at? That's actually this par 5. These guys 9 mile an hour win. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's right in the middle.
All right, and then
yes, that is to answer your question, Brian. The Taylor Wingler match is in extra holes, so we are in sudden death. Paul had a lead for most of that round, and I think he gave it away on 14 or 15, and then they played clean coming in. So they both shot 29s to get to this point. They're both clean going into 7 right now.
And then on the other side, Paul Luna missed a putt on 2, but almost aced the par 4, number 5. Just was a couple feet away, which is tough, especially when you make a mistake so early.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Paul is going to be around the hole. He's going to have opportunities. He could hole out 3 times in the last 12 holes of this match.
Oh, easily.
So he's going to have opportunities. He's just got to hang in there, and we'll see if Orlando can keep his. I mean, that'd be an incredible accomplishment if he were be able to beat Paul twice in the same tournament. I mean, I don't think that made outside of maybe a finals where Paul was king of the hill, and I don't know if he's ever been double dipped by somebody in a tournament.
I think Haas has double dipped him before.
I
think that might be the
finals,
only one. It might have been in that Indiana tournament, the Indianapolis tournament that had, that went on for like years. It felt like in the best way possible because it was Haas and Luna.
Right.
They were just going back at it.
Oh yeah, Luna's stayed at my house before at one of those events. Good times were had.
Probably not many that could be talked about in this stream, but
I'm purposefully vague in my description. So chance to gain another stroke here for Orlando.
Well, he's got a long putt himself. He's got to be careful. Yeah.
All right, so Paul kind of dodged a bullet there.
And Paul Taylor, short shot here. Short.
All right. Oh, and that will probably be all she wrote. Great win by C.J. Wingler. Like you said, I mean, that's big for him. I could absolutely see him keeping this going. He was down 1 most of that match, kept his composure, got the stroke back, wins it in extra holes. So congratulations to C.J.
Yeah, and then a quick bracket update.
How are we doing in how many guys we got left in purple when you get through that
yeah.
aspect of it?
So Andy Fox will play the winner of Chris Brewer and Bobby Kennedy on the loser side.
That match is probably going on right now.
Yep. And then CJ will play the winner of this match here, Paul Luna in Orlando.
Okay.
The winner of that following match will play Andy Haas, and then Evan Gossett is on the other side. So both those guys, Andy Haas and Evan Gossett.
George Von Kay is still undefeated.
Yeah,
as well.
Ryan McCook, George Von Kay. Now, the one downside that the King of the Hill guys have is that they're going to have to wait a long time. And that's another missed putt by Orlando. That's tough. Those guys got to, take a little bit of a breather because, they're undefeated.
Yeah.
So they got a bit of waiting period.
And some guys would prefer to, find an open machine and stay sharp. Other guys, I'm just going to kick back and relax a little bit, throw the headphones on, watch some football.
It's kind of tough to find an open machine with as many players, but sometimes these guys.
Me, I go do a shot, and then I recalibrate.
Take a relax.
Yeah, recalibrate.
All right, let's take a look at the. I'm going to open up a new tab so I don't have to keep going back and forth.
If you're just joining us, Paul Luna, Orlando Ayala are tied. This is a.
They are.
Winner advances, losers done. So, and judging by the info Kevin just gave us, we got about somewhere in the neighborhood of about 8 guys left in this thing.
Yep. All right, let's take a look at purple bracket.
I know I heard a match that was just announced.
So Chris Longino and Mark Gomez are undefeated in the purple bracket. I believe they're playing for King of the Hill.
Who's Gary Sheldon playing right now? There was a match that was just announced, and it's already slipped my mind, but that sounded like that would be a fun match to keep track of as well. Gary had a great run in Columbia a couple months ago.
Gary plays Kyle Heasley.
Yeah, that'll be a great
and
match.
The winner of that plays Aaron Good.
Okay. He's a Indiana guy from South
and then James Hickey, Todd Clark, and Daniel Tarleton are still alive in the loser side of purple as well.
A little wide to target there. That'd be one where you really that's a pretty good look on that hole. You're gonna kind of go dead red at that. So
yeah, and if I was Orlando, I mean, there's so many putts that he's either missed or barely made on that right edge of the cup.
He's kicking himself because he should probably be up 2 strokes right now. And typically, if you give Paul Luna a window to stay in a match, he's going to find a way to capitalize. But we'll see. I think this could very well come down to somebody holing one out as well.
This is an interesting look. I don't know.
And
oh, look at that. Paul Luna.
Almost like I called that.
Do you believe in magic? Because,
You leave the slightest opportunity for Paul, he's going to make you pay.
I've never seen this tee box. Now, granted, I don't play a lot, but this is an interesting one.
It barely clears that. Yeah, sometimes you got to be careful of those bushes. That's what I was getting ready to say. Those do come into play occasionally. A lot of times I'll hit a high tee just to make sure I avoid those, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you'd rather have a long putt than a chip out of the rough or the bushes.
Just try to feather something in with a high tee. So on this particular look, if I were Paul, I would not go to this landing area. I would try to blast one down the fairway. That's the way I play this particular look. Now, Paul is a much better player than me, so whatever decision he makes is probably going to be the right one for him. But there is a way to play this hole. If you blast it down that fairway, use a high tee, you can get around that bend, have kind of like a 5 hybrid, 7 hybrid look in. So it's a different way to play the hole if you have it just from this particular angle at least.
Well, and the other thing, too, if you go up that hill, if you just catch it a little short, you're potentially in some hot water.
Yeah.
Now, thankfully, these guys didn't have to worry about that. They both hit really good shots. Now you just got to take the massive elevation into play. Now, again, Paul Luna, much better player than us, but not. At first, I wasn't sure why he was using release, but then I saw he only thumbed at 91. So
just a good smart play.
Yeah.
Just now that he's up a stroke, he's going to make sure that I'm not going to say he's going to play conservative, but he's going to make Orlando come get him. He's not going to give It's not going to give him anything free.
Not a bad shot there either, using some bite. Now, Monte, with the new tees, you know, you got to worry about 17. 17's not as bad. It's much shorter. But I know some people have come into that in the qualifier too early.
This is a deceptively tricky hole sometimes. You got to be very, very, you know, most of the time if you're hitting a high tee, you're putting backspin on this, so you don't, 'cause that green does go downhill ever so slightly, but it's easy to go long on this hole. So.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't realize you could just high tee a 5 or 6, and I tried going around in the qualifier and started my downhill.
You really do
tilt.
need to play more.
Yeah, I do. So, you know, I'm just a busy man.
It's a good problem.
I also have way too much crap in my room at home, so my home edition is kind of like tucked in the corner.
Collecting dust right now?
Yeah, you know, not that much, but I got a lot of stuff around it. But, you know, watching these guys play and you know, seeing the high caliber talent in this room, you know, always makes me get back to the office and in the house and want to play more because
gives you the itch for sure.
Oh yeah.
So Paul's just at that stage of the game where he's just going to point everything.
All right, so while Orlando and Luna go at it there on hole 13, we're going to switch to the 4 screens so you guys can take a look at Bobby Kennedy and Chris Brewer. This will be a good one. Tropical Falls, everyone's favorite master course to hate.
Brewer is very happy about that. He is a fiend on this course.
Wow, look at...
I don't think I've ever played... Nice shot by Bobby. Great start.
It's a good start.
That'll get the... If he has any nerves going on, that'll settle those real quick.
Yeah, and a great run by him, too.
He's made a couple good runs this year. He's a pretty consistent player.
Yeah.
Been impressed by his play. But what I was saying, I mean, I try to, if I'm at home playing or if I'm out playing, I try to play full cycles. I try to play all the courses, but I don't think I've ever. And there's the answer.
I was going to say, if anybody was going to go back-to-back holeouts, it was going to be, you know, Mr. Brewer, just a quick little thumb.
But I don't think I've ever played in a Tropical Falls tournament that Chris Brewer has not already been in. He loves this course. He plays it very well. He is difficult to defeat on this course, so that's going to be a tall task for Bobby, but great start with the eagle. Let's kind of check in on the score here on Paul and Orlando as well. Paul's still clinging to that 1-stroke lead. Orlando did have a 1-stroke lead.
Bobby hitting that tree on hole 2, trying to go that high 5 wood.
It's a well-placed frond. Great shot by Paul.
Do you think it's almost like Paul plays this game all the time?
So here I'm normally going with a low 10.5 through the trees. I know that a lot of guys try that same route that Bobby went, and you can have success going that way, but I'd say 90% of the time I'm hitting a low 10.5. Looks like he's got a medium here.
I think the biggest problem people have is when they go to high tee a 5 or 6 wood, they're, at least from my perspective, I'm so worried about overhitting it that people just completely undercut it, and then they're in the trees like Bobby is.
And Orlando just went wet there on 15 or 14.
Oh, no, he stayed. Did he go wet?
I thought I saw a splash. Yeah. So that's a par for Orlando. Paul's going to take a 3-stroke lead. And that's probably going to be enough for him to hang on there, but we'll keep tabs on that as well. So Chris Brewer takes an early 1-stroke lead there as Bobby couldn't stay away from the trees on 2 there.
Yeah, it's tough when you when you get a nice hole out 1, then your opponent does the same thing, and then
I call that the curse. I call that the curse of the hole out. You know, just immediately give the stroke right back.
That was me in the qualifier. Hold out 1 from all the way back in the fairway, like a weird person who's not, you know, using stouts to get right on the green, and then I was like, oh, these trees look lovely on Tropical 2. Let me go hang out with them.
Yeah, let's give that a gander.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, right?
You want to check on what that pink bracket looks like? I'm just curious if there's. Oh, Bobby almost gets the stroke back there. Just a little low 5 hybrid is the. I believe they both went with that approach there.
The pink or purple?
Pink. Because
Yes,
we
let
checked
me-
the purple. I'm just curious how many are left in the.
Let me
pink.
see if I can pull that up here.
Okay, so if this hole is normally going to be a 5 wood or a 4 wood through that gap. This is not the world's friendliest look. Like I said, Chris knows how to play this course. He's going with a double clicker. Okay. If it were me, I would just go 1 click right here and take my chances of cutting it sharply through that gap. Because even if you hit those fronds, a lot of times it'll stay up in that little alley there and keep you from going wet. He's going with a double click, kind of more of a full approach. Avoids the trees and almost makes it. Pretty good. So Luna's going to move on. He's safe on 18 there. I think if you were to ask Paul, he's glad to get through that match because it could have gone sideways for him on the front 9. And he was able to ace 10 and take control of that match and kind of win it going away. But really good run by Orlando. Like we said, he beat Paul yesterday to knock Paul into the loser's side. Paul gets the last laugh in this match, but a really good run for Orlando. And these guys know each other really well. Good friends. And never fun beating one of your buddies. But unfortunately,
A lot of times
it's
you
going to
see
happen
that.
if you make a run. So.
Yeah. All right, let's.
A little Danny Boy sighting
Wait,
there.
Danny Boy's wearing a shirt that's not just plain white? Is something wrong?
Amazing.
Cameraman, can we get a close-up of that? I kid.
Anybody want to buy a trackball?
Now, this is a bit of a long look here on 5.
Yeah, I'm normally hitting a 10.5 off the tee here, but yeah, I can see why you might be tempted to try a 9.5 or even an 8.5. But Chris is going to take his chances there. Probably have maybe a little cut 3-wood in from there.
Well, we'll have to. Oh, there we go. I was at the pink bracket from Challenge was not loading, but we got it up here.
If you're just joining us in this match, Chris Brewer, the 1-stroke lead here on Tropical Falls.
So it looks like Rick Williams and Joey D'Angelo are playing in the King of the Hill match
Okay.
on the pink bracket. So they.
A couple good players in their own right. Probably weren't real happy with how they qualified yesterday, but they're playing well today and making the most out of their opportunities. So.
Yep.
Yeah, the cut yesterday was a tough one to make. The 2 courses that were not involved in the qualifier were Hidden Temple and Ante Cocos, which, in my opinion, are 2 kind of the easier courses for sure. So it was a real challenge out there yesterday, myself included. Couldn't keep it together after the first couple rounds, and there were a lot of people that ran into some issues on Tropical and Pine down the stretch.
Yeah. Greg Kinsler, thanks for joining. Howdy, he says, happy Marathon Sunday Fun Day. Yep.
Oh, Kens, how you doing, buddy? Just like Jay Johnson, need to get you out to one of these things. Been too long.
I got to say, I'm still very disappointed that nobody has aced hole 6 of
I've
Tropical.
driven the green once.
And I'm also disappointed. I fully expect the first person to ace it by using the walkway.
Sure.
Going in there, that would be, a nice,
I think
shot of the year opportunity.
I think Paul Taylor sent a video in last week of him driving the green and getting close to making it.
Oh, really? I don't know if I caught that one. I'll have to take a look. It's a nice little look, though, for the 9-iron. Ooh.
So when I'm thinking of this course, honestly, I think the front 9 can be more difficult than the back at times. It's kind of not traditionally the case.
Oh.
Chris gets a little lucky.
Yeah, he's got that hill to bounce off of.
So, I mean, when you get into hole 8 and 9 can be potential, stroke gainers or losers for people. 9, when you have to cut it around those trees, can be real tricky. And then we'll see what the back nine looks like. Some of these holes are going to be drivable, some of them won't. Nothing against Bobby, but I would take Brewer against pretty much anybody on this course just because of he is quite adept at it.
Kinsler says his PEGT days are over. I don't believe that. He's retired once. He can unretire again.
Absolutely. Okay, yeah, I thought he sent a video in. I thought Paul sent a. I noticed the
I
hole
must have
it was
missed
on,
that.
and I didn't watch the video, but I could tell it was that hole, so I figured something.
I thought he was
something cool
close. I
happened.
didn't realize he actually had it. I'll have to go back and take a look at that. Both two really good runs at it. You know, I wonder what, if you're Bobby, what are you thinking right now?
I think you just got to stay patient. This is not the type of course where you can get super aggressive. There's going to be opportunities for Chris to make mistakes, and he's going to have to pounce if Chris does. I think you wait, kind of bide your time. You be aggressive when you can. And then, if you get down to 15, 16, 17, you're still down, then you take a different approach. But what you can't do is give your opponent, an easy 2 strokes and then really take yourself out of the match. So I think he'll kind of bide his time. He's been steady. Obviously been playing well all weekend. So he's going to take everything he has in the 9.5 here.
I feel like every time I play this course, I get that front pin. All right, sounds like Baja Ria for CJ's match against Mr. Paul Luna.
There's a lot of people that have a bad case of Baja Ria in here today.
Yeah, as soon as those guys are checked in, I'm sure we'll throw them up on there. We'll throw them on the 4 screen.
So this is one of the holes to watch I'd mentioned coming up here on 9. I would say 15 potentially be one to watch, and we'll see how. Really, if it comes down to 18, typically whoever has the lead is going to hang on to it. It is one of the easier 18th holes, and compared to how tricky the rest of the course is, it's kind of nice that they gave us a little bit of a reprieve on 18. But really, the opportunities for game strokes, this is one where it can be a two-shot swing if somebody goes wet. So really nice shot by Chris. Great distance control there. And Kevin will get to your questions here in just a second. Matt, we're going to see what Bobby does with this tee shot. Stay good, stay good. Good ball.
Yeah, should have an easy putt. Just gotta be careful with those down slopes a little bit.
So we've got Pine Creek for Paul and CJ. If they'd have played Baja, that may have gone 54 extra holes. 1 pixel short. I know the feeling. I like being aggressive there. I just didn't quite have the. But now if I'm Paul, honestly, I know that it's tempting to.
Yeah.
I think you got to lay up though. I think you can't risk doing the same thing that CJ just did.
Right. It's a smart tournament play.
I mean, CJ's more than capable of making that chip from where he's dropped, but I still think it's the right play to not force the issue unless the odds would have to be a little bit better than.
Ouch. You could tell CJ was expecting the chip there because he was not expecting the drop he got.
Right.
And then, Matt, so.
And I think that's what Paul was looking for, was actually to see where they had dropped him before he made his decision.
And that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's why he. So I think typically he's going for that. I think he trusts that he can hit that 180 and get it there. But I think it was the smart move to just go ahead and more than likely take the 1 stroke that he's given you. Really tough look here for Chris and Bobby on Tropical 11. It's one of the, when that wind is blowing out like that, that is just a nasty shot.
I mean, is there anything they can do other than lay up or hit that 2-iron? And I don't even know how is that. Well, Do low 2 there.
I have hit a 5 hybrid onto the screen, believe it or not.
See, I've tried
From like 240.
My
and
problem is it
cut
just
around
goes so damn. It's so damn hot.
It was probably the best shot I've hit all year, honestly. It was lucky as hell, but.
Oh yeah, you know. Well, and these guys on hole 2, they didn't have the typical like.
So I mean,
Yeah.
you know, maybe if you have like a 2 hybrid or something like that, it's just coming in so hot. You know, at that angle, it's just a really hard shot to keep it on the green, even if you execute the cut.
It's just not worth the risk, honestly. And then Matt, so we've actually talked to everybody. So everybody who's already qualified is in. So we don't even have to worry about that. But the course next week is going to be 2021 par 4 with the mixed tees. So it'll be the last week of qualifying for home edition owners, and then
all drivable par 4s, or
yeah, all
some,
drivable
some
par 4s.
non-drivables in there.
No, it's
so
it's
probably be a 36 setup, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the plan. There's a couple of holes in there. I don't know what 99% of the time it's going to be par 4s, but a couple of them are the drivable par 5s that are now par 4s, and then regular par 5. But par won't change. But with the mixed tees coming out tonight, we wanted to make sure that we put out that par 4 contest.
And sorry to not trying to.
No, you're good.
Now this is the part of the round where, we were saying Bobby's got to bide his time a little bit, but on these par 3s you got to be aggressive. It's really one of your chances to try to steal that stroke back. That was not a great look for it, but he's getting to that point now where the clock's kind of ticking in his head a little bit. He knows he's running out of holes. So 6 holes left there. Chris with a 1-stroke lead. Both guys playing really well. I think Chris was clean on the front and Bobby was 1 off, and they're both, in my opinion, clean on the back, because I don't think 11 was really doable. So kind of a fun look here. It's definitely the drivable look. You got to be careful not to hit it too far.
Yeah, I like where the pin's at and where the wind's at. I've had a couple of looks on this recently where
pretty makeable,
it's
really.
drivable, but then, the pin's just all the way at the end, It gets a little tough. Let's see what Mr. Brewer does. Goes with bite.
10.5, yeah.
It's a clean shot.
And everything on this green is relatively flat, so I mean, if you can really kind of go after this if you're comfortable with the club in your hand. It's one of those you can get it. You can get it around the hole. Give it a chance. Sit down.
Oh no.
Yeah, and that's the one danger of that hole is it is easy to go long.
Yeah, with such a drop between the tee box and the green, it's just unfortunate he didn't cut enough off of
See
it.
if he can knock this in and make a good save. Good effort. So that'll be a 3-stroke lead for Chris Burr, presuming that he makes his putt here. So Chris in pretty good shape to move on. That's another guy that, I think for a couple of years now, people have been expecting to win one of these things, and he's putting himself in a position to be amongst the final few. So see if he can keep it together.
Yeah, and Matt, to answer your question, unfortunately, no, the 4 additional spots for home is all we've got for the home right now. And that, that's not going to be changing. So, and here's the thing, even if you don't get qualified, there's still going to be the opportunity to have the closest to the pin contest in Vegas. If you need an excuse to come out, hang out in Vegas for a couple of days, there'll be plenty of spots available for that during the 2022 World Championship.
So let's kind of check back in on Luna and CJ here, since
Oh.
Burr seems to have that one at least in pretty good control right now. Good effort, good run there by CJ on that shot. And Pine is another one of those courses. There's going to be, even if you get one or two strokes down, you're going to have opportunities to get back in it.
Yeah, CJ,
especially with 17. 17's a bear. So.
Yeah, 17, I never liked that when I played Golden Tee 3D golf when I had nothing but stock clubs and balls, and I sure as hell don't like it now with custom clubs and balls and tees.
I can't even imagine playing that one with, like so many of these, without tees. I mean, it's just a whole different ball game.
I will say that is only second on my worst favorite Jim Z par 3, because I think it's Golden Tee 2000. There's a par 3 that is literally like par 4 distance. You can't. It's
like
even
380-yard par 3 or something.
No, it's something just about as close. But yeah, still a tough one.
This is a tricky little pin here in this par 3, CJ and Paul. That is tucked back in there. That one was difficult for either one of them to make too aggressive of a run.
And again, Luna's one of those guys that when he's on a hot streak, he's hot. But again, he's on the loser side. So,
CJ's 3 or 4 more matches to.
Yeah, and CJ's only down 1, and they're still early on in Pine Creek. So he just has to stay out of his own head. And I think I'm going to start just ignoring what other people are doing when in match play. It's so hard to do that, but otherwise, you're just wondering, what are you going to do? How do I change this? Also, I'm glad to see Chris lay that up. He has no reason to go for that.
That is. I would call that look uncouth.
Now, Bobby got lucky there because he could have easily dropped that in the water.
For sure.
He's got an opportunity to. Oh, look at that. CJ on Pine holing out.
We'll take that match back to a tie.
Oh, and Chris almost holing out from the fairway. So this is Bobby's opportunity.
Yeah, he's get back within 2 if he can knock this in.
Oh, look at that.
Great shot.
And then Casey, so it's not money shot in Vegas. It's now. Are you talking about the Friday money shot contest that you can play on commercial games? Or are you talking about closest to the pin Friday live in Las Vegas?
So Bobby's got honors back here. This is the one where you.
Oh, look at that, Paul.
Just right back in his eye.
Oh wow, what tree! He literally went through a tree branch, like a tree leaf. So he better write Jim Z a Christmas card because that should have been in the water in the end of his run. But play it as it lies,
Absolutely. 17 could be, if it's could be a little dastardly wind on 17. He's still in it. Probably gonna need to hold something out, put some more pressure on Chris. Down 2 or 3 to play, but far from over.
Yeah, good shots by those guys.
So we've got dueling hole-outs over here between Paul and CJ. CJ holes out to get it back square, and then
Paul Luna does Paul
wastes
Luna things.
No time to get the stroke
back. So Casey, the closest to the pin contest in Vegas, that's going to be usually we do like a $20 or $25 entry, and then I think in 2019 we did 2 free entry spots into Worlds. So we'll at least have that, if not a couple more, for this year.
And Brewer holing out to get that back up 3. So.
And at that point, Bobby just laughs. You
You
can't.
got to shake your head and tip your cap. And like I said, he's a machine on this course. Honestly, I would take him over anybody else in the world on this course.
Honestly, this is the best 17 I've seen in a while.
Yeah, pretty friendly
for
look.
Bobby to have to make a run, try to make a run because 18's pretty, usually pretty easy. Or if you're Chris Brewer who just drops it, you kind of make it a little tough.
It's I was not lying when I said that he knows how to play that course. So we're going to the back 9 here between Paul and CJ. Paul holding on to a 1-stroke lead.
So Ricky, Bobby, Thursday and Friday are going to have Golden Tee Mobile events going on, and then Friday we'll have closest to the pin arcade, and then Saturday qualifying and Sunday. Probably unlikely that we have doubles. We did do some fun in between qualifying courses where we drew tickets from the audience and people had a chance to play for money. Those haven't been decided yet, but I'm sure we'll do something for everybody that comes out to Las Vegas to either participate or hang out during the World Championship events.
Well, Chris is going to walk away winner in this, but really good run for Bobby. Played extraordinarily well last night and today to get to this point. And congrats to him for a great run.
Now, technically, Chris could, knock this in the water. And
3 times?
Yeah.
He's just going to lay it up. Yeah.
It's
hard to lay
I'm
up.
sure we've seen.
It's kind of hard to lay up a turbo putt.
Yeah, I'm sure we've seen weirder things happen.
Yeah, that's the smart play. He's going to lay up with a putt and still shoot his 30. He does.
That's true.
Not too shabby. Great win for Chris Brewer
Yeah,
as his run
and
continues.
congrats to Bobby. It was a good run.
Absolutely. So we've got the drivable look there on 12 for Paul and CJ. Paul does what he should there, safely knocks it on. Sometimes you can even kind of go through this last tree and still have yourself a putt.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of aces where people actually have clipped those trees and fallen right in. And Ricky Bobby, yes. So everyone and literally their mother, please bring your mother to Vegas to play close to the pin, whoever wants to bring their family. But no, close to the pin is open to every single person. Qualifier, people who are already qualified can play in it. People that want to win the entry spot can play in it. But, it'll be a combination of, prizes, but also the, World Championship spots are going to be the headlines.
Paul cut the 5-bird in there. He had to take a lot off of that because seemed like a lot of club, but he manipulated it.
I was a little, I saw that and I was like, I know Paul's a much better player than me, but that feels dangerous.
Yeah, it was just that was all ball speed there. Just making sure he had. They both hit pretty similar shots. Really, I think, like so often the case, when this is spun at match play, it's going to come down to 17. So
yeah.
Kind of at the scoreable part of the course here, where you have 4 straight eagle holes. Kind of eases up on you a little bit.
39, Andy Fox, Chris Brewer.
And CJ's going to go after this. This is makeable.
Yeah, I love the fact that that pin's not dead center of the green, but it's pretty close. It gives him some room to use that 14-mile-an-hour wind to land the green and kind of give it a little bit of roll. So it looks like Chris Brewer is going to be playing Andy Fox here shortly. I think that's what I heard.
I'll probably stick around through the end of this match and then
we'll get some.
Go try to hit a track ball once before I have to play some matches later today.
Yeah, we'll cover this one and then get a few more people in the rotation.
Cool. Had fun as always.
Oh yeah, no, I
it?
appreciate you.
Yeah.
It's been so nice over the last couple of years to see so many people jumping in. You guys make my life easier because I don't have to sit behind the desk for 12 hours.
Everybody.
You guys all bring a different flavor of
different
commentary
perspective.
and different equipment, different shots, different
I think I've got
insights
I
on
think I've
that.
gotten through this without complaining about stouts
Until now.
only like twice. So
That's
I'm
all right.
pretty impressed with myself.
I appreciate that. I'm sure I could tell you I've had enough of those conversations throughout the weekend.
So we're going to go into 16 here, which is a par 5 where I imagine they're both going to lay up and go through the chute. Just kind of depends on where the pin is. Sometimes it is, sometimes you can take a look around those trees and go long, but I think anytime that pin's in the middle or middle back, you just want to give yourself a good angle to go through the chute here.
Yeah, and it's almost better to have that, a straight wind here, but when they lay up, get that, left to right, because then you can just cut through the trees.
And the wind's blowing away from the water. It takes a little bit of your stress level off.
Yeah.
But, you still have to be able to hit a decent cut a lot of times. So.
Yeah, and these guys, at least Luna here, getting pretty solid setup where he's not far off the line.
Settle.
I hit that pretty damn hard, and then, of course, almost went in. But when you just see it, flying off the club, you're like, oh, no, did he overhit that?
He knew it. Yeah, he's probably mad that didn't go in because that was a pretty good ball.
Now, I don't use the 4-wood, but I'm kind of intrigued in the fact they use bite.
I would probably chip this, but it's I just don't see this putt getting it. It may get there. I hope for his sake that it does.
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, and the problem too is I don't know
if
what
you chip it, you don't want to go wet.
Right. I don't know what club he uses, but it's so easy, especially in like match play like this, to just accidentally push it too far to the left or right. And
Paul's gonna be real happy he picked up a stroke there because it's easy to dump 2 strokes on this hole right here. These guys are pretty consistent, but we're all capable of finding danger on this hole for sure.
I did see somebody hit a 9 hybrid high tee
If you're Eddie G, you just hit like a 2-iron through the trees or something. And
Yeah.
Takes all the.
I'm surprised he hasn't done it with the driver yet.
Good shot. He's cutting that against the wind to keep, to keep the ball spinning the way he wants it to. Just have way more control. CJ's gonna go the opposite route and take it with the wind.
Now I'm always so nervous. Oh, beautiful shot. Always so nervous going right around the trees because
if you hit anything,
you're wet.
You're in trouble.
At least on the left side, you're gonna have a pretty tough chip or approach shot, but you can still pull out par.
Sure.
Now I get it. He felt more comfortable. He was trying to go for the A's.
Yeah, and he almost dunked it. So Paul, I would imagine, is gonna lay up here. He's got 2-stroke lead. No reason to bring extra danger into play.
And I can't imagine there's even any shot of CJ going at this. I don't think it's.
Well, I think he has to kind of.
He could at least try to get it up there for the chip.
Yeah, get it up to the trap, maybe.
Or maybe just go one click to the right and just do a big old C3. You think it'll work?
I don't see that.
Me either.
The problem is, even if it lands green, it's going to bounce through it if you try that approach.
Yeah, if he ultra shots it,
Yeah, I mean.
Likelihood is 0, but
Yeah, he's going medium T, looks like. Or is he high T? Okay.
He's got a high T on there.
Good shot. That was the play. He was aggressive.
See, and the thing that's tough about that is that, let's say Paul birdies and he eagles, he's still out.
That was that extra stroke on.
Yeah,
really
that
just gave.
Or if you're Paul Luna and almost just.
Great match between those guys. Really good run by CJ. I know he's gonna be disappointed to drop this one, but Paul played a great round, and
that's what I was worried about him doing on 17, or excuse me, 16.
And at this point, when you know the match is already over. You're just kind of trying to go.
Normally at that point, I just take the driver and I just, jam it in there and
practice your driver chips.
Yeah, call it a day.
So Luna's gonna continue his run. CJ Wengler, great opening tournament here for him. Another great impressive finish. I'm going to bid you adieu. Maybe be back up here later.
Appreciate it, Mike. Thanks for jumping up here. And as we switch over to now Chris Brewer and Andy Fox, I'm also going to step back. We'll get a couple more people in the rotation here, but you are watching main event matches here, gold bracket matches at the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic.
John, it's a peach. Come on, buddy. I'm up 4 strokes, I'll take it off. You give me 4 right now and I won't wear them. How about that? Seem fair?
Paul Luna, Randy Haas, machine 2. Paul Taylor, you want to get paid?
If I hit it straight and the wind blows that way and I miss it that way.
I was looking at that too. I was like, uh-oh, that looks pretty good.
I was like, I I would accept it missing on the left, but how do you miss on the right when you hit it straight and the wind blows the other way?
When I saw your line there, I mean, obviously I'm at a different angle, but I was like, boy, I hope that wind blows that ball a little bit.
A little bit to the left.
Yeah.
It's an IT wind. Blows it backwards.
Aaron Good, game change, team 4. Jerry Sheldon, come get paid. Chris Wonder, come get paid. Paul Taylor, come get paid.
I just sat down, but I'm Dave Sandmeyer.
And I am Jason Stark.
And we are going to call some matches for you guys. So we have Andy Fox from Minnesota, Chris Brewer from South Carolina.
And we are playing on Once Cocos.
And just getting started, hole 4. So we just sat down, so we'll look at the score here in a minute. But this is getting late in the matches. I know that. I don't know what place this is for. Maybe 5, 6, I'm guessing.
Somewhere around there, I would believe.
Both these guys play stouts. And all right, we are going to also add Luna and Haas because they are just getting fired up. So you guys will get a couple of matches to watch. So it looks like trying to look. They're playing Tropical, so you can get a heck of a match over on Tropical with these two guys.
Well, also on Once between Brewer and Fox. I mean, between the two matches, I mean it's insane.
It's really 4 of the best players in the world.
Oh yes.
So we're like I said, just getting caught up. They just asked me and Jason to sit down. So Andy hit a great shot on 2 through the trees. I'm guessing Paul is gonna hit the exact same shot, 10.5 through the trees. And then the look these guys have on Once is a pretty good one here too.
It gives you a couple options on Once here for this particular shot, but how Fox played it gives you a right straight forward shot.
Jason plays way more games than I do, so he's here because he's hit a lot of these shots. Jason probably plays 1,000 games more a month than I do, but so he sees a lot of these looks more than I do. Chris is hooking it in. He'll be fine up there.
Yeah, that's kind of the normal shot that I would do on say right there, because it's a straight solid look, and Either with a 3-wood or a 10.5, you should be able to, with backspin, get it at least within distance.
So it looks like Luna and Haas are just going to tie that hole and stay all square through 3.
And I think on the Brewer Fox, I think that one is all tied, I think. Or Fox may be up by, nope, Fox has got, yeah, Fox is up by 1 right now going into hole 6 on Once. So.
This look on Tropical gives a lot of people fits. They make it look so easy. How's it going, Ricky Bobby? Nice seeing you again. Corey Neely, he left, but he's still chatting away. These 2 holes are pretty easy, I guess, especially Tropical. Not
That
a lot
was
to
one
go
thing I
around.
was going to say was, now I was curious for their second shot, like try to go around the bank of the tree there, and either with bite or backspin, one of the two.
If it's up top, they usually hit backspin. This little baby cut, that's not that bad of a shot.
And then with Fox here on hole, I think it's 6 of Once. Yeah, hole 6, nothing on it. Just try to run right at the pin.
I think one of these guys is going to give Haas or Luna are going to really give this a run.
Oh, yes.
To maybe get one here.
I think out of everybody that plays Golden Tee on Tropical, the only one person I've ever seen drive this particular hole on Tropical is Paul Taylor.
Yeah, he's got it a couple of times.
Yeah. So, I mean, and how he did it was like so amazing. Like, I think he bounced off of one and then over the water, and then, yeah, that was like unbelievable.
See if Andy can get it. Almost. There's 2 Andys playing, so that kind of sounds confusing.
Well, if you just know Fox Force 5, that kind of tells you right there. And then Ship It has always been Andy Haas.
So Tropical has some teeth on the back 9, so that can sneak up. So Chad Carmichael, that you can shoot -1 on Tropical. Well, I mean, Jason obviously did, and he plays a lot of Golden Tee. But Jason doesn't play Tropical a lot, so.
I'm still a little rough around the edges on Tropical. I mean, there's a couple times where I'll shoot, I think my best is 25 on Tropical. But, I mean, I still got to learn some of the ins and outs yet, and I basically kind of get a little bit here and there.
He's working on it.
So I'll climb the ladder, but it will take extra steps in order to
in the qualifier, it's lock condition cards, so you haven't seen those conditions unless you're here. And there were some tough setups in that. Granted, there were some good scores, but there's some really good players here.
Oh,
so.
yes, definitely. I mean, the same goes for Pine Creek too. I mean, if you look at like between the 2 remastered courses,
Fox got it. No, it just stopped on the edge. Looked like it was going in. Both of those guys, I believe, are going to the island. Paul and Haas. Oh my goodness! Wow.
I thought maybe he would have got a bounce off the bridge there, and that would have been like spectacular on its own.
Just came up a little short. See if Paul can make a chip and keep it within 1. That's not a great chip. So we're still 1 between Brewer and Fox, and we'll see what happens here on the Luna Haas match. See if Paul can stuff it. And he got it. Wow.
And he got it.
What a
wow.
What a great
Epic shot. Wow.
keep it within one. So, some obviously, like we said earlier, these are the best players. So
Yes, indeed. Like when it comes to the world of Golden Tee, you're gonna learn a lot from Haas and Luna and Fox and Brewer, as
Yeah.
well as many of other players as well.
yeah.
So
Yeah, if you've never been to a tournament, to come watch this happen live is pretty incredible. So Paul's going to be chasing. You're going to see some really good shots coming out of Luna.
I was just gonna say, he's gonna
chasing
come
a
out of the
stroke,
gate.
and Andy doesn't give. Andy does not give up strokes. So Paul's going to have to go get it. And Anse just doesn't have the swing holes that Tropical does.
Yeah. Like you'll notice right away that, like with Paul with Luna, like he'll be dialed in. Like he's got the thumbs going, he's got the shots, like anything that would be like spot on 100%.
No change in the Luna Haas match yet, and we'll see if Andy can get this dialed in.
It's actually a good shot if it comes back.
Yeah, see what happens. Brewer's going to be chasing too, so we'll see what happens there.
I was just about ready to say that. Yeah, Brewer's gonna be on the hunt here, trying to do whatever it takes.
There's not a lot of guys that point more than these four guys, so you should see some incredible shots. This look on the Haas Luna match, this hole is really tough. Obviously, if you guys play Golden Tee, you know that. Andy just spun it back into the sand, and we'll see what Paul does. It should be a good shot. A lot of times it's a full, but that's what it looks like it is here. So
I think there was one time I got on the green on this one, and I think I played it with a low tee, and I think I skipped it off the water. I'd have to look back at my footage, but I think there was one time I actually got on the green in this, and I was baffled when I did it. Like I couldn't believe it.
love you too, Rhino.
Oh,
wow, what a run.
That came in hot. Like if that didn't ricochet like off the flag stick, that would have.
Wow, that was a heck of a chip.
Yikes.
I'm going to say this is like 95% make for Andy. So we'll see what happens. He could be down 2, which is tough to make up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty much auto.
Yeah.
So Jason and I are both out of Wisconsin, if you don't know that. So we flew down and to play a little Golden Tee for a weekend and watch some of this incredible Golden Tee. I didn't play great. Went 2-2 last night, and 2-0 last night, and 0-2 today. So, but it's still fun to come down and hang out, and incredible group of people, and just play some Golden Tee. What a shot that was!
Yeah, that was epic on Luna.
Yeah.
Yeah, and going back to what you were mentioning about your gameplay and everything like that, same with me. I went 2-1, or no, 1-2, and it's still a little bit like it was a little bit of a rough road. I mean, in the qualifying, I think Baja Forest Monte was okay, and then like going back to Tropical and Pine. That does take a little bit of work. Like I said, going back to climbing up the ladder. But, I mean, I think out of the 2 tournaments that I've been at, yeah.
What a shot. Paul went for it, and Andy laid up, but Andy's going to have to try to hold out, or Paul gets one back. Most likely.
All right, so let's see what Fox has in store here on Once.
Just a little left. Both kicking putts for those guys. So if you've never been to a Golden Tee tournament, nerves come into play. So even these guys, you know, you start playing, it doesn't look like it, but being off just a little bit, it happens. So when we'll see what happens here in the back nine of these two games. So I'm positive that all four of these guys are playing stouts too. I think pretty much all but 5 people in the building are playing them. So it just goes to show you that it's a popular ball, even though people complain
I thought
about
Luna
them.
had that.
And I'll recognize that, you know, all these guys, the last 2 guys chatting, you know.
Oh,
they're
Fox
Wisconsin
got one.
guys. Andy got another one. Nice. Hi, Billy. That's a good-looking shot by Paul.
Oh,
that was a great shot.
That was unbelievable. I thought Luna had that for sure. I mean, that was coming in like so awesome.
Not going to spin with high T, so they both make the same score. That's not changing. Andy's still up the 1.
Yeah, and I think Haas is up 1 right now against Luna.
Fox missed that just a little bit left. See if Chris can get this dialed in. Great shot by Haas. Paul's going to have to go get one.
Yeah, I think for Luna, I think he's gonna have to drain it.
Fox is up 2 on 16. Brewer's got to be. He's got to think hole out for the next couple of holes. 18's not always that makeable.
And 17 is somewhat. We got Jeremy Adams. Miss you guys. Thank you very much. We miss you just as much as you miss us.
Brewer really need to hit that closer. He's gonna need Andy to make a mistake, or he's gonna need 2 hole outs in the next 2 holes, or his day is done. The King of the Hill match should be coming up fairly shortly. That is that's going to be Ryan McCook and GVK. That should be a great match.
I was just going to say, that's shaping up to be an epic match.
So Luna's pretty much got to make this. So we'll see what happens. It really spins into a 13-mile-an-hour wind, so he should be able to give it a run.
And Luna's down by 2, correct?
I think he's only down 1.
So it basically, yeah, so 18 here on Tropical basically kind of determines whether, excuse me, kind of determines who's going to take this match down between Luna and Haas.
Brewer gave that a run. He had to. I mean, you really don't have a choice. So the match is over if he doesn't make it. really, unless Andy Waters 18, I guess. But
And I don't think you would see that from Fox. I mean, depending on where the pin lays, though, is the question on its own on 18 Avance.
and that's going to be a really tough putt. So the Brewer Fox match is pretty much over. But we can see what happens over here. Paul almost made it.
Wow.
I guess he's kind of hoping Andy.
I mean, that's like what I said earlier, that Luna, he gets dialed in. I mean, once he hits those shots, whether if it's cuts or fulls, he gets dialed in. I mean, the radar is right on target.
So that one's over too. So we both matches are over. Okay. So we, I mean, I'm not sure if you guys watch a lot of this. Obviously, I'm assuming you do because you're tuning in today. But you got to watch Luna and Haas, which are two of the best players in the world. I don't think a lot of people play more games than them, but if there are a couple people, it's Brewer and Fox. All four, 3 out of the 4 guys play this game for a living. Andy Haas has a day job nowadays, but he still plays a ton of games. But it's pretty good. We're going to try to get a couple more matches, but I think we're going to take a quick commercial break and come back with a couple more good matches.
2021 has been another crazy year in the world, but live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down 2-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again, or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.
Mark Gomez, Chris Longino on 1.
Or if you give up. Just when you give up. I think 5-6. Something 10. He said something 10.
And I know he really wants this. I mean, he was close in Dallas. I mean, excuse me, he was close in St. Cloud. He really was playing well there, and just he got, I forget who it was he was playing with, hold out the next to last hole, and he ended up losing by one. So he's right there.
See if Evan can get this up out of the rough. Okay, he plays it correctly safe over on the left side of the green there, and actually curls back a little bit.
Not an issue
out
at all.
Out of that rough, you can't really mess around with that whole spot behind that water if you're just asking for it. He's going to cut that one in there. See if he can get it to turn enough. Nope. Not a bad idea there.
Yeah, absolutely. So both these guys, both matches, looks like clean through four.
sage advice from our director. We'll just keep gassing. Get the bounce, George. Get over that
So
cactus.
George,
He gets that bounce just a little higher. He knew it, too. That's exactly what he was trying to hit, was that fairway bounce. Jump over the cactus.
Let's
and be on
see
the
if
green.
Ryan's going to try the same thing to see if he can get the lucky bounce. And there's, ooh.
See if he gets that one. He's going to be straight onto that. Around the rocks. Nope, he clipped one as
He
well.
missed it. And Evan just missing the hole-in-one over here.
Oh, my.
I mean,
How's that
I
still
think
in
it
the
rolled
air?
right over the
How's
hole.
that still in the
It
air?
rolled right over the hole.
How's that still in the air? A little tiny bounce.
So
George
the
has
Evan
got a
Fox match will they'll stay clean.
Yeah, George has got a decent look at actually trying to get this one, so he's going to throw that chip down there. Nope, kind of got a right hop. Landed a little shorter than he wanted to, I think. Ryan's going to have to be careful about these little yucca cactus or whatever they're called. Little tiny guys. I don't think it'll grab that. He doesn't think it'll grab that, but we're going to find out real fast here. Yep, got out clean. Good.
And he's fine. Andy just missing the hole again, so Evan's going to obviously make a run right here. Not a bad look.
Not a bad look to slide one by there. Green's helping you, wind's helping you a little bit. Yep. And he actually got it on the left side of that hole. Impressively done.
So Evan lets out a sigh right there, but Andy goes to one side and he's going to the other, so they're right there.
As I say, we got her surrounded. Throw it up there, look for George. To the right.
Good shot.
Andy and Evan have got to look where they're going to probably try to hold this one out too, because they can get down along that right fairway there and have a pretty straight wind to get in that kind of tucked pin spot. But I bet they'll have 5 hybrid or something and climb right on top of that pin. I almost feel like when you got the 2 matches going here, Tim, that you're on an episode of Iron Chef. You've got the field reporters running around, and they got 5 cooks going over here.
That's right.
Sure, Shen, we've got something going on over here.
So Andy cutting it in, Evan cutting it in there.
So I had a feeling one of those guys was going to get all over that one. It's a good look for
George looking at this,
Gets the bounce right? Not quite.
Andy doing the same thing. He's going to come up a little bit short.
Swing, but he's probably going to get that one. But more twist than he was hoping for. Yep, no problem.
Yeah, not a problem. So everybody's clean through 6.
7 there. 7 on Baja. They're on 8, hole 8 on Forest. Got the around the left side look, which is honestly one of my I like this shot a lot better than the other one.
I do too.
Feels like you can work the ball and get it to kind of behave, whereas the other way you're just trying to put it in the middle somewhere and make your putt. So let's see if they can take advantage of that. Like Andy was relatively close. Low 3 for Evan. Bounce it up.
Good bounce.
Now get over it. Yeah,
all right.
Good run. Good run. That'll give you a little pucker, though, if it doesn't quite get far enough. You know?
Yeah. Oh.
Ooh. Hole troll.
Andy.
On hole troll, done got it.
Luckily he got the finger in
he
there.
Knew it, too. You see, look,
oh,
he was shaking. So, okay. Okay.
Yep. So clean through 8 right there.
Good run by George.
Not a bad look here on 9. So
12 win there. Just going to thumb that out there. No, he's loose with that one too. That's gonna be a chip. I think he did stay up in the fringe for the chip. If he hadn't rolled down on the green there, that's a stroke penalty basically, because he's not getting through that fringe. I don't think. So I think Evan's gonna be out a little bit farther to the right here to be safe about it. Or he just puts it in the hole.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, like I said, he was right.
Yeah.
Just called it. So yeah, that was another inch. Andy's could be stymied, but he's not. Let's see if he can capitalize on that. Yeah, he did. No, he left it out. Stay.
So that's going to...
There's a stroke. There's the first stroke. Oh,
no. Come on, Andy.
No.
So that's going to put him up about 2.
That's a big mental error. 1 you can deal with. 2 is not what you want to go down to at the turn.
Yep.
To player of the Keller with any of the folks in this field. Even for GBK and McCook. No surprise there for Baja, other than I saw quite a few buzz by, but nobody quite get there.
Jay, I do believe Hickey does have a Worlds qualifier. I think he did qualify.
I think he does. I think he got it in the commercial event maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago.
Now, in this match between Andy and Evan, you taught me this shot yesterday right through those middle of the trees. I actually just taught some other people that same shot earlier this morning. They didn't
know about that one?
Didn't know about that one.
Yep, and then when actually it seems for me that all weekend this long, this wind has been in this direction where you kind of just face one left or face one right and full it in there because that tree gets in your way no matter where you're at in that fairway. So let's see if wait, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Something is awry at the Gossett Fox match. And I'm not sure what it is.
So McCook and GVK, like I said, somebody's going to have to hold something out here, or we're going to see a lot of.
You're going to see a whole lot of golf, yeah, a whole lot of golf.
Could be like we saw in Sussex, where almost everybody was on Baja, and it seemed like we were shooting 26, 27 holes. So they're tied now going into 12. And we'll get back to the Fox Gossett match here in just a minute. Not sure what's going on.
Once they get rolling again, I think they have something. There's something going on with that one, but I'm not sure just what yet. Maybe somebody needed a break. I don't know. But we'll continue on with this one.
So George went around to the right. Looks like.
Yeah, trying to get that straight wind again.
I like it. And Ryan's probably going to do the same thing.
Let's see more of the same. With that pin close, that'll be helpful too because then you'll be able to just hit it just past with that backspin and have it come back towards the hole. It's going to get down in time.
And that's going to be.
Didn't quite get down in time. Yeah, that was a good try. Good shot.
George almost the exact same shot.
Yep. Come on back. And then his came up left side.
Yep.
And we're back with Evan and Andy as well, so that's good. Evan makes a good run at the hole, and he's got another chip here as he overcut his on the previous shot. Nope. Nope. Chips are getting loose.
That's going to put Andy down 3.
That's a tough hill there. Chips are getting a little loose. Hoping for some magic on 17, maybe, I guess. If you're Andy.
And George,
16 and 17.
George almost flew that.
Yeah,
flew
he was
that
close
green.
to that backside. I saw the look on his face. Like, ooh, how did that go that far? So only when bets in the front half here, yeah.
And Cookie's just going to be safe on the green.
No,
not make a run.
Not flirting with that. To design a hole for this year. Probably seeing some of its final tournament action. Hopefully, right? We get some new courses at some point.
Yep, and like Kevin and we were talking about earlier, at least by tomorrow we get the new or the mixed tees back in.
That'll help.
Which will help.
Get you some more looks.
Give us some different looks that we haven't had in quite a while.
Well, and I'll be interested to see. There's a couple of courses where people, they had their build-up bags originally, and then the holes changed up a little bit, so they made a few changes. So now with both tee sets in the mix, we get to adapt again. So it'll be interesting to see where people go with some of their bags.
I'm just happy to see some different looks.
Yeah,
so it'd be
for sure.
It will be nice
for sure.
And
Evan's just applying the pressure at this point. He's going to be safe, but he's going to be aggressive at the same time. Safely aggressive.
Oh, absolutely. He's not going to give up. He's not going to stop playing the game he plays.
George.
And George just missed that putt.
George missed his comeback putt up there. All right. That changes the algebra there for George. Not that he wasn't trying to get the hole outs before, but now he's got double reason to go get that stroke back as quick as he can.
And even right there, I don't know if you just saw that putt by Andy. Andy was he wasn't dead center cup on that putt, and it wasn't a hard putt. So he's just.
Yeah, I kind of get the feeling maybe he's kind of mentally
accepting
his fate, which is, it seems like there's still, 6 holes left here. But 3 strokes, it's a tall order. Even on a course like Forest, which will give some strokes if from time to time.
George knowing he's going to have to hold something out here going into the last several holes too.
He's got a decent look right here to be able to run this down the green. There's plenty of green to work with, so you can be able to. You have your choice of shots here. Just which one you're more comfortable with. I think for a lot of these guys, it's going to be the one that Ryan just played, the hit it halfway down the green and release it, and roll that down the rest of the way down the hill. That's the safely aggressive shot. George's going to go by and hit it pretty good, and had a pretty good run at it. You can see the wheels are turning in his head. Where am I going to go get this one?
Yep.
Ryan's not giving it to me. Where am I going to go get it? So we've got this par 4, the par 3 17, and then the 18th hole's all that George has left. There's a decent chance for a hole out on this one, though. This is a pretty good look at it. So I would expect to see 2 pretty good runs.
Good thumb by Ryan. Let's see.
Well,
It's not going to come back.
Yeah. He's making sure he didn't have a chip. George, though, I bet, does not have that high tee on it. I bet he goes gangbusters right at this sucker. Hit it past about halfway into between the pin and the backside, backspin. No, I'm going to bite instead. All right.
And he's
still
long.
got a good look.
Ooh.
Yep. So without that high tee, that checked in there real good. Oh. Much shouting.
Somebody just hold out somewhere. So we got Ryan still up 1 going into 17. And not a bad look on 17.
No, that's not what George needed to see. He may be slightly in between clubs here, but I'd be able to cut that down pretty easy with that low tee. Let it out there. Yeah. Oh, get on back. All right. Probably more aggressive than he wanted to be.
Yeah.
Straight up the hill putt,
yep,
though.
Safely below the hole.
Well, he's got that straight up the hill putt. So not worried about anything there. George with a 3-bird. 3-bird back. 2 chances. Nope. Didn't quite get to that wall. Good shot, though. Last chance. One last chance at it.
So this is one of the things, Matt, that I've learned playing head-to-head matches is just you can never give up until the last hole.
Well, yeah, you do have to, and it's really tough, right? You get behind like that. It's really tough to just kind of mentally
Good
check
chip
it
back
in,
by Andy, but
if you're not really careful about it.
But I could say 3 years ago when I was playing, if I got down by 1 early, I was mentally checked. And it's been a lot of matches in between there to learn that
that's not, yeah.
That's one stroke on a hole on a course is really not that much.
Evan knows that this look is there, but I would be surprised if he went for it. Yeah, I think that's a smart play. Gino on the top side in the King of the Hill match in the purple side, up 1 going into 16 against Mark Gomez. So there you go, Ryan Cook takes it down.
So Cookie takes GBK, so he'll sit and wait.
Andy Fox is going to stare this down and see if he can't get this to the green somehow. This is a really tough look, honestly. The distance isn't that bad, but just the tee box being offset to the left like that pretty far is going to make the line and the distance tough to achieve. But he's going to do some maths in his head, see if he can find a way to pick this stroke up right here with a putt, which Evan would honestly probably be fine with. Because then Andy gets a tee off first on 17.
Right.
And 18 if it goes to that. So it's not an he made the right play by going to the fairway for sure. Let Andy make the difficult shot.
Is it the cut that's going to cut the distance off on this match? Explain it a little bit.
Yeah. So I mean, right, you need to have it 10.5 because the 8.5 or the 9.5 aren't. Well, maybe the 9.5 clears, but he's going to go that way. Okay. Trees, avoid them. He did. Oh, he right at the very end.
He caught the Invisileaf.
Right. He got it as far out as he could too. He couldn't believe it. He thought he was clear, free and clear. Let's see where that one is.
And it's just, come on.
Man. Oh, wow.
That would have been would have been a great shot.
That would have been really impressive. I haven't seen too many people make it around the right side for that exact reason. But yeah, going through the gap there, the cut takes off that distance. The tailwind will help you a lot. You could probably, I don't know about Stouts, right? You got 5 wind. You probably couldn't do that with it. But a Titan or a streak ball, you probably could have got that around still with the distance and made it barely, though. Barely 360s right on the cusp. Good chip. Good
chip by Andy.
Nice job. Good birdie. See, and then he didn't lose any strokes, but yeah, he really thought he hit that one like he wanted to. I would like to have seen how that bounced up there because that would have been fun to see.
So still 3 strokes going into 17.
Yeah, I mean you're praying for a water ball here, and that'll get you 2.
And something funky on 18.
Yeah, and then,
so
you're right, and then craziness. Evan does what he's supposed to do, put it right there. Oh, he didn't hold it, but. Man, if he hits the hill there, I think you might be safe to soft as out coming in. But
yeah,
he didn't want to find out. I know that.
And he's like, did he really have to put it right there by the hole?
Yeah. So now you know. Got to be hole out, and then still hope for a bounce or something. So let's see what first step 1 is hole out this one. Cuts that in there. Top side, come on back. Nope, not quite. That'll pretty much do it. That got out cleanly. That will do it. So
this puts,
Evan's going to take down.
Is this
Andy
the top
Fox.
of the losers bracket?
This was going in 5-6, I think, is what this one was. Yeah.
So we still got.
So, I'm pulling it up right now.
Evan moving on.
I will show.
So this won't be. He won't be moving on to
Here you go.
GVK
So it'll
just
be,
yet.
This was So the winner of this is going to take on Andy Haas, and then the winner of that one will be taking on GVK.
Okay. So GVK is going to sit for one more match.
Yep. He's gonna get a little break. Andy's going to be waiting in the wings. Cool. Around the tree. Formality at this point.
Yep. Good shot by Andy.
Well, it's a good shot.
This
For
is a
everybody
hole I've
watching
been
that
struggling
one,
with all weekend, and then we got into qualifying, or a couple games before qualifying, and got with some guys, and they were saying just nice and easy through that tree.
Low 10.5. You don't want to do medium, get invisible there, but low 10.5, and if you can bounce it in that fairway first, that's optimal because that kind of helps you take some of the speed off of it.
Yeah.
Very much distance dependent.
So
yeah.
two good friends right there.
Six more than 6 is more than probably what the feel of it was, I suppose. But getting those 2 on 9 was really it's tough to overcome there. It's tough to overcome. So tough match for Andy. And good for Evan Gossett, right? Moving on to facing. So what have we got here? We got Haas, GBK, Evan Gossett, and
McCook.
And Ryan McCook.
Top 4.
There you go. Steve announcing the matches. Looks like Mark Gomez's reaction says he did not beat Chris Longino as he walked across,
So it looks like
across the screen there. So
making sure he has the towel in his pocket.
Yeah, firmly in the pocket. Oh man,
that was probably
bless
one of the
him.
funniest comments that Steve has made all weekend long.
Bless Mark Gomez for being as good of a sport as he is about that, because there's been no shortage of commentary his way for that towel.
That was.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the comment when he was announcing names, or was it Calcutta that he made the comment?
He did.
When he announced Mark Gomez's name, just to say, with towel in hand. And I think just about everybody in here laughed. It was a great
Everybody
comment.
knows, right? Everybody's here knows. And most of the people viewing, they know.
It was something else.
So, yeah, good on Mark for being a good sport about that. But, hey, he's guaranteed right now top 3 purple. He's got himself a good spot. He's in the Calcutta for purple. That's top 4. He's in the money for purple by far. That was top 12. So he's looking for expanded profits at this point. But,
yeah, he's doing good. And Gino's in a good spot. Gino's
feeling good.
Talked to him this morning. He's feeling good. He really wants to win the purple. He's playing really, really well. And he's well deserving. I mean, he needs to just put one more good match together, and I think he's going to be good to go.
And we talked about it on the podcast with him too, right? Doing the grind for Worlds qualifying it's a huge grind.
It is.
And for him right now, what's his choices? Go win one more game,
right,
or do the grind,
yeah.
right? He's right there on the edge.
Yeah.
So yeah, I know that's going to be on his mind as he's waiting for these next matches to finish up, so he can find his opponent. So hopefully he can find a machine to hunker down on, keep himself warm.
Yeah. What's up, Brad? Good to see you guys. Wish you'd have been here too. We haven't seen you in a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Would have been good to see you. What's up, Bramwell?
Pine Creek. There's a good one.
This will be an interesting match.
I heard a bunch of laughter. I'm guessing if somebody made an Arrows comment, maybe slipped one in there. Well, Andy's in a good form.
Oh, he's yeah. I don't think he's gotten into the drinking yet. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been paying that much attention.
Again, two good friends.
Certainly in good spirits.
Yeah, two good friends playing another match right here.
I think we solved our question right there. I don't think he's got soda in that koozie.
Brandon get 20 on Evan. Okay.
Gambling's illegal at Bushwood, sir. Layup City for the first hole. We'll see how these first three pan out. Maybe we'll get a 5 under kind of look here. But that was an easy choice. It's nice when they're easy, right? Just don't land under the lawnmower, somebody told me, right? Apparently
yeah.
OB.
Yep. Get knocked around in the mower blades and you're kind of stuck. So a really easy look on the first hole.
Well, right. They were attentive to try to get over there as far as they could to try to straighten that wind out, too. He stayed out to the right. Dead straight and it stayed out there. Interesting. I don't know how you missed that right. I really don't. Does it look like he hit pretty? hit his line straight. Evan hit a little left. He missed his line.
Oof.
Yep. Short, but offline.
Mm-hmm. I actually liked Evan's shot better going into the hole than rather than coming back. Your thoughts?
Dependent on your club gap. For me, between 8 and 6 there, just kind of depends on the distances.
The last match I lost on today was on this hole. We were in extra holes, and this is the shot I have yet to, I'm trying to learn.
It's that 2 left full, kind of straightish thing. And the real goal there, not necessarily the distance, but just it gives you the shot to get max distance while avoiding the water trouble, having left it out to the left. He thought that was going to come off a little softer out of that fringe, I think, and it just went clean. But that's if you the first hole he missed left as well, so maybe there's something to stroke there.
Yeah.
He thought he missed that one too.
So when we got into extra holes, I came up just a little short, and of course, Chris, the guy I was playing, rolled it within 8 feet of the pin because he knows that shot. So. So
nice,
that's going to put
clean look there. No tee required. That's a nice. Nice
going to put Andy up 1 going into 3.
Yep. Nice to have that look where you don't need that.
JB, the website for the brackets is on the PEGTtour.com. It's also, I believe, on the.
He's got it. Oh. Yeah, PEGTtour.com. Up at the top, you'll see tournaments. The pick the year, pick Dallas. 21 Dallas, and then there's some of the links for main bracket, link for purple bracket.
Yep.
If you want pink or copper brackets, you'll have to check the Facebook page. Those are on Challenge. Where are we going with this one? Middle fairway, but that kind of get talked about. He's probably planning on a second full there.
I saw someone else play a different shot here, out to the left side of that little area. And had a nice 5-wood in over the trees.
Up over the top.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So that was a look I hadn't seen before.
So this is where I was expecting. Get that clean look, no tree trouble, straight as an arrow if you want it. And
get in the hole.
Yeah, he's already seeking.
Yep.
I thought for sure he did get that one on 3. By the way,
I did too.
He aced that dude.
Yep.
So this is what I was kind of surprised he was over here so far because he's got to work around the trees to get in there. There's not a great chance for the hole out there. Perfectly fine shot, but just didn't really. Didn't really get the shot that he wanted out of that, I don't think.
So Andy up still 1 after 5.
Hi, Greg. How you doing, buddy? I wish, Greg, I tell you what, these Texas tournaments, some of the memories that I have of that one, especially the one at Jake's, is you sitting there with your Pats gear on and just going absolutely ballistic at the televisions as the games were on. That was some fun stuff to watch. So we wish you were here, even though they don't have a package. You wouldn't get to watch the Pats game, but no, that was a lot of fun to watch. So hopefully
Andy,
your Pats do well.
Andy may be stuck here.
No, I think he can slide.
Actually, I don't know where the invisible tree was that they actually put him behind.
Yeah, he's tried to cut that, and it's not going to cut. But
yeah.
I've been over there too, where you get 3 hybrid through there pretty easy. But I don't know. I don't know if he had that in his bag. It didn't look like. He probably has 5, 6, 8.
So Evan played with the 9-wood, nice and easy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let it try to trickle down that hill a little bit. Get on the left side a little bit. No,
yeah, it's gonna be fine.
Yep. And he's like, "There's no way you're gonna just give that stroke right back right now, are you?" He's quick to this chip though. He's feeling pretty good about it, I think. Nope. He was quick to that one.
It was fine, so they're going to be back to even.
Center there even, and we've switched up the tee box order, so. Yeah, Evans, he can't believe he got that back that quickly, I think, is probably what that look was. Here we go. Super spin is going to yank the crap out of this. Can't even hardly see it. All the way back to the fringe, though.
Great day.
Too much cut. This is where's the right break.
Andy's sitting there talking to the ball like we all do.
Yeah. Think of the change, though, right? Very beginning of this match, they're chuckling it up, they're happy, and now Andy's kind of in his own head a little bit.
Yeah. So I think
early, though.
I'm still one of the few guys that go short on this hole. Just about everybody I've been playing with seems to go long, but I like the short play because I always have the 6-wood in.
Well, right. It's just if you get the club that you like from there, then that's the play you should make. These guys obviously like having this iron in. That's fine too. Me, I'm a sand guy, honestly. Unless that pin's tucked up towards the front of the green, I like going to the sand and hitting one of those. As Sand said, likes to call them the Minnesota Missile, right? Like those guys out of there.
Evan's shaking his head, thinking that one should have gone.
I think Evan thinks he's made about 4 of these so far, and he's not too far off from being correct.
And
then somehow Andy puts it right between the two. The field goal is good.
Closer.
The field goal is good.
That's right. Swell Tide going in 8. I don't think I've seen the over the trees look all weekend. I think you've had to go around these trees all weekend long.
Yeah.
There is a look where you can get back in the back left and go 5-wood right over those trees, but I haven't seen that look all weekend.
I think I had one time it had that.
Yeah.
Andy's going to go ahead and hit this driver into the green, which is, man, I don't know that one. Oh, he's at the 0-bird. Okay. He's not going to use it.
So he's just going to go right around. Good block. Yep. Right there.
I mean, great cut. I just don't.
You not played that shot?
I've played it before, right? I've laid shorter, and you can lay shorter in a way that you don't have to fight the trees again.
Right.
That's like the third shot now he's had where he's laid up in a spot where he has to go around trees. And don't get me wrong, he's hit good shots into those greens, but it's just you're really taking down your chances of putting it in the jar. Especially on a green like this where you've got so much downslope coming in there. It's really, really tough to judge how the cut's going to behave and how much it's going to come back.
And what I have found that depending on what club you come in with on that ball, the bite and the backspin both they do different things with different clubs.
Yeah, for sure.
So Evan over top of that bunker should be fine.
Yeah, word to the wiser. All that stuff on the left of that fairway there, that's first cut for the most part unless you get way far left. So if you're looking for needing that little extra distance, going out to the left there helps you out because you can get around the trees a little easier from back there like you can see. Or if you get the exact same distance a little bit to the right and in the actual fairway, you might be covered up still. So this stuff plays real nice out of there. Got that one? Oh, my gosh. And going back to the last game, too, right, where he's bouncing over the top.
Yeah.
Oh.
He ran over that one hole. I think he still can't believe he hasn't holed out another one yet.
I think Andy got that one.
Just a little right. Just a little right.
Entertaining for sure. They've got it dialed in. One of these is going to fall. They both know one of these is going to fall.
Yeah.
It's just who's going to get it first.
Right. So 12-12. So 12-12 going into the turn.
Trying to find a club you like here. See, we got lots of viewership out there, guys. It's good to see everybody on the stream today. Make sure you hit them like buttons. Let Andy know that you guys like the stream, like what we're doing here, so we can keep that going. Share it with your friends too. Make sure we can get the exposure up. This is really a really fun experience. You guys all out there know how much fun experience this is, and it's only going to get better with more folks. So let's get everybody involved, both in the stream and eventually they'll come on out too.
Yeah. Kens, this is not the King of the Hill. This is next to the last match in the loser bracket. And there's
we
a
said
hole
it was
up
coming.
Haas. The winner of this match will play GVK, who just lost to McCook.
Yeah, it's a 3-4 match, Kens.
Yep, the loser final. Yeah, semis. So the winner of this will play GVK, and then the winner of that will play McCook for the finals. So we're down to Final Four with Haas, Gossett, GVK, and McCook.
Got it again.
And
Got it again.
Wow.
You knew it was coming, right?
Yeah.
Both of these guys have just been all over. What a whatever look that was. Oh, I foresee Corey Neely on his phone right now.
Wow.
Cutting and pasting that one.
Yeah.
Go in.
And Evan's ball is just bouncing, just one past the hole.
I don't know how he's got the bouncy stouts.
Yeah. So that puts Andy up 2.
Yep. 2 hole-outs, back-to-back hole-outs.
364. These guys.
Semi-drivable look, yeah.
Oh, they're
there
going.
You go.
Oh, absolutely.
Go
364.
Time. I know that was Go Time Stouts, or Titans. I didn't know about Stouts.
Yeah, 364.
What am I kidding?
Should be able to get there pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, he even cut that, it looked like. Yep, Evans got the cut on there, too. Slide right under the tree. Don't get stymied. Okay.
Surprised he put the backspin on that, but
yeah, a little bit. I thought he'd let that roll out a little. Okay. Slides that one by. 3 strokes. Yeah. So 3 strokes on pine, yeah. Not 3 strokes to pine is never the place you want to be, but if you're going to do it on a course, you want to do it on pine probably.
Yeah, either that, that or tropical.
Yeah,
so we still got some good looks here. Going to depend on how 17 sets up.
This one is a good look. This is, I say he might go 3 in a row. That was a really choice look there. 4 iron plus, so you get it all the way out. Yep.
Back in,
and that's another one, right? If you hit that fringe, that got the fringe, so it got a little deeper. If that hits green first, maybe you rip straight at the hole.
Yep.
It's a real fine shot there. It's a fun shot. It's a real fine line on it. So yeah, almost 85,000 between the two of these guys right now. So straight 10.5. Nice, safe-ish shot.
Yep. And I'm sure Evan will make a run at this. It's not a bad setup right here.
If he can get one, right, he needs to get one of these back and then see if he can force Andy to just dump bunker on 17 or something like that, get one more there.
That's a good look.
And let the chaos reign.
Just didn't come back.
He's got to find one here to put the pressure on him a little bit. Right now, Andy's just going to be swinging free and being able to play center green and make putts.
So who do we have left in the purple bracket?
I did not check the results on the loser side there. Gino's king of the hill. We know that Gomez is waiting. Todd Clark's waiting down there. I remember James Hickey was down there playing a match. Aaron Good, Danny Boy, I think. But I think some of those may
So it
be
looks like,
finishing up.
all right, so Todd Clark is playing James Hickey right now.
Okay.
The winner of that will play, so they're in the Final Four as well. So it's Clark, Bacon, as most of you guys know. Bacon against James Hickey. The winner of that will play Mark Gomez, and then the winner of that will play
go back to Gino.
All
right.
So they're in the Final Four as well. We are moving right along, like I've mentioned earlier when I was on. Steve and Paige have done a great job of moving this tournament along with the amount of machines that Sean and
that's a great shot. Look at the crowd in the back.
and Seth and all these guys have brought in for this weekend. It's been great to have all these machines, so we haven't really been stopping a whole lot.
Yeah, I mean, the increased numbers is great, and people are obviously worried about how long is a qualifier going to take, how long are this many matches going to take. Well, the solution for that is more machines, and shout out to the folks that are in the room today that brought machines in for this to help us out. Right, there's 4 or 5 different groups, vending groups, things like that.
Yep.
And I don't want to name them because I'm going to forget somebody. I don't want to leave anybody off. But no, thanks to all those guys because if we do this exact same event with 28 machines, we're here until Tuesday.
Well, we're here
just,
all night. Is really what it comes
yeah,
down
that
to.
was
So.
we've been used to being done. Or being here all night on the Saturday night with the 2 matches that you have to play for everybody. That often lasts right up until bar close, and it didn't last night. I think most everybody was out here before midnight.
Yeah.
So that was a big deal too, especially with so much to play today and so much to play for. It's nice that everybody can get back and get some rest if that's what they felt they needed to do.
So not a bad look here on 17.
Nope, not a bad look at all. Really low chance of going wet with the skill of these guys. We'll see how safe Andy wants to be with this one. But
Shout out to the treasure of the cut line pool. Yeah, that would be me. So thank you very much. I had 44 guys, paid out $880
there we go.
to one person. That was Josh Schindel, who guessed 132 and was just 10,000 over the points. So
nice guess, Josh.
I'll keep throwing that out there unless my brother's there. Right beside the hole. And Evan can't believe
he's doing everything he can to try to get that stroke. He just hasn't had the luck on his side for getting that hole out because he's, like I said, he's just been rolling by all day.
Yeah.
Or all round rather.
But any of the tournaments I'm at, I've been running the cut line pool. Basically, you just guess who that 33rd guy or the 32nd guy is on the bubble.
Layup City.
And $20 gets you usually. I had almost $1,000. Gave out almost $1,000 in Columbia and $880 here. So if I can get 45 guys in, it's $900.
That's worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. So Evan's going to go long here, hoping to hold something out. Hope Andy makes a
horrendous mistake.
Yeah, just miss the ball or something.
You just have to misread or go water or something. Misread's not even the right word for it. It's just no way. Yeah. Instead he points it.
So
that's what Andy does.
Haas is going to move on to play GVK, and then Evan's coming in 4th.
Yep, 4th place for now. Podium finish for Evan after his top qualifier day yesterday. That's
played really well.
You can tell he's disappointed, but 4th place in a field like this is pretty impressive. And to lose it to Andy holing out twice there coming down, he's 2 better, 1 worse, if you will.
Yeah, again, two really good friends right there. Just finished up the match. Love to see everybody. We're back in the back, trying to get some eye room so they can watch this match.
Yeah.
Because we're getting down to the last couple. So.
Yeah. And what you say what? All right. going to go ahead and take just a hair of a break here. So you guys stay tuned. We'll be back with the GBK Andy Haas match. We'll see you at 2-3. Tim, it's been a pleasure.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see you guys on the flip side.
Yep.
2021 has been another crazy year in the world, but live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down two-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again, or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.
Welcome back on our 2-3 matchup here between Andy Haas and George von Kirschenbar. I did not see which course that they spun before they spun it, but we'll get it dialed up here real quick for you. This is a second, third place match. Come down, Andy just taking down Evan Gossett on Pine. George fell out of the King of the Hill by losing Ryan McCook not too long ago. So
that's been maybe
Monte. So we're on Monte. Okay.
All right.
George trying to get all the way there, get himself a chip. Looks like he's probably going to kind of a tweener there. And he's going the same way. See if he can wrap it a little bit more and get the bounce off the mountain.
Get the good kick.
Yeah, almost.
All right.
That's a Chisher for him probably, though. George's going to hit that, I'm going to guess. Yep. Might have. Just a hair left. I bet we see a Chisher here from Andy. Yep. Getting those thumbs worked out, getting the feel for it. A little bit. There it goes. Yep. Those guys are so deadly with that shot. They're so deadly with that shot. No, he knows he's making that.
Yeah, that's my next learn shot.
That's a tough one, and it's great to see some of the guys that do it and do it well. They all have their own little techniques.
Yep.
There's not the one way to do the chish shot. It's just whatever works for you.
Yeah, some people use all their thumbs. Some people just use the hand. Yep. I was told, forget who I was playing with the other night, they just use the tip of their middle finger.
Okay.
So, yeah, everybody has their own way of doing it.
And it's just about getting that ball straight and getting it with that min speed.
Right.
I've seen people on the front of the ball. I've seen people on the back side of the track ball. It's really amazing to see the variety of technique there. And he looks up just before his ball goes in the cup.
So just bring you guys up to date. If you're just joining us, this is the losers bracket final.
Correct.
The winner of this match will play Mr. Ryan McCook. Those of you that are watching the stream, please hit up the likes for us and get us up on those. Share them with your friends. You want to see the bracket?
Oh, he hopped over.
Just missed it there. If you want to see the brackets, the main and the purple are on PEGTtour.com. And then the pink and copper, George making a run there. Pink and the copper are on Challenge on the Golden Tee fan page.
Yes.
And we're winding them down. They're a good call.
They're moving right
Steve
through
said
as well.
between 4:30 and 5, we're going to be close. And these guys are, like I said, we've mentioned all afternoon, they're running a really tight ship. And it's all in the help of the thanks to the guys that have brought in all these machines. It's been a great weekend. So
It really, really has. I'm going to try to look up the current standings on the player
so
of the year
Andy's
while we're
going
doing this too.
to try to. He just missed getting down that hill. So I will tell you something interesting on this hill, on this hole, Matt. I don't know if you know this. If you go right on this fairway, do you know what happens?
It goes down.
Yeah, and
it goes way down.
And you don't go back. You cannot get back up.
Yeah, it's I found like most things in that way. I found it out once. And
I did too. Personal
never
experience.
Again mentioned where the dragons are.
So those of you who played Monty on and played the hole 3, do not go right. Or I'm sorry, hole 4.
So
do not go right of the fairway because you cannot get back up.
Yeah. Looks like right now on for the Top Gun cut, Art DeVries is right on the Bubble Boy line at 30. It says 34th, but there's 2 folks that aren't here. So he is currently in 32nd place with Matt Kavanaugh right behind him. But if I'm looking, I'm going to guess Gino's probably the only one that can maybe jump himself up there if he wins his. No, Gino, I'm sorry, no, Gino's in 29th.
Oh,
so this might be set. It might be.
Andy's playing ping pong or pinball with the back, front, and then right in the middle of the green. So
he paid for the whole course.
Yeah, he's using the whole green on that one. And a good putt.
Good putt. It's like he knows he narrowly avoided giving that stroke back. And it's the same as we saw last round, right? The last thing you want to do, he did it last round. He got the stroke on Evan on hole 3 there, 2 or 3, and just gave it right back. And he just could, you're not going to repeat that mistake. 366 good distance for these guys. I expect to see him put him on that corner, take the speed off of it, kind of miss the corner.
That'd be fine.
That's all right. A lot of times, just a hair left of that, though, that's that rough patch there. That'll help take the speed off that ball so it won't quite trail so far when you're kind of in between the numbers there, which they certainly are. You can't quite get 10.5 there.
And George is staying on. Good shot.
Yep. Helps you stay away from flirting with that false front there. Nothing false about it, but that's what they call it for some reason.
Mm-hmm.
Roll straight down the hill there. Yep.
So Andy's still up 1 after 5.
6. Stu Fox, you're right. Well, if it's any course but Monte, they might finish this match in 10 minutes. But just with the elevation change, I think that tacks on an extra 2 over the course of the round. So. Backspin. Yep.
And that's
nice.
Andy's still making
palindrome points. Nice. Good job. And binary palindrome points.
Yeah.
We're going to really nerd it out today.
So with the hole being pretty close right there, George can make a run at this hole.
Yep, just find the club that he likes, and it's a little left. His pullback
He's
was
just
a little
short,
off the beast, and that's not forgiving over there.
Yeah.
It will not bounce towards the green, no matter how much you think it should. Out of that junky rough,
and
you got enough on it. Good job,
chip.
George. Got to watch that heavy rough back there. That stuff on this course is pretty nasty.
So Andy's still up 1. Moving right along. Again, the winner of this match will play Ryan McCook. As we said during the break, this camera does not do everybody justice. I'm sorry. There are a lot. There are a lot of people to the right of Andy that you cannot see that are
there's
surrounding
a
those
large
machines.
crowd watching these. Yeah, there's a.
Oh,
that's
and
right. Yeah,
I don't know if that's been mentioned or not, but we have a huge screen above
the players.
Above the players,
by about 10 feet or whatever.
So you don't have to be right up on these guys watching. You can actually sit back a little bit and see it on the screen. Kudos to the guys here at Legends. They've just done a great job. IT again, hats off to the guys here at IT with IT. Done a really good job putting everything together.
He needs to get down. He sees it. He wants to get down. Okay, that's safe.
Is this the only place we ever had that TV like that?
No, we had it at Evansville. Austin had one. Yeah.
It's awesome. That would be nice to have just about everywhere if we could make that happen.
Mike Muse is currently on. Mike Muse is currently on Amazon trying to find one.
So we just need a projector TV. If we have any venues that are listening to us, we just need a projector TV.
Well, there's certainly the 25-foot ceilings here don't hurt either.
Yeah.
To have room for such a thing.
So we saw this play earlier by Luna. I saw this play earlier by Luna. He skipped it off the top, and made the hole in one.
This is that tee box that's
right
way down below.
there.
Yeah.
And GBK just tried
the first
the
time
same
you see
thing.
that tee box, that's pretty deceiving because you don't even know what hole you're on.
Yeah. But I saw Luna earlier make that hole in one, just skipping it
bounce
right
off
off.
that top?
Yep, skipped it right off that top and took one bounce and right back in. So
nice. Pretty cakey setup here. You can go down below. You can go on the island, whatever you want to do.
So this is another
Got
one
straight
we've
winds.
talked about all weekend. It seems like since the new tees have come out, that new patch up on the top has become a trampoline. If you don't land it in the right spot, the ball just bounces and won't stay.
It will compared to before, and I think part of that is because now, like this shot here, you're kind of approaching it from below that spot. You get a little more bounce. The other times it would come in from so high up that all the speed had been taken off, and it just kind of sat down and dug a hole in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, you're probably right. It probably does react quite a bit differently than it used to.
George looking at
just
this,
due to that
and
elevation
it's
change.
a great shot. So Andy coming in from the other side, not a bad look here at all.
29, soft, way out. Take all that distance off of it towards the hole. Yep. That much turn on it, that's going to go shooting to the right. Good low side putt. And he maintains one up.
And Andy's pretty dialed in right here with his putting.
Yeah, he's not been far off with hardly any of them.
So this pin stuck right back up in that corner.
Yeah, this is a teaser spot. If you really wanted to get after this one, which you don't, so Andy's going to leave it out in the center. That's a smart play for him being up one. He's going to let George try to chase after that thing. That is, I won't even say that's a teaser spot. That's just a danger pin spot.
Yep. Because you can't really go at it. You got to kind of come around it.
Yeah. George doesn't have any, George doesn't want anything to do with it.
No, I don't think,
blame him.
I don't think I would either.
Don't blame him. Nope. Get down. Okay.
All right.
Same spot. Same exact. Somebody was tamping a little hole on that right side there. Let those two fall in. Probably a club down one here with the elevation change. Nope.
I like it.
Backspin.
Right in.
Rip.
Yep.
Good distance. Good distance.
See if
what
George can
has
make.
got. He's got a different set of clubs. So he's going to push that 7 hybrid. He got it out to the left a little bit more.
As soon as he hit it, he knew he'd push it out.
Yeah. He tried to make the he might try to make the adjustment off of Andy's and kind of overdid it.
Mm-hmm. So Andy's still up 1 after 13. 6 holes to go here.
Andy going top side.
So everybody's been telling me to change this shot, but this is the shot I've been doing the whole time. I know how to play the wind if you know how to play that wind, but everybody's like, if you go low, it takes the wind totally out of play. But
it does. Well,
it's just one of these holes that
what happens on the left fairway there is you get more level with the green,
right?
And so you don't have the elevation to deal with on the second shot, and there's a lot less mountain there than you think that there is from that left fairway as well. So it does work out pretty well. But yeah, like you said, if this is the spot you know and you don't have any issues with trouble there, then why would you necessarily change?
And Andy right there with a great shot. That's just what you want to do. Put it just past the hole and let it come on back to it.
So George is going to throw it out there to the left, I think, straight line it, and let the bite come back at the hole here. Yep, maybe backspin.
Good shot.
Who knows. Monte's a tough one because you don't really necessarily have a good chance to go chasing a stroke here. There's plenty of chances down the road to get one, but at the same time, you don't. It's tough to stay patient that whole time, especially as you've got 4 holes to go now.
And this is not a bad. This is an easy setup. So actually, George
right
can make a run right here.
Yep, that's trailing right, but he's gonna be okay. But yeah, George can make a run at this one if he gets over far enough. Can find his right speed. He knows he needs to hole it. Thought about it. It's like, if I'm going to hole it, I may as well make an extra 85.
That's right.
So you get the little mountain on the left that's a little bit in the way, but
so he's going to high tee it.
Yep.
Give it a little bit and
let it,
just come up
short. Let that be with the bite. It wouldn't have mattered. Dead end. So 16 par 3, 17 reasonably difficult par 4, and then everybody knows about 18. So let's see if we can get some fireworks here, or if Andy's going to hold on and shoot the 32.
That's a good shot by Andy.
Yep. Tough pin to get at there. Going uphill, front side pin. Just you can do the backspin, but then there you're really chancing that front side. Not a bad run there, but a little bit of pucker factor as it comes soaring back.
And George is trying. He knows he's got 2 holes to go.
Yep, he's basically got two shots to pick this stroke up. And he knows that this isn't typically your prototypical ace hole. So,
yeah.
It was a good one to go take a run at, even if it did have a little bit of danger involved.
And he's thinking about this one. He just wants to make sure he puts it on the green.
Try not to give himself a 60-footer or something, right? But without overcooking it and going all the way under that rough on the right side. That's a really good effort there. That's exactly what he needed to do.
Yep.
George is going to Zorch one across the screen, I think, and give it a go. I got caught up at the top. He's looking to avoid that hill, but it's all right. That rolls off straight. True. Yep. Rolled off true. Good putt. So here we are on 18. Crosswind look. Thumbers abound off the left side of that green. Bite. Just trying to find their line.
And he's just going to cut it back in.
All right. Don't see much of that, but it's a good shot.
And he's safely on.
So GVA knows he's got to hold this.
So George is going to make a run.
Knows he's got to hold it. Pin's not in a terrible spot for doing that, but we'll see what he cooks up. He's going 3 release. He didn't
get it out like he wants.
Get it out there. Yep. Didn't get the distance or the line that he wanted there.
So Andy's going to move on to play Mr. McCook.
So there you go. Nice 31, George. Nice par round 31.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you were up against the monster, Mr. Andy Haas, who grabbed that hole out. And that was the difference. Nice rounds for both of those guys. Really good job. And that's got to give you some confidence going into the finals.
Oh, absolutely.
Right there, right? Throwing in the
absolutely.
one better. After the 2 better on Pine, 2 better, 1 worse on Pine anyways, it's still 1 better.
Yeah.
And a 1 better on Monte. 2 of the harder courses in the gig. So that's got to have him feeling pretty good going into the McCook match here in the finals. So we're gonna take one more short little break. With you, we're gonna give these guys a chance to wash hands, get a drink, do whatever they need to do, and then we're gonna come back with the finals of the Dallas Open 2021.
Yep, and then we'll get started on everything else for the night.
Right, more to come.
It's a lot more Golden Tee here this afternoon.
Get your comfy pants on, guys.
That's
we're
right.
We're gonna have a haul.
Make sure you share it with your friends and hit that like button.
2021 has been another crazy year in the world, but live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down 2-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again? Or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.
I remember him qualifying with me both years, and we had to basically set him down in a booth because he was blackout drunk.
So not at the top of his game,
he
huh?
might, well, but him blackout drunk on Saturday could definitely lead to positive results on Sunday.
All right, everybody. Sorry about that. Somebody clipped a cord, but
you guys, you missed out on some of the most appealing interactive chat that we've ever had.
We were talking so much crap, but thank God the mic wasn't on. But Kevin Lindsay, Mark Milkovich, the Mouth, 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic main event. Ryan McCook from North Carolina, a GT veteran. He is the king of the hill, which means Andy Haas has to beat him 2 times if he'd like to become the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic champion. But as Mouth and I were just discussing, if there's anybody who's going to double dip somebody to win from the loser side, it's Andy Haas because he's done it in Worlds. He did it 2 years ago in Austin at this last Holiday Classic against David Duncan and plenty of other times.
He got me. Now, it's a weird thing, too. It's a weird phenomenon because coming up until, going from 4 in the beginning of live in tournaments, double dipping never happened. Like, no one had gotten double dipped at a major event up until like maybe 2012. It was ridiculous. Like the King of the Hill basically won the tournament. Now everybody's a lot more equal. It's a little bit crazier. But this could easily be a Haas could double dip. I'm going to say right now though, Haas's gameplay is down quite a bit comparatively, and McCook's is probably the most in the country right now. Is my guess.
Yep.
I don't see commercial much, but he's probably right there.
Yeah, I would say he's definitely top 10, top 5 McCook for sure. And then just a quick update, Chris Longino is King of the Hill in purple.
Okay, and he just played
Mark Gomez. He beat Mark Gomez. So you guys can see in the background to your left, Todd Clark plays as Bacon playing against Mark Gomez. They are playing for 3rd place right now.
Okay.
But the winner of Purple Bracket will win an entry into the 2022 World Championship February 24th and 27th.
So now actually, though, Gino's King of the Hill, you said?
Yes.
He is not participating in Worlds, correct? Is he working with you guys now?
It's TBD. So it's one of those where,
And he had already qualified anyway, I thought, in 2020.
I'd have to
Or did he? Because the plan was for the Worlds at the end of 2020 for Gino to announce, and he stepped off and didn't take his qualifier spot. If it's not going to happen, I wonder what. Do we? Hopefully he just wins this here, so we don't have a decision to make. There's no issues. We can get around it. But if you guys are looking, man, all right. Making the cut in this field itself was challenging as all heck. I know we all had a really higher cut line in mind, but what we didn't realize is every course set up to be the lowest par of that course could be. Baja was set for 28.
Yep.
That's rare for me to see. Tropical's par was 30 or 31 if you get one. Forest was the low par of it. And what was the other one? Monty Hole 1 wasn't there. So that was the low par of it. So, it was you could have easily had this cut line be 7 strokes higher. Not that people played bad, but it's really how the course is set up. If stuff's not there, we're not getting those. It's pretty simple. You lose strokes if the hole isn't drivable.
Exactly. Well, and plus you talk about, people qualifying in groups of 2 or 3 over a couple of hours yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
You're not – a lot of the top guys do, but not everybody's going to be at the top of their game when it comes to, getting the scores they're used to when playing at their home bar.
Now, who was the higher seed here? I believe it was Haas because it looks like he made McCook go first.
Well,
I think Haas was the higher seed. I think he was
yeah, I believe so.
And what's interesting here, this is another one. Up until Stouts and the last 2 years of courses, it would have been a decision for me. If I was the higher seed, a lot of times I would choose to go first because I wanted my opponent to try to follow me. Well, now, with the advent of Stouts and how the courses lay out and using tees, going first on a hole is actually probably a half a stroke disadvantage because you can actually read, since Haas is playing Stouts, McCook's playing Stouts, you can get a very good reel with the miles per hour off the ball, and you're gonna see a lot of thumb shots. So playing second in a match like this is a huge advantage right now. It's such a big advantage for Haas. And Haas used to think it was a bigger advantage for him to be the blue guy because of superstition rather than have the gameplay to back it up. Okay, so then McCook chose to go first then. All right, so that's a chush, guys.
I chose him to have Haas. Now,
that's big right there.
Yeah.
That's really big. One good kick there. That's a one-stroke swing. Wouldn't have mattered. McCook's going to be going first on 2. Now, guys, let's not worry about any early stroke changes here. I'm gonna guess that we're gonna see at least both people lose a stroke. This is an interesting set here. It's going to be impossible to get at the pin, but if you hit this shot right, both players should end up being about 70 feet away on the middle of the green. Ryan actually didn't hit. That's what he didn't want to do, but he caught the rock on the first one. So me, I'm trying to cut it in. I want to hit the rock wall on a fly so I get the furthest kick forward. Right. I would not have hit that because if he would have gone a little farther forward and hit the rock on the way down, that ball shoots to the right side and it might go wet. Now, this up 3 putt, 66 feet, Andy's a thumb putter. He normally doesn't miss that. But the problem there with being a thumb putter, that shot has a little hidden break to it, right? It has a slight half-degree break that doesn't show up in it. So Haas hit that dead straight. I bet if we looked at the meter, you'd see it dead straight. But it leaked at the end. So now we got a 2-stroke game. This is going to be... McCook can just kind of lay back and play this out. He should center of greens right now. Straight center of the green, make a putt. No, Jay, who else? We have multiple world champions.
So Kinsler's the first one. He was 2002 and 2007. Haas was 2008 and 16.
Correct.
And then Stenmark was, 17 and 19.
Yes.
Yeah, and then, excuse me, I always forget this one. Jeff Harlow.
He's 2?
I believe he's 2.
I thought he's just 1.
I thought he was just 1, but I feel like every time I have this conversation, I always forget somebody and I get called out on it.
It's a little bit different now, too. I'd say winning world championships now from 2016 and on is probably a tougher accomplishment. Actually, the one he won in 2008 was different because that was single elimination back then.
That was the 300-plus Open,
right? We had 400 people. We had our 12-man USA team, 12-man world team. Guys, and I'm hoping, I hope Kevin thinks this too, but I think he wants to see the worlds go back to being a world field again. And I'm hoping with the PGA stuff coming out that we can get to that level. It sounds really likely, and it's a good thing going through.
No, that's...
Eversole has 2, not Harlow.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, Eversole.
Yeah, and it took some battles last time. It was really close for the world team, and we had some good ones there. I mean, world team competed pretty well, but back then, guys, the world teams were at pretty much a significant disadvantage to us. UK, Australia, and South Africa didn't get the courses for like 3 or 4 months after we did. So when we get to Worlds, they'd only played them for a couple months. Well, we're over here talking it up with our buddies, figuring out all the shots. I mean, it's a distinct disadvantage, but I got a feeling that changes. So world players. Keep your eye out. Keep your eye out. Watch for the mouth to show up in your city. Preferably London. I love you, London people.
Once we
my
see
favorite.
mouth in London, we know it's all over.
I'm going to wear the Joey hat from Friends, and I'm going to get into that map. I'm going to be inside of that map. You got to get in it to figure your way around there.
All right, so Andy Haas, most people are not used to watching these streams and seeing him down, much less down 2 strokes so
early. But he's
early.
not down. It's not a bad 2. He didn't miss 2.
No.
McCook got a fortuitous bounce on 1 to get a putt. Haas missed his chush. Now, this is where I'm going to say, when we all switched to Stouts, I said that Haas was going to be the single most dominant player that we've ever seen. If you guys don't know, Haas probably has the most robotic and best thumbs ever. And I can justify that quantifiably because if you look at old closest to the pin, where it was hole-in-ones were what determined the win.
Yep.
Okay, he and Chris Litzinger were 35 to 40% hit rate. And I want to say the next 10 of us in the world were 25 to 28%. They were 10% better hit rate than us. And that's purely due to their thumb shot abilities. It really is. But what we see is you looked on 1, Haas's chush was off by a degree to the right. His putt was off a little bit to the right, too. So
it wasn't much. It was just a hair.
But if you're not thumbing straight, it takes away the huge advantage that we have using the Stouts. And, I mean, I know for myself, if I hit my first couple thumb shots and they're all over the place and not going exact, I basically have to eliminate it from my bag because a misfired thumb shot doesn't get you the corrective action back towards the middle. If I pull back and hit a ball and I miss it really bad, guess what? It's still going to direct right back to the middle. Somewhat, it's not going to be perfect, but it will be safe.
Yeah.
But if I'm going at a tiny island green and I spray a thumb shot, that ball's gone. And that's a perfect shot here. We're going to see some interesting stuff coming up here. So we got him down by 2. This is a really tough shot to hole out. And if you get too aggressive and miss this to the high side of the pin off to the left, this ball's going to be in deep rough. And that's a really tough chip. Neither one did. Really good shots.
Yeah, I would say great shots by both these guys.
I can't believe I was surprised to see Haas high tee that. I was thinking more he'd hammer a cut bite shot because you weren't going to land. You'd have to dunk that to make that from there.
Yeah.
And that's not in a habit. But he's going to pick and choose his battles coming through.
Well, and that's the thing. It's still in, and it's still early in the match. And again, I think Paul Luna. I say like Paul Luna and Andy Haas, like those two guys. They're one to come back from being down plenty of times in matches. So, Jay Ware, Antonio Barak, thanks for joining us here.
It's so funny when you watch Luna. Luna's been winning a lot lately and playing well. He's not doing anything amazing. He's not shooting 3 or 4 betters. He's just not missing. He's just not missing anything. And basically, he then has the head game with all of us. I know it's been a joke going around how we're always saying Luna's winning ahead before the tournament and things. But I tell you what, any person that he plays thinks that too. So the head game advantage, all he has to do is not make mistakes. So now we're going to have to start looking. So it's the back 9 almost. We're going to start looking at holdouts. Is this one to attack? Probably not. It probably isn't. If you're going to attack this, you're not going to high tee that 10.5. If Haas does that same shot with a bite 10.5 with no high tee, he could snap it up toward the hole, but he could also snap this towards the hole and pull it wet. Now, he can't get wet with that, but that's a great shot. See, look at this.
He went with the 3-wood there, and I like, I like the cut he put in. I'm glad he did the bite.
Yep. But where we looked at angle, I couldn't have gotten wet. I thought that the pin was closer to the middle where it's a deeper slope going, that it could get wet. So there was really no risk there. Here's another one. The only way you're going to ace this is by dropping down a club and hammering this. It's not going to back up enough with a standard thumb shot. So, I mean, that's a perfect shot. He gave it a chance to go in, but he doesn't really care right now. He's sitting there coasting back. He's counting his winnings right now.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, that's what McCook's doing right now. He's counting his winnings in his head.
Now, it's interesting that Haas uses the 5-iron here and that, McCook's the 5 hybrid. Because I'm always 5 hybrid, but that's a perfect hole where, you saw it. Andy almost aced it because he had that higher loft with the 5-iron.
Correct. And it's just going to be a different preference. Now, I thought Haas was a 5 hybrid chipper, but he might be a 5-iron chipper like myself. And those of us, and a lot of the times the older school of the player is the more likely they were that they were chipping with the 5-iron. Because we started chipping with the 5-iron when the first courses came out, but they had no hybrids. But the second year of Golden Tee in 08, hybrids came out, and they became a really big set. In fact, there were a lot of us that didn't buy the hybrids that called Brad Litz, God rest his soul, to actually go and one of the office machines to swipe us in and buy us the clubs that we didn't have because they were gone. We didn't have this neat app, none of these newfangled things out there like applications on your phone. I don't even think we had cell phone data back then. I mean, that's when the Sprint modems on these machines were, wow, this is amazing.
Right. The OG, as I like to call it, the OG Sprint modems.
Wow, did you see that? They gave us a 240 megabyte picture. This is amazing. But hopefully we get light years ahead now. Now we're going to have those are going to be gone. All right. Now, he doesn't have to do anything for it.
This is an Andy Haas problem because he's running out of holes, and this is a little too close to comfort towards the water there.
Now, I couldn't see if he high-teed it, but that's right.
He did. You can
Okay.
barely
see it.
Yeah. I'll be your eyes in the sky.
Oh, good man. All right, so Andy's trying to cut it and make it. I think that was I didn't like. Oh, wow. Honestly, I thought the high tee shot going right at it would have been a lot easier. I didn't think that cutting that one in, it brought unnecessary risk in. All right, so we got 2 strokes here.
But again, it's hole 12, and
I mean, every shot you miss on this course is 2 strokes. So, I mean, 18. If I'm within 2 going into 18, I've got a chance. 17, you could easily overcut, undercut, hit the rock wall. And it'll be curious to see if McCook would even think of laying up on one of those holes. 18, you can't lay up on.
No.
I don't know.
I've tried to do it before. There's not really a good layup spot because even if you go to the fairway to the right of the green, it's a major elevation change, and most people aren't equipped to handle that. And they're just not used to it.
I've said it for a long time. The elevation change is the one thing in Golden Tee that we don't have a metric to determine what it is. It is always a guessing game. Now, you get better as you play more on the course and put the balls in the similar spots, but it is a guessing game. We know how much wind, we know break, we know all of that stuff. We've been hitting cut shots for years. So, like this hole, I know almost everybody when this course came out, we always went up top. Right, but that up top is a dramatic change in height. So you have a variable in your swing that you don't have a number for. Like, I can't just define it. I can't.
Yeah,
no
it
number
doesn't
to
say
define it.
elevation changes X amount of feet or anything like that.
So the only way you can know that is with feel. Now Ryan put backspin on that. It's perfect. He thumbed that full. He knew he couldn't go long. Andy's going to have to hit the 6. Is this
6
is
with
this
bite,
where,
probably?
Is this where I think he's going to let it go naked, because the 6 won't carry the distance to the hole, and you have to get this up there, or else you'd be short. And he might have gotten that. Oh, but he knew that wouldn't go long with the 6. The 6 is one of those clubs, guys, that with no pullback, your distance is way lower than what it shows on the overhead. Now, we did get some excitement going back there. I'm not sure. There's 3 left in the purple, too, I believe, right?
Yes, we've got Gino is king of the hill in purple, and then it's Gomez and Bacon.
Okay, so we got. Okay, so he went high tee here, high tee thumb. It's a shot he could not miss.
Yeah.
You didn't need to high tee thumb that. He could have just hit a 5-wood, but he couldn't miss it. I think Andy's going to go. He's going to thumb the high tee 3. Okay, high tee 4 with roll. Same shot. Did he get it? And no. All right, so now he's in Andy's head. He's got to be thinking he hopes McCook misses something stupid, like misses a putt. 1 stroke is a lot better, because even if you water 18, that still can only be 1 stroke sometime, depending on where the pin is. The chips.
Yeah, where that drop is.
Mm-hmm. All right. See, there's not going to be any. He's going to just flip this up there. I'd probably flip this up with roll even. It's going to.
But this is a good chance for Haas to give it a run.
The only problem is if Haas depends on how he wants to give it a run at it. I mean, for Ryan, he can do this and let it go up the green and trickle down. Probably not going in. He doesn't care if it goes in or not, but it's really gentle. Now, does Andy go maybe lower trajectory and try to burn it at the cup more? And if you do that, you bring it out of play. Did he go high tee?
He
No,
just went
medium.
backspin.
That's beautiful.
Oh.
He had to muscle up on the thumbs, and that's another thing. When you're playing a thumb shot, you have to play the club that you got to muscle up on it. Your tendencies to spray it a little bit off of the line that you want is a lot higher.
All right, so 13. Well,
okay,
13 mile an hour wind of viewer.
Pins up top. This is. He couldn't have asked for a better setup. I mean, if I'm him right now, I'm hitting a high T5 with him. I'm hitting almost a full A1. There's no risk of anything but being safe. I mean, that was a more risky shot, because if you look, that mountain curves back. So the higher you are, the less likely you are to hit the mountain. You bring the wall. Yeah, he's doing. This is the right shot. It is absolutely the right shot. And did he get it? Oh. That was the right shot. Ryan hit. I'm going to tell you right now, if I went and talked to Ryan about that shot he just hit there, and said, "Wow, dude, that was kind of risky being up 2 strokes to hit a ball that you could have easily clipped the wall on," he'd probably go, "Yeah, I know." But he's also not changing his game too, so that's all right. This is actually a great look for Andy, because you're playing stouts. It's 8 in your face now, but you got a dramatic downhill, so he's looking to lay up, man.
That's what I was saying. I don't think he will.
You
but
cannot lay up. You bring birdie into play when eagles in play when you don't, and he laid into that. I think that's going to go past. Oh, that's a peach. All right, that does it, guys. We got the Dallas Holiday Classic champion right there, don't we? Ryan McCook played it, guys. It was a clean game. I mean, that shot on 2 wasn't an easy one, and the shot on 1 was not a gimme either. Look at Andy with the full. Look at this.
See almost ultra shots it.
But that's the elevation change that we're talking about. Did you see how much that ball? I mean, both of their shots were 50 yards long in the water, and even with stouts, those balls came back. It's so hard to play that with that elevation change. That's a hell of a match, dude. That's a great job, Ryan McCook.
Yeah, it's a tough break for Andy. He knew it was going to be tough going in there, having to beat McCook twice. As he was the king of the hill, but
And I'm sure McCook's McCook's playing as confident as he can be. I mean, knows he's light years above everybody. That's crazy. He's playing great. Stouts have been his friend. He's fantastic. That was.
Well, and now McCook, both of these guys too. McCook, Andy. Tough loss for Andy, but they're still riding high going into the Top Gun tournament.
Correct.
Over $35,000 in the prize pool, and it's a free roll from the last, from the 2 tournaments in 2020.
$36,000, I think.
Yeah.
Why don't we take a look at that? Once they get these scores added in, we're going to see I don't think the Top Gun brackets are going to change at all from here. I think that's all set. I don't think anybody from purple is moving up.
I don't believe so. Last I checked, I had no chance in Little Gun, so I stopped looking at it, to be honest.
Well, it was he scheduled us for 4 o'clock for the Top Gun, so I'm guessing it will be 5 o'clock now because we're going to have to get a few matches in from purple. Correct. I would have to say we're looking at about 5 o'clock. But let's go through this a bit. All right, so the 1 seed's obviously Paul Luna. He's won a few tournaments.
Yep.
It looks like, he's Art DeVries. His run today, him making the cut, moved him into the 32nd spot into the Top Gun. Actually just had, Art was in town. He had a wedding out in my area. So me, his wife Bryn, and Jill, we all went out, had a couple drinks, played some tea, had a great time. Art's a great guy.
Oh, yeah. Honestly, he's one of the few people that sends me a message on Facebook, and I don't roll my eyes thinking it's probably some kind of comment or criticism. If anything, he's just like, hey, man, you guys are doing great. Like, I get it. You know, he's a business guy. He understands it.
If I get a message from him, it's like, what would you hit on this shot, Mouth?
Like, he needs the answer right then and there.
Oh, no, but guys, in case you haven't noticed, the Word of Mouth Facebook page, I'm extremely responsive. It doesn't matter the question. I'm going to try to help you guys out in any which way I can, whether it's helping you procure a machine, fix a machine, fixing the issues with your terrible swing that you guys have, whatever. I'm here to help. Reach out. I'll be the buffer. If it's something that needs to go to IT, I'll get it right up to him, but I'll put some force behind it, right, Kevin?
Oh, yeah. All right, so if you guys want to take a look, so we're looking at our brackets. We're not just texting our wives and girlfriends.
Correct.
But PEGTtour.com, click on the tournaments, and you can take a look at the main bracket to see how obviously we know Ryan McCook just won, but if you want to see the rest of the results, purple match, the third place just got finished, so they're going to call that up to Stream Machine here.
Yeah, we'll talk through this one too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's perfect.
Yep, and then if you want to understand a little bit more about the points leader and the leaderboard, just click on points leader, and then you can see exactly what Mouth and I are looking at.
And if you're looking at the points leader, if you go to the Dallas Holiday Classic, the last tab at the bottom of that will give you the brackets for that event. I want to say that nothing can change. Who is the finals in the? It's Mark Gomez, but he's already higher than the bot. He's already there, and it's Gino. Is Gino already in the?
Chris Longino is the king of the hill there.
But is he in the main? Is he? Oh yeah, and he's already in the. He is already in. So we are good. These brackets will change a little bit. Gomez will go up when he gets his points for the purple, which is going to be, 200 for second? I think. I'm not sure. So he'll probably go up a spot, and the winner will go up a couple spots too. So the bottom edge of this bracket right now, it looks like Gino won't be playing George Von Kay, and it looks like Gomez will not be playing. Who is Gomez? Right now, Gomez would be playing Kyle Heasley. I would suspect that. Oh, actually, that would Gomez. I don't know if his points are going to. Do you have the points list there? You had the points list right up there.
Yes, I have the point list up here.
All right, so Gomez is right now. He's right behind me in the points.
So I was looking to see how badly I fell. So where is?
Keep going up. Gomez there.
So Gomez is right underneath you.
Yeah, and what he's going to get a couple hundred here.
Yeah, he's already got 180.
Oh no, wait, but does he have 4 scores already in though? Does he have 4 scores? He does.
He does, and this,
so
but
it's
this
not going to. He's only going to jump.
He will jump because this is his. This would be his 4th.
No, he's got 4 already.
Yeah, but it's the best 4.
Right. So he'll wipe off his bottom, which was 170.
Right, and then
get 2. He'll get less than 250. He'll get. So he's going to gain 30 points.
Yeah, so
all
he'll
right,
be
so
right underneath
he
you
can't
there.
change. Gomez will not go up or down. Gino, what is Gino at there? Let's see what his 4 tournaments are, because I don't know if he has 4 tournaments in.
Let's see. Gino does, I believe.
If he does, then most likely this isn't going to help him out. So I'm guessing that we're not going to see much change in the points. Thank you, Paul. You know me. Always got to be rocking something Chicago. So it doesn't look like the brackets are going to change much.
Nope.
So we can kind of discuss this through. Okay, 1 and 32 are going to be the same. So Paul Luna's playing Art. Okay, hey, Art could come out. He can shoot a clean game, beat Luna. Not going to be the most likely outcome there. You got Paul Taylor and Will Sandstead. That's going to be a good match to watch. Paul Taylor, man.
He's been on fire today.
But have you noticed that everything he does is just to be contrary?
Oh, yeah. I said this earlier.
He started Stouts way before everybody. Once everybody he went back to Titans.
Yep.
And I think it cost him a bunch this week.
Honestly, I'll be honest. I completely forgot that the chipping wedge was even a club in the game. and he pulled it out earlier for a hole out. It's like, come on, Paul. Of course he did.
Well, and I don't know if you noticed, there's another technique that's going around. You'll see it from Art DeVries. You'll see JoJo's doing it a bunch too. They've changed their chip technique to counting clicks on the pullback. So they pick their club. One click is a certain distance, and then they can just hammer it straight in the direction. Because it's a lot easier that if you're chushing, hitting it straight can be kind of challenging, and the chush is really limited on your directions. But if you do one click back now, you have all your directions open, and it's still coming out a lot like a chush does. So it's kind of crazy. It's a little bit different, and I think that's going to catch on a bit. But Art is doing it. He was doing it with me in Cedar Rapids. He's getting it down. It's like he's like, I was a terrible chipper. I started doing one click back with like a 5-iron and then hitting it hard. And you can hit him a lot straighter because having it only read your perfect pullback on one click is a lot easier than having to get it halfway up. So it's an interesting theory there. What else do we've got? Let's look and see what other parts of this we have.
All right, so all the noise, as you guys can see, it's
all right, Gino and Gomez.
Gino and Gomez getting ready. So just like Andy Haas had to beat Ryan McCook twice to win, Mark Gomez got to beat Chris Longino twice to win the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic Purple Bracket Champion.
I love Gomez's game. He just hasn't gotten to be where he's perfectly consistent all the time. He's got the upper end part of the game. And I think a lot of it is, I don't think the state of Wisconsin is just consistent in general. The only thing consistent in Wisconsin is Busch Lights being drank, and he doesn't even do that. He stopped doing that, so he's a sober guy now. So that's a little crazy. All right, so Gino.
Where do we want to see these guys? Where do we want to see these guys play?
I would say that 2's the better machine.
Oh, sorry, I meant course. They are on machine 2.
Yeah, this one here, it was a little off to me. It had some stuttering issues with it. Feels like a video card might have been going bad, or hard drive was starting to crap out on it.
All right, so they spun Anse.
Okay, so both Gomez definitely has a pass. You guys are going to have to make a call on Gino. Does he?
I mean, that's a Chris Longino call. Honestly, if he wants to play, he can't commentate. You know, it's tough. For somebody who's been around since the Golden T4 era, you know, he was one of the younger guys to get in Worlds back in the day. But yes, Mark Gomez does have a spot from the November 15th through the 21st.
And somebody said Gino has one too. I don't think he has one yet. I thought you guys pulled him out of the event he was going to get his pass last year.
I don't remember him having a pass. I remember him
like he would have gotten it, but they took his name out of one of the other ones. Like they took the name out of one of the commercial contests that he would have had it.
Yeah, I'll have to double check. Honestly, it's been
Jay's double checking. They got Nate Stowell made a pretty sweet Excel that he has it almost pulling and scraping. All right, so we got Anse. One is clearly not drivable. So there's not going to be any change. This is going to be 27 par.
27, huh?
Correct. Now, there's only one way it can change that it's not 27. There's the hole in the back 9 that was drivable before the tee box changes. And if you're playing Titans and not a non-wind ball like Stouts, then you can get it with an optimal setup. You can drive that with the 10.5 over the top of the trees to 400. But Stouts just can't hit a 10.5 400. So they're both playing Stouts, so we're at 27 par. It's going to be shot maker's delight here. All
right. So I am going back just to double check because it's been so long.
Yeah. All right. So he checked. He did check. Does not have a pass, and I'm almost 100% sure that I'm right. That Gino he would have won a pass on commercial the week after I got it on Dodge, the next week's 5-man event from 2020. And then you guys said he discussed and said he's going to be doing the announcing with you guys, and he's not competing. But unless that changes, then he would get the pass if he wins this, is my opinion. Unless he decides to do the commentating, then who is the third place in this?
Bacon.
Does Bacon have a pass? That's another interesting one to look at if Bacon has one.
So I went through back my messages with Chris Longino. I'd have to check emails, have Adam check his email because I know the conversation came up, but I just can't remember if he actually won his spot or the conversation was if he did.
He did not get the spot. He pulled you guys. He was in the event hadn't even finished. He would have gotten his spot, but he relinquished it. It went to the next person, and because he was going to be announcing.
Got it.
But either way, if Gino wants to, he will obviously be able to go out if he, well, right now he gets this pass. He has this pass right now. Whether he wins or loses, he'd get the pass.
Correct.
And if he chooses to do the announcing, then it would go down to Todd Clark, who didn't he get a pass already? No, I don't think Bacon has one either.
He does not have a pass. He has been one of those guys that's been running, I think, the last couple of weeks, too.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is just going to be a Gino decision. We'll probably have to get that decision based off of you guys pretty quick. Now, another one, I think Todd will be able to go out and get a pass this in the last – how many weeks of events are left to qualify?
We've got –
We got one more home edition week?
Yeah, I'd have to look. So this.
Oh.
So next week is going to be the last home edition one, and then there's the commercial one. We take a break over Christmas, and then we start back up at the first of the year for commercial.
And that's the last one then, right?
One or two, yes.
Okay. So he could. I mean, it's all feasible that I pretty much any of the players that make main brackets or even purple bracket finals at this one, you can get it's if you put any bit of time in it, you're going to get a pass. And it's not a cost prohibitive thing because they're not if I went out to go get a home edition pass, yeah, I might play 70 games, but I'm going to take top 5 in the event, which is going to make back my money. So it's just more a matter of time whether you're going to do it. Gomez did it on the par 3 one, I believe, recently, but he's there already. So they can get passes if they need to. It's not a big deal. But Todd Clark travels a ton. He might not have time to get in the game. So it might be beneficial for him to have Gino say he's a commentator for Worlds. And if you guys haven't checked, Gino does a phenomenal podcast. I mean, the podcast that he put himself out there with Don Pescione, you guys got to see a lot of the insights into the Golden Tee back end and hear how Don made a lot of his decisions back in the day. It was a neat look under the covers, right? You got to see some stuff. And Don doesn't hesitate. If you guys know Don, he'll speak his mind.
Well, he also retired 2 years ago.
It doesn't matter. He's not losing out of it. Yeah.
Actually, I think I said this the other day. He was in town. He was actually in town this weekend. So before I came out here to Dallas, him and Adam and I went and grabbed a drink and caught up on the world of Don Pescione and his dog JoJo and his wife Jill and Golden Tee and all that. So I would say it wouldn't surprise me if sometime in the future you see Don Pescione at a tournament. I'm going to try to get him out here to start competing.
I don't know if it's going to be competitive Golden Tee.
Well, he'll have a good time.
I mean, in the hierarchy of Golden Tee players that worked for IT, it's probably Sobey would have to be the number one. I mean, I don't who would have been better, you or Adam at their best. Adam was very solid for a point in time.
Yeah, it's tough because when Adam doesn't play as much as I do now, so it's hard to tell. And the game's a little different now than it was in 2011, 12.
And I mean, and then Brad Litz would be the other one on there. It's you
absolutely.
four are really the only ones that could play that well.
Yeah.
I mean, all four of you could have made a main bracket very easily. Yeah, exactly. Could have.
Yeah, I got in trouble one time from Don because I took 5th place in Florida a couple of years ago, but that's a whole other story.
Let's be honest, 5th, 6th, Kevin.
Fifth sounds better.
Don't prop yourself up unnecessarily. We already know you're good. You're good. All right, Gomez. Now this hole's interesting. This is one of the par 3s that the look is always right there. It is so hard to get the bounce right. You go with a 3-wood and bite, and it turns a little bit too much, or it gets a little hot past the hole and doesn't take the 2. You back it up. It's a little crazy, right?
Yeah, and I also have had some real bad luck with the with the tiers too.
Now this setup is a really interesting look here too. Now,
one of the better ones, in my opinion, of the new tees.
Yeah, I think so too.
Now, he couldn't hit that
tell
low tee, but he hit that a little hard.
Yeah, the low tee is the right play. This could even be a thumb shot here. You could get if when he moved it past, I couldn't tell if the trees behind this first tree were in play, but if you could go thumb low tee forward, yeah, that's awful tight. A cut shot's going to be the smarter play here.
Also, another thing too, because I know it's kind of cut off, you could tell by the golf ball where it's at.
Oh, you can. Oh, okay. I didn't realize
honestly,
that.
I literally just thought of that now. I could have been using that the entire time.
All right, so guys, if you're
nice.
looking at, we know that the player camera covers up the tees, but if you look at the actual golf ball on the tee is the illustration next to where the tee height would be. That changes, the illustration changes, so we can actually tell what tee he's on pretty easily.
Yeah, all this time I literally was just like, well, I can barely see the highlight, and then I was like, wait, there's a golf ball icon there.
This is another really interesting hole. You basically can shoot a bullet at this. When it's in the back, when it's up front, it's a tougher ace. When it's in the back, you can let it run at the hole. And look what Gino did.
Yeah, so use that down 5 to your advantage.
And it won't go as long as you're not like muscle spasming all the way over the top. This ball won't go wet, and it's even with roll, it won't go wet because it's going to stick to the surface. And it's a really straight chip for them that I would doubt either one would miss if they were coming in from down there.
Yeah, but something not something you want to do in the finals of a purple bracket.
And he even putted that. Okay, good. All right, so it's still a square game, and apparently the announcement was made that Gino will have the World's Pass. I believe Sobel announced it over the. So it's going to be the case. Now, obviously, that could change, but I'm sure you guys, Kevin, you and Adam, will talk about it when you get back and figure out if he's.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Gino's great at what he does, and we love having him in the booth. But ultimately, it's his call if he wants to, play in the event or commentate. Not gonna be offended either way because he's great at both. So I'm happy to see him wherever he ends up being for World Championship next year.
Well, even though it's highly unlikely, if I do end up getting home and saying, no, I need to have surgery now, I will commit to commentating with you guys if I can't play because of back surgery. So I'll do that. And then we'll have another pass that gets given out. Hopefully, I don't really see myself. I'd rather cry while I'm playing than to not compete.
I was just saying, I love the thought behind what you're doing, but I've known you too long and too well.
I can't help it, man.
You can't be at something like that and not play.
No, I don't think I could.
Or you'd be like, I'll commentate for you guys, and then you're going to bang out closest to the pin on Friday to win a pass again.
Yep. That could be. But, I mean, that would be something interesting to come up with, too, maybe as you guys set it up. If we do have a possibility of spots opening up, that events that you're doing leading up to it, those spots could get filled by those then.
Yeah.
So that's good. There's going to be a way to actually make sure that all the spots are filled and we don't have.
Yeah. I mean, we're still having the last chance closest to the pin that'll have some spots to it. Like we always do, we'll have a cutoff because we don't want people trying to. It's unfair for somebody to have to try to get a Vegas flight, with 2 weeks to the event kind of thing.
I don't think I think a lot of people are going to be there anyway. We're going to have a decent crowd.
I mean, we had 120 people there in the Orleans, over 120, I think, competing on that Friday night event. So I'm hoping to see even more people in February 4th through the February 24th through the 27th.
All right, this is a great look. It's very rare that you hitting a thumb shot at this hole trying to make it.
Just around, no trees in play either.
Correct. Now, the question is, what is he going to He went high T thumb. I like the play. It's uber safe, and it got a chance to go in. I probably would have hit the exact same shot, but now Gomez saw the line. He knows he's going to move that with the high T 10.5. If he goes there and backs it up just a click or two, that ball is dead nuts in the center of the cup. But he looks like he's going to high T 3 with release. And if you guys don't realize the 3, got it.
That.
Well done. Now, if you think he did not use the line and what happened and the reaction on what Gino's shot did to change the shot and make it happen, you're absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
He took every piece of read from that, saw that Gino hit it straight, and saw that the high T 10.5 bounced a little too hot. And it hit and release, and with the lower club, it got it down on the ground so that if he did hit the cup, it was going in. So it's beautiful. Is he going to get this one, too? He needed some sort of spin on this. That's going to be short.
Oh! Yeah, okay, don't give me that look.
Oh, no, it was. I mean, but if he released that shot, that drops.
No, I don't. Not with Stouts. If he had release on that,
yeah,
that thing would have been past the pin.
Not with the 6.
Oh,
but thumbing the Stouts.
If Gino had release, that would have been.
It would have been a better one. Yep.
Yeah.
To me, on that one, I prefer not to hit the 6 wood because it just doesn't have the distances. It doesn't have the same reaction to distance based off of miles per hour of your swing that a lot of the other clubs do. The 6 wood is the one special club in there. So I try to stay away from it, and I'm thinking more on that. Should I go with a low 5 wood with release and back it to the back of the box, hit the front of the green, and let that sucker just track right at the hole?
That makes a lot of sense. This is a hole that with the new tees.
I don't quite like it.
I don't like it.
It doesn't. There could have been more to it.
Now, one thing to note here. Gino's got to be careful because he's only got 3 tees
Yeah, but
left.
tees can be rebought.
Right, he just needs to
Yeah,
make sure he
if he
doesn't
ends-
do that classic hit the start button, he's out of tees, and then...
Yes, you set a tee that you don't have and then hit the ball forward.
Yeah,
You're not
3
smart.
feet.
There is a lot of tee left in this one, guys, but the rest of these holes, I don't look at the once holes near the end of this to be really good ace looks. 18 can be a terrible ace look.
Yeah.
17, you gotta. A lot of the times you're gonna have to play that off the tee to get an ace. It all depends on where your tee boxes are located the rest of the way. The long par 4 that used to be a par 5 and will be a par 5 again here after midnight tonight,
Yep.
right? So, guys, that's another reminder. Make sure you close out your invites that somebody's already played. If neither person has played an invite, you won't have any effect on it.
Well, so even if somebody's played the invite, everyone will get refunded.
Get refunded? I thought that everyone gets DNF'd and the person that played the invite actually gets the win.
No, everyone will get the contest will get closed and everyone will get refunded their money.
Okay, I want to say you're right, but I thought for sure that if someone played it, it's wiping out, like their score has already counted, and the other people that haven't played it get a DNF. So it'd be like if we played a 2-man invite, I DNF'd is whatever score you put up. If you finish the game, you win.
Right.
I think I'm right with that, but be sure, guys. Just make sure if your opponent played it, take a second tonight, go play your 5 games or your 20 invites that you got before midnight. Commercial games, there's not much you can do about it at the end of the night. A lot of us here, when we're gambling, we're going to wake up to a lot of refunds in the morning.
Yeah.
And I got to say, if the alcohol consumption goes along par with the rest of the tournaments, I think a lot of us will be happy getting that $1 back.
Or you could just play, stats play.
Yeah, we could. I don't want those to refund. They got to refund.
No, the glory play won't refund. Don't you worry.
And is it... Now, what about invites that are set to like tropical or pine? There's no changes on those.
No change on those.
It only affects the ones that are in the box changes. And I think that this year's box changes, there were enough differences that you're gonna have to make some harder choices with club selections. I know after the club changes, after the tee box changes, I know I took away the 8.5 driver on almost all my bags for this year, but. With the going back with half and half, I might have to put it back in.
It's good run there by Gino.
All right, so it's still a 1-stroke game. Gomez is. Oh no.
Yep, no, he didn't put him in yet.
Oh, it said through 15. Oh. All right, so Gomez has got the whole lot. He's up 1. He's 28-27 going right now. If you finish out clean, this one here, okay. Gino got a bad look for a chance to get a hole out. This is going to be tough. I mean, you almost like to turn right once, but. You're playing an 8.5 driver. If you go right once that 7 wind isn't moving it back toward the green, Mark hit it. That's what he had to do.
Yeah, you want to leave yourself a short putt.
You just middle of the greens. That's all he has to do. And Gino now has to attack this. Yeah. I mean, you're thinking 17. Can I attack? Yes, but it can be in spots where attacking's bad.
Those setups are all. Some of them are long, some of them are short. So you really can't play with that in effect until you actually get to that hole and say, okay, it's time to go for it. But that's a good
Catching
shot.
fringe was huge for him there. If that caught green, he would have had a tough chip. Now, he could also be thinking, too, well, let's just wait. I'm going to wait it out and wait and see on 18. Because 18, man, if you get that pin right up at the front and you're tucked behind all the trees, it is, I mean, you're cutting it. You got to cut it close to be short. If you miss it slightly right and hit the rocks, it can bounce long. A lot of stuff to think about here. But let's see. Let's look at 17. This is a big shot. Big hole. All right. It's a very attackable hole, guys. We got a 9 wind left to right. With Stouts, we're looking at a 4.5, and it looks like on that tee box you can actually do this and play this out. Okay, he went with the high TG wedge. That was unique, very safe. So I'm thinking if I'm Gino, I'm going to the back left of the box. I'm low-teeing the 9-iron, and I'm going to bite this and try to pull it in. Wow, okay. He's going high tee roll. I don't think this is going to be the best chance to get it because that wind is going to move it more than you'd think, and it's not going to kick forward as much for him. So when you get those bigger winds with the higher lofted club, I want to take the loft out of it as much as I can and shoot a bullet at the hole. And in that case, the low 9-iron, it would have been an awfully hard bullet. You probably would have still had to play a bite. You can't fault the shots, and 18 turns out to be a really good look. Only thing that can happen here is somebody muscle spasms it, but Gino actually could go for the ace here too. Oh, good shot. Okay, Gomez did everything he had to do. I think Gino comes from this angle, straight at it. Maybe hits a high 5 with roll or release and just tries to turbo it at the hole.
Rob Nelson, come get your money.
That's you gotta love the hubby wife matchups. Uh-oh, get it, baby! Oh, Gino hit a peach. He hit a peach. That's a peach. Okay, so Mark Gomez, first step in a double dip is complete. He got the first game. Shot of 1 better to Gino's clean game, guys. This is Purple Bracket Finals doing this. Purple Bracket was a indictment. People, it was back for years. It was like you made the purple, it was a bad thing. Making the purple right now is actually pretty dang challenging, and these guys are going to shoot. I have under the contention now that winning a purple bracket is just as hard as winning a main, because the fact is, yeah, I got to play 32 of the best, but I got to play 64 people now that all have the ability to shoot a clean round. And it's another 2 matches for me to win the tournament. So I got to shoot clean rounds an extra 2 games. That's tough to do. Forget about opponents in general. Now, you may get those games where your opponent just does not have the tournament acumen to keep up with you, but it's going to be few and far between. So I think that the winner of this has put on quite a show for themselves this weekend, too. All right, so Gino's got honors. Let's see what they're playing. I didn't quite see the course as it spun up. Tropical. Okay, this can go either way. We're going to see, I honestly, the person, if somebody can make the chush on 1, I think that's going to go a long way to winning this match. But there is a lot of holes at the end of this, too, so. All right, so Gino, perfect spot. He's got a chush. I'm not sure if he's even a chusher. He might have gotten a little too close. He might have a lip, but I believe he's going to have a 5-wood chush from there. Let's see what Mark does. He's going to go straight at it from the other side, and he's also going to chush this as well. Going to have a very similar chush. Yeah, we're looking at 5 woods on both of these. All right, Mark made sure to pause before wiping the ball down. Very well done, Mark. Okay, now he must chush at different speeds because this is a 5-wood. For me, if you guys are trying to learn the chush shot, a good baseline is 20% of the club at 38 to 39 miles per hour is the distance that the club will go on a chush. Mark does not play. He plays a higher speed. Me, I'm going to chush at 35. That is the minimum you can chush it. And for me, I would go, it's about 18% at 35. So I would have gone with the 5-wood bite chush. And you see different techniques. Gomez kept the line straight, but since he plays his chushes harder, you're not going to be as robotic with it. But no love lost. Now hole 2. Another big one here. We got a pin. It looks like the pin's going to be in the back. Oh, middle. Now, you got a lot of different options here. You can hit a high 5-wood around over the top. You can hit the 9.5. Wow, okay. He went through a gap that I don't ever hit that 10.5 through. I'm normally swooping this around to drop the height a bit. That's an impressive darn shot. I would have been going to the outside because it drops the height and it takes away the trees. What Gomez did. That's the shot I play. He shouldn't be mad about that. I don't think that losing a stroke on this if he misses this chip is that big a deal. He did not lose a stroke there. That's a heck of a chip. Hopefully Gino stacks up a putt from here. He played it off that fringe to take more of the break, and it came off very clean. All right, so 1 stroke lead, not a big deal. There's going to be stroke changes the rest of the way. It does change your mentality and how you're going to approach some of these holes. Like, you're going to hit a shot to be safer if you're Gomez, and you're going to see Gino start attacking holes. Okay, so he went low T release. Mark Gomez goes from the school of word of mouth. The problem here on this one is that wind in your face almost plays like your normal wind from this height. So even though it's 6 with stouts, it's with the height change and the elevation change and the trajectory that the ball's landing at, this is almost playing as a normal 6 on a level shot with standard wind balls. The low tee shot with release, I like that because it takes a bit of that wind out of it. It changes you're not coming from as high as a spot, so you can kind of make it more of a laser beam. It's just that you couldn't move that in the back of the box, low tee release it. You had to leave it low tee release from where it was up at the front, and the bounce is still tough to play and get it in.
This is probably the best look that I've seen on this hole all weekend long.
Yeah, there've been some pretty bad ones. Now, there's going to be two ways of playing this. You can go here and overcut it, right? And it's going to get a different kind of backspin. He's going to check harder left. I don't know. Gino comes from more of an old school. I probably would have aimed from this line that he's on and put just a baby cut on it with a 3-wood and then throw it out. That's going to make my line on the pullback come in and fight that right 3 real nice. Like that, you see, you can
Yes.
straighten that line out, and that's really all you're doing with changing your angles from a full to a baby cut and around an obstacle. It's making the ball the trajectory and the angle that is coming in on the green. I think that the way that Gino did that, you can dial a line in much easier. If you have to play a cut and have to be precise between half to the BC and just inside of the C, you have a lot more room for error there. I mean, Gino could basically, with that shot, pull it straight back. And okay, I pull it straight back. That wind's not pushing it off, so I only need to just get it slightly right to get it to start curving.
Just get around those trees.
And then he also played a lower lofted club. He ended up playing the 3-wood compared to Gomez's 4, so he can then also get more of a direct line that's a laser beam coming back at the hole. And I say that word a lot, like using the stouts like bullets or laser beams, right? It's how you need to do that. It's how you should be playing them. Now, this is a little off-putting here because it looks like it's lining you up straight at the hole, but straight at the hole is it got the trees in the way. 60 only. You only got 60 shots and there's 200 people here?
What a cheap.
That's so. Oh.
That's probably the amount of people in this building that actually like Fireball.
I know, but I say I'd have one and not drink it just to make McCook spend a couple of them hard-earned dollars.
Going king undefeated.
And it's a tough field, but I mean, hey, he got on.
Oh, yeah.
There were some strange starts at the beginning, though, man. I mean, like, I didn't expect to. Hey, playing CJ, okay, he holds out once. I had to go to attack. That's fine. That match can go either way. I did not expect my first round of the losers bracket to be Clint Grover. So and he shoots one better on me there too. So they both hold out right away on me.
Yeah, it takes
60, Jay.
6 shots probably would have incited a riot.
Yeah, and it has. We have had those in the past. We're not going to mention any names. They've since rectified it and made up for it. But yeah, there have been a few times in the past. I remember a time where I took second place and ended up buying shots because the winner left and did not buy shots. And in fact, it actually was twice. Actually, it was actually twice.
All right,
I do like this too.
The wind kind of caught the tail end of that. It blew it a little bit to the left there, but
now if we're looking at Gino, he looks like he's a little stressed. He's kind of starting to feel like he might get double dipped.
Well, I think the stress of it just being Tropical Falls, by the way, is
I think that it should make him happy then.
I don't know. I went through the same thing. Now, granted, I was just like my third match and not, as far as these guys are. But, Gino, he's a good player, but I don't know if he's really used to, like, the high-stress situations of, not necessarily high stress, but you know what I mean? Like these finals of Purple where, like you said earlier, Purple is now just as difficult as top 32 with the gold bracket.
Absolutely. But in Purple bracket, though, if I'm in Purple bracket, I want all my matches to be on Pine and Tropical. Because, okay, and this is just the mathematics of it. The remastered courses gets less play than the other courses.
Mm-hmm.
They do. So the chances of a Purple bracket player being somebody that's playing 1,000 games a month of everything, slim to none. For Gomez, getting this course is probably a ton better because he plays a lot more games than Gino does. So he's probably extremely happy with that. And like I said, if I'm in the Purple bracket, if I'm in the Purple bracket, I want every course to be that. I don't want to see Baja because, hey, I could shoot a clean round on Baja and anybody in the Purple could shoot a one better.
Yeah.
That's it. I want to see the two remasters.
No, that's a good point. Real quick, how often are you going down here?
You should never go here.
Okay.
You should absolutely never go here. The problem that most people have is they don't understand the heavy rough. And the heavy rough is one of those surfaces in Golden Tee that doesn't make sense compared to the other ones. The heavy rough gets more backspin than regular rough. but the overhead view shows that you're losing 33% on the swing, it looks like. But there's a really easy way to determine heavy rough. If you have a level shot and no wind, right, the club, and this is the club, not the overhead meter, the club that is at the distance that your shot is the club that you should hit. So if let's say I'm 235 away from the pin, even though the 6-wood will show that I can only hit it 210 or 220, the 6-wood is the right club. You max that out, and that will land right at 235. So then you just have to adjust, and if you have a little wind in your face,
wow.
Okay.
That was.
But even if you have a little wind in your face or a little outwind, you adjust accordingly. But then you hit it with backspin or bite, and it backspins almost a normal spin. So, the way I say that it's wrong to not go to that heavy rough is because if you're hitting an 8.5 in from 320, and I'm hitting a 6-wood in from 235, even from the heavy rough, my 6-wood has more spin on it than my driver at 8.5 that I have to murder.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And especially those, you saw those guys were slamming drivers. I haven't seen a look where you have a 3-wood going into that. Even with that 11-miler wind, these guys were still crushing it.
Yeah, no. The only time I was before I got decent at shushing, I was playing arrows on this. So 90% of the time, I didn't go short or to the island. I would go all the way over, and I would have a 130-yard thumb shot in, because you would hit that arrow ball if you caught it straight. It would go 420 into the other fairway. It was nice, and the downhill. I mean, sometimes you get it 450, but the reason I can't play arrows is this hole specifically, because I can't go down to a 5-wood and hit it because there's tree line on the left that I'd hit. If it's at 330 and you're playing stock balls on a cut shot, then because with the arrows they're stock balls, so I'm cutting a driver. It just got this hole would eat me up. Other than that, arrows were fantastic on this. You could do some really fun stuff.
So now it's interesting. Gino's got the lead because Gomez missed his putt.
He's got a 2-stroke lead now, doesn't he?
No.
He missed his putt he didn't water it.
Right.
Yes,
he
got par.
Yeah, so it's Gino's up 1. Gino hit a shot that was a little hot in here, barely catching the end of the fringe there.
No, he had problems putting from this stuff before. What he's got to know here is it's a down 4. The putt will come off pretty clean, but not fully clean. It will get there, but you would have been playing that as a left 5 or left 6. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you switch the 2 players there, Gomez wouldn't miss that putt because he's playing a ton more, and he's got a mindset, and he knows what he's going to hit when he's on the fringe. He knows, okay, this putt can go in. I know this. I just got to play it. Great look for this hole. This is going to be a swinger. Now, we look. The 2 turns, this is a great way to judge this. Turn twice, go face your line of the pin, 2 turns out. If your 2 turns out is to the hole, that's a beautiful shot. If the 2 turns out is to the hole, then you can get it with a right to left wind. If it's 2 turns is to the right of the hole, then if the wind's left to right, you have to work on getting the cut to come inside, and you couldn't go much inside on this. So if you needed to stick this, you'd either be doing the 2-iron spinny shot from here, or you would turn right. He left it too far out. Catch sand. Oh! Now, I know this chip is scary, and it's just scary because but you can be really aggressive here, and as long as you don't under hit the chip from here, you're no risk. So, I mean, I'm going at this with my whatever club I'm chipping with. Now, he's got super spin, though. He could thumb this and get the wind right. He's playing a cut. He might have gotten that, though.
Man, just like that,
Guys, this course is a swing course, man. So now it's one the other way. And the next hole could very easily get you 2.
Yeah, and isn't the next one coming up that par 4 that's fringe drivable? Or, I mean, it's kind of 50-50 probably. After this one.
The island. It's a par 5, right?
Yeah, no, it's par 4.
Is it really?
Yeah. But this is actually a hell of a pin.
Well, and I don't know what he's doing. I didn't really love the bite, but it shouldn't come back. But if that happened to hit just over the fringe, that bite probably pulls that over the edge. Gino cannot do that with super spin. With how hard he has to hit this to get that there. I mean, this is, for me, Gino high tee this thumb bite with that's it. He nailed it. That's it. This is a chance of being in. And it is.
Oh!
Oh, gosh.
Wow. You play this game before?
But
that's beautiful.
It just happened to work. I mean, it happened to line up perfectly for him. Now, the funny thing is, though, if I understand Gomez doesn't want to bring a high tee into play there, because if you high tee that shot and you don't do it all the time, Do you fluff it and lay off of it thinking that you're going to go long?
But then
that's
go
a normal
wet.
thumb shot. That had to have been a full
Yeah.
thumb shot even with the high tee or you're short.
Oof.
Okay.
And this is the hole I was talking about. There's no chance that
It's absolutely 100% there.
Really?
Yeah, high tee 8.5 is there all day. You have to hit it flush. The problem is that you're going to be fighting back into it. Now, here's the other thing. If you do slightly miss this with the high tee, it has a really good chance of hitting the top of the last mountain.
Mhm.
And if it hits up there with not a wind in our face, that ball's bouncing forward enough. You could fly this with the 8.5 too. And
I think this is the better decision. I mean,
I don't know. For me, it's not. But now, for me though, if I'm a G wedge in, I don't really know where to lay up on this. I actually would have put it way shorter because then I know I'm going to be in the spot where I have 4 clubs that.
right. I did that earlier when I laid up. I kind of made sure I had something in the between.
I mean, this is.
No,
to me,
this is-
that just proved to me that neither one of them are 100% confident in what they're doing right now. You would have watched if this is the Haas McCook match, and Haas doesn't even think about that. He tries to nut that right at the green. And the other thing I'm looking at too is, okay, even if I go wet, if I've got a sandwich like these guys, my drop's going to be 60 yards away with 14 crossing my face. I could thumb that thing in with roll and try to bullet it at the hole with no risk. So I could still get my birdie that they're getting. But where they left this is challenging. This is bad. All right, he got it up. Good. That's fine.
I mean, that's about as good as you can get with that because you don't want to get too cute.
No,
there's,
and you can't. There's no run in here. You can't.
Now, Gino, I don't like his.
Well, he's just going to murder it. So it's going to get there. The balls
There's
he
a lot
played
more
there would
risk
have
in play
been release. But if he knows, though, it's a 14 wind, 7 miles per hour will turn a sandwich back from one click. So he knew that was turning that back to the green. He didn't think there was any risk. The risk would have been as if he cut it and then hit a full shot forward. Then he hits short and hits that fringe, and it might kick backwards. It might kick forward. So it would have been a little bad. The cookie comment there. All right. So this is going to be your simple one, but can we lay up for an attacking hole? For me on this one, since I play a 3-driver bag, I lose that 4-iron, so I don't have my iron. I cover a distance between a 5-iron and a 9-wood, and this hole can line up to be where that 4-iron would be perfect. So I have to be a little cognizant of it there because I can't low tee a 9-wood from the fairway. This is actually, I don't understand that shot. Like that one I don't quite get. There was nothing about that said I'm trying to win this match. Gino's going to thumb this with really. He needs release. But he's thumbing 99s. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm thumbing mid 80s. He's a 99s to 100s. And guys, please don't watch somebody else's thumbs necessarily and see. Oh, they're thumbing 85. I have to thumb 85.
Everyone's thumbs work differently.
I planned the last Worlds that we had. I had the honor and privilege of qualifying at that one with Dean Liakakis.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, and we were both kind of, and honestly, it was so weird. It was a little bit surreal to have a guy that when I started playing Golden Tee, like I was watching them and asking him questions during this whole thing. Where I'm almost like coaching him through the match play.
Yeah.
And we were both. He was a little bit farther off than me, and I was real close on the cut line. I got a real lucky ace on 17 at Crawdad Swamp, and that was wet all day, but it just rammed
Cup
right
got
in.
in the hole, or Cup got in the way.
And then on Sandhill, I think I shot a 5 better during it. I shot a 33 on Sandhill to top Sandhill, so I jumped way up. But we get to a hole, and I turn right, and I'm like thumb 9-iron straight with backspin, and I do it, and I cheat. And Dean's like looking all around. I go, Dean, what the hell are you doing, man? You didn't just watch me turn directionally once and thumb it straight. And he's like, what are you talking about? You and your 85-mile-per-hour thumbs. I can't thumb less than 110. It's crazy. And so use that and play your own game. Get all the info you can from it. It's all there for your taking, and then adapt to what swings you're hitting. Oh, okay. This might be the really bad one. If that doesn't kick out, no, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. That's good. But no, dude, sandwich smash with release. It's going to hit the downslope of the hole, and it's going to track right at it, and it will not have a chance of getting past and going long.
I see, but you can tell he's like, it feels like he's almost doubting himself, like he's getting in his own head and getting in his own way.
But when I get in my own head, I go to the thing that I can't mess up. I can't mess up hammering a ball.
Yep.
If I have to if I'm trying to cut this 9-iron
club down and smash it.
I can miss this. If I mess this up, I'm wet, and this game's over. This is such a great course for match play. It really is, guys. As much as I like Pine, I really don't like the lesser pars. If Pine had a higher par. See what I mean about the release though? That thing would have been tracking.
Yeah.
But it's okay. One stroke. Are they?
I think he's still down.
It's tied now, right? Tie ball game, guys.
Yep.
So no better way to go at this, man. And these are remember, guys, Gomez was top 4 in the last big event in the main bracket. So, I mean, it's not an indictment of skill if you end up in the purple. This one, though, honestly, you didn't have to shoot that well for top players. Like, I played abysmally bad fighting through things. I mean, I don't remember the last time I shot 24 on any course this year. And I shot a 24 on Forest and ended up making the cut in top 20. Like, it was fortuitous that we had the Pine and Tropical because that really separates the field. Mm-hmm. It really does. The top guys have such an advantage. Not because we played them when they were original, but just because they play more games, and these courses are the ones you don't play as much. You haven't had as much time.
Yeah, people avoid them because they get a little dicey.
Yeah, they do. But, I mean, I like playing Tropical more now because I got hole 1. I mean, hole 1 is the perfect way to learn how to chush. Go in casual games, go in any game mode, on your home edition, play at the bar, play a 4-player set and on hole 1, and you will teach yourself how to chush in 10 games. It's that simple. I mean, once you get it down, you're there.
I like this.
I like this too. Now,
These guys are going to run, but they got to be aggressive, but you can't be too aggressive.
So, I mean, to me, the right shot is the aggressive shot and the only shot here. It's a low T9 backspin with a half cut, throw it way out, let it check across, even hit the wall. It won't come off the wall. As long as you don't hit the wall and fly it, look at this. Exactly like that.
I thought I was going to get a little bit extra love off that wall.
All sorts of love in there, too. You can hit the wall four different places. He could hit where Gino did, short of the little curve in the wall. If you miss that, go burning up and hit the other part, that will come right down. To me, it's like a power putt player. Steve Dakin would have a great advantage here because he knows what angles that IT likes off of walls to bank shit in. All right, so
an 18. I can't. I mean, not to say these
you
guys
should never
can't
miss 18.
Yeah,
I did in the qualifier.
Now the only thing with 18 is the putt.
Correct. But
this is a really nice setup.
All right. So the only thing that can happen here, if they thumb this is where I'm going back to. If you thumb this, you do have a risk of missing this and not getting this. You're left 1 or 2 clicks right away and funneling off the right. He got it left enough. He's got backspin. This might be in. Okay. Oh, so good. So good. So does Gomez now go with the 9.5 and try to ace it? This is a tough decision, right? You saw the shot he hit. You know if you backed it up on the box and did the same thing, he pushed it a little bit more inside left, so he's going to miss it a little bit right.
Oh!
Oh, wow! That's a hell of a finish, guys.
Oh, wow. Mark Gomez.
Facebook user, you can actually there's always going to be a bag of clubs that the clubs that you have are in it. And you're on hole 1. Hole 1 at Chush, you're gonna always just want to have your 5-irons up to the top. So it really won't matter for you, Chush. You'll be able to do that, guys. That's an insane finish. That is an insane finish to a hell of an event.
And honestly, as disappointing as this for Gino, that's the way. If you're gonna lose a match, that's how you want to lose on an exciting shot like that.
Now, is he gonna sit back? Now. Gino's a competitor. He's been doing this a long time. He's not thinking that. He's not thinking I lost on an ace. He's thinking I missed 2 damn putts from the fringe.
Yes.
Putts that I don't miss. I should never have missed and shouldn't. I mean, for me, Gino had every chance to win that. The first game, give Gomez credit. Hole outs in back-to-back games. But even Gomez is probably sitting there going, hey, man, how did I even put myself in that position?
Right.
Okay, so now we're going to wait make sure that we get the brackets. Let's have Kevin and I will take one last look. I think the brackets will update real quick.
They'll go through, do the final points calculations, make sure everyone that is in the top 64 points. PEGTtour.com. Click on the points leaders up at the top.
And then we pretty much now can start coming up. I mean, I want to say, did Gomez just pass me? I don't think he did.
I don't think
I
so.
don't think it changed. So why don't we take, before we're going to cut after this, we're going to get a good break here. I want to say he's probably going to give us an hour till 6 maybe. I don't know. Maybe a half an hour. We'll keep you apprised. You might have to stay tuned, and I'm sure that the gentleman, the production team, will put a timer up when we're getting ready to go. Okay,
yeah.
But the stream will end. You're going to have to find the link again, click back in, get into it.
Yeah.
Before you jump out, make sure you got your notifications set up. You subscribe to myself, to Kevin, to Golden Tee. Get Golden Tee TV. Richard hasn't been he's been a more less vocal and behind the scenes piece.
Yes, he's been doing
he's
great.
He's here running around, man.
Oh, yeah, we were shooting some pictures late last night to get the lighting good. We're getting some new headshots of all the players and everything. If you're on Golden Tee Fan, don't worry. You can stick around to that group. This video will go live. I believe it comes live from my Facebook account, Golden Tee Golf on Facebook, Golden Tee on YouTube and Twitch. PEGTtour.com again to check out the full results of the purple and the gold brackets, and then of course the points leaders.
And now we've got the brackets set. Let's go through a couple of them. We started Paul Luna, Art DeVries. Okay, Paul. Art can play if he's on his game. He played me really tough on Pine in Nashville, but he had to make 5 chips to keep up.
Yeah.
And eventually, that's not a way to sustain winning. You can't be doing that. Okay. So we're gonna get into break here. We'll get back started a little bit. We'll go through some of the featured matches. We'll get going there. Just keep an eye out, and we'll go it. Kevin Lindsay, you want to take us out?
Yeah. For Mark on the mouth McClevich, I'm Kevin Lindsay. We'll check you guys back here. Again, an exciting finish to both the gold bracket and the purple bracket here at the 2021 Dallas Holiday Classic. Join us back within the next half an hour to an hour for the 2021 Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year. Not only is there over $35,000 on the line in the prize pool, but the purple bracket, the Little Gun, is also going for a World Championship qualifying spot. So we'll join you guys back here shortly. Again, we got to connect with Steve Sobel to see how long it's going to be. All right, so it'll be I would say about 45 minutes. So make sure you're subscribed to Golden Tee's YouTube, Twitch, all that, and we'll see you guys here again shortly.
2021 has been another crazy year in the world. The live Golden Tee tournament events have been just the break we needed. This year's tournament circuit started off in exciting fashion at the Wisconsin Open back in March, where Minnesota's Andy Fox took down the seemingly unstoppable Paul Anthony Luna in overtime. Luna wouldn't stay down for long, though, as he would fight his way back the following month at the Florida Open, taking down veteran player Ryan McCook to secure his first 2021 victory. And at the Missouri Open in June, hometown player Joe Massara was handed another second-place trophy, once again at the hands of Houston's Paul Luna, continuing his winning streak. We then made our way to the Music City Madness in Nashville, Tennessee for the very first time, where Paul Luna once again stood tall, this time taking down 2-time world champion Andy Haas to claim victory. Luna's streak would end in October at the Carolina Clash, though, because Illinois' Clint Grover, a player who days before the tournament wasn't sure if he'd even be able to make it, would end up taking down Ohio's Gary Sheldon for the title. And as we get ready for this year's final tournament events on December 9th through December 12th, we look back to 2019's Austin Holiday Classic, where we saw Andy Haas double-dip King of the Hill David Duncan to win the championship. This year's Dallas Holiday Classic has $11,000 added to the prize pool and over 200 players already signed up. Following the Holiday Classic is the Top Gun Little Gun Player of the Year events, where in 2019 we saw Lance Harris win his very first Power Events tournament. Who will walk away with the top titles of the year and part of the $35,000 prize pool? Will any of the usual suspects dominate again? Or will we have brand new champions on our hands going into 2022? We will find out in very short time. Sign up today at PEGTtour.com or watch it live at GoldenTee.com.